So the teams are getting themselves into position, and they will begin the dance before the start of race number 1. Race number 1 set to go here at the Emirates Great Britain Sail Grand Prix, Portsmouth, part of the Rolex SailGP Championship. And this will be critical, Stevie. You could have absolute carnage because of the way this course is set up.
Just such a short sprint to Mark 1 and then an even shorter sprint to Gate 2. We see the boats coming back, and I like Canada's move here. The late tack in, you can see the favoured triangle lines on there. The blue pathway shows us the optimum place to start. Our Rolex pole predictor sits on board Spain at the moment, but I think Canada have got the control in position. New Zealand, it's aggressive from Burling up at the top of the line. He's going to need to be oh so fast to get over the fleet from here. Spain and Canada are in the pole position, but who's going to get their timing right? Line to the right-hand side of our screen will turn white when we're good to go. United States winded up. Switzerland winded up. New Zealand at the top of the line are so fast. Ooh. Brilliant from Dylan Fletcher and Emirates Great Britain. He's going to lead at Mark 1 from here in New Zealand. Well, they're going to be on the outside of the bend, and it's going to be hard for Burling and co. They're going to need to be very, very fast. Early manoeuvre coming for Emirates Great Britain.
At mark number 1, it's the home team, Emirates GBR, that have the lead.
Oh, look how fast the Kiwis have gone there as well. Rockwool Denmark, though, aggressive. Sehested holds them wide. Spain dive on the inside, and it's now a sprint to Gate 2. The fans are going to get a great view, but look how congested the fleet is here. Great Britain are going to take a left turn. Keep it simple. We heard Fletcher say that. Anticipate here, Burling doing an extra manoeuvre and turning right to try and clear the traffic.
And keep an eye on those channel markers as they get to Gate number 2. Look at this as they come around there. Hannah Diamond, you know these waters maybe better than anyone else. This is a tricky race course with all the race furniture out there.
Yeah, really tricky race course, and of course no practice racing yesterday, so this will be the first look at the course for a lot of these teams.
It's really tight in at the bottom there, isn't it? And I think we can see Emirates Great Britain have kept it simple. I think when you're out in the lead, that's the sort of standard thing to do, really. Try and find that little bit of space, minimise manoeuvres. But Lisa, we've seen Great Britain turn left, New Zealand turn right. Do you fancy either side of the course?
I actually really like where the New Zealand team is going. In general, where the British were is the lightest part of the race course. So I would say favourites in New Zealand right now. But, you know, the Brits are the locals. Surely they know what they're doing.
More pressure coming in 10.
I think interesting at the moment, we're coming on board here. Nick Hutton, he's the only one on the handles. Big pressure weekend for Hannah and Dylan at the back of the boat there. We can hear Hannah and Dylan, good communication going on, but they need to get things happening because they've had a disappointing middle of the season.
Another unique part of this course right here, you're going to see Spitbank Fort coming into view just on the right-hand side, and that's another big obstacle they're going to have to avoid throughout this race.
We love a roundabout in Great Britain, though, don't we, Hannah?
Yeah, that's right, but you've got to watch out for that wind shadow it produces. Looks like Emirates Great Britain have just managed to get to the windward side of Spitbank Fort, so no issue for them there.
New Zealand look like just about managed to sort of cement that third position. They were in a big pressure position round Mark 1, but they've done well in Spain. We've seen how fast Spain have been getting through the season. But look at this leaderboard on the left there. Yep. The Bond Flying Rouge, Australia, they're up to 8th, but they were in last at Gate 2. Not the start Slingsby would have wanted.
Obviously left small bias, but I think we're good, eh? I think we're good.
So leg 3 of 7 as they made their way to gate number 3. It is Emirates GBR that have the lead. Rockwool Denmark sits in 2nd. The Black Foes of New Zealand 3rd. Then the winners of the last 2 events and the defending champions from season 4, Spain, sit in 4th.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big lead for Great Britain now. I think Emirates Great Britain from here, they're just minimising those manoeuvres, Hannah, and just trying to maximise speed around the course, really.
Yeah, that's right, and trying to, just like you say, try and keep it really simple, and that's obviously paid dividends for them so far. The fleet's going to get a bit compacted as we come into top Gate 3 here, with the Kiwis coming in on starboard.
Switzerland need to keep clear. And now right of way New Zealand, Switzerland, oh, that was an aggressive turn in front there, but the Kiwis have just kept it round the outside. Spain are entitled to room inside Switzerland here, but they probably choose to go straight and keep themselves in some space.
So we've seen a bit of a difference in kind of strategy here. Emirates Great Britain have got Hannah Mills at the back of the boat in that strategy role. A lot of the others with 5 people on board have chosen to have their strategists move forward to that grinding position. Strategy's key, we know that, and it's paying off for them so far.
Massive lead here on race number 1. We're scheduled for 4 today. This is just leg 4 of 7. It's the home team, Emirates GBR, out in front. Now remember, they currently sit in 4th place overall on 41 points, but they're only 5 points out of 1st place, which is currently being held by the Spanish.
top 6 boats overall. There's nothing between them really, is there? Spain have looked like the form boat in recent times, and they're right in the mix here, Spain. Again, remember, it's all about consistency at this point of view. As we see our SailGP insights, we dive up into the Oracle Cloud. What's the wind speed looking like? Well, it's pretty similar across the course, really. Great Britain and Denmark, somewhat unsurprisingly, they're in a similar patch of water. They've got similar wind speed.
Wing up here, Nick, before turn. Okay, nice mate. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
It doesn't get much more smooth than that, Hannah. A lot of calm conversations on board with a big lead. It was 9 seconds at the last gate, and now as they approach the DP World Gate at the bottom of the course, Denmark will come through, and they will trip it. It's now they've lost 3 more seconds, so they're 12 seconds behind the leaders.
And this is a dream situation when you're leading. You've got all the boats behind you following with that left turn. Makes it really nice and easy to cover the boats behind you.
And I think if you're in the first 3, you're fine, you're happy, that's a good result. Great start to the regatta. I think when you're 7th, 8th, United States, Australia, here we see Switzerland, they may be going to split the course and try and find space on the other side. It's when you're in the pack that you're maybe slightly compromised by the other boats ahead of you, and you have to look to try and force something. What's Slingsby going to do? Is he going to follow, or will he try and work some magic?
Our star Canada and Giles Scott has made some improvements. They are now up to 5th place, and just as Stevie predicted, it's Tom Slingsby not liking what he saw on that left-hand side, did not want to follow the Americans or the Canadians, so he has opted to split the course and go to the right.
Yeah, if he followed the United States there, it'd be in disturbed wind, effectively less horsepower going into the rig. You're just definitely going to go slower, so he's opted to sail a bit more distance, find a bit more space, and see if they can use what we know to be one of the fastest boats on the race course, or fastest teams, we should say. All the boats are identical, of course.
Meanwhile, it's Emirates GBR out in front. Their lead over 100 meters over Rockwell, Denmark, who sit in 2nd place. The Kiwis sit in 3rd, Spain in 4th. Switzerland has now moved up to 5th, overtaken US SailGP, who have dropped down to 6th.
I will. Goes. Down there.
Well, here was the start one more time. Keep your eye on Spain on the right side of your screen.
Yeah, right on the inside, and that's what they've done quite well this season. Is often your position at Mark 1 can be, 3rd, 4th or 5th, but it's whether you can then decide your own tactics, and to do that you want to be on the inside. Wow, look how close that was, Italy. Ruggiero Tita had to make a really dramatic move. As we can see, it's getting a bit loose on board the Spanish boat. That's an unforced error. They got a bit too high on the foil. Joel Rodriguez there just flying the boat a little high. Oh, it got very, very loose on that downwind, and that was a lot of distance. That could be the difference between them being ahead of New Zealand and not at this stage of the race.
So that was back at the start of race number 1. Remember, we've got 4 races for you today, 4 fleet races. And as everyone tries to build their account as many points as they can, and then after 3 more races tomorrow, it is the event final where only the top 3 teams will compete.
Had an overtake there, Todd. New Zealand found a bit more wind away from the shore there on the side of the course that Lisa liked on this upwind leg, and we're just downwind now from here, so that could be a fairly crucial moment. We see Rockwell Denmark, well, they're fast, but they're going to pin themselves outside here. Very much the controlling position here with New Zealand, but Rockwell Denmark's on fire. Look how fast.
Leg 6 of 7 in race number 1. There you see more of the obstacles, the channel markers out on this course. Good time to check in one more time with Lisa Darmanin down on the water. Lisa, you talked about the favorite spot of the course early in this race. Has it changed at all, and what's the forecast for the rest of the day?
So it's quite gusty out here, Todd, and shifty. So I think the British are doing a really good job of going to better breeze and getting the good angle. But talking to the sailors before the race, they're saying there's so many obstacles out here. So if the wind's not hard enough, the boats aren't hard enough, they've got to choose where to go on either side, these islands and pylons. So it's a real minefield out here, but it's a masterclass by the British.
And Hannah, you talk about it, you made the point, there was no practice racing yesterday because there was not enough wind. So for some of these sailors, this is literally their first chance to race.
Yeah, that's right, a bit of a baptism of fire. And you can see the Brits just come around that last mark there as they're on the way to the finish. Real
this is going to be a pretty special moment here, isn't it, in front of the home fans.
And what a way to start off your home regatta. Race number 1 at the Emirates Great Britain Sail Grand Prix Portsmouth goes the way of the home team. Emirates GBR take the win.
What a start to that race by Emirates Great Britain. Absolutely brilliant. It's going to be really tight between New Zealand and Rockwell Denmark. I think New Zealand managed to just dive inside. Burling judged his lay line into that bottom mark perfectly because Rockwell Denmark had gone round the outside. They'd gone further faster, but controlling position with the black foils, and they're going to bring it home in 2nd place here.
Pete Burling and company showing their class. They take second. Rockwell, Denmark, they needed those points in a big-time way. They currently sit 8th overall. Remember, they've had penalties earlier in the season, so they need to get points in a big hurry. And then it's Spain, the winner of the last 2 events, and the current leaders overall, sitting on 46 points. They will pick up a 4th. Room for improvement there, Stevie, but they still look very good. And the Swiss coming in top 5.
Yeah, and remember, it's all about getting to that top 3 tomorrow. So it's about consistency at this point. So I'd say all these teams, probably even Canada, are going to be happy enough with that. They've not had a shocker. They've had an all right start. Of course, Emirates, Great Britain are going to be over the moon, aren't they? Giles Scott, another, Canadian, but of course he's done a lot of sailing in Portsmouth himself here, because the Canadian boat brings it across the finish line. So another team that'll have a lot of local support, I'm sure.
And the Bonds Flying Roos, they will finish in 7th. Tom Slingsby hoping that'll be their worst result of the 7 fleet races. Italy and Red Bull Italy and Rogera Tita, they'll check in at 8th place, so they had some improvements. And now you've got a battle between the Brazilians and the Americans coming down for that next position. This is a valuable point. And look at Taylor Canfield. He's pushing them.
He did a good push there, Todd, didn't he? Great push by the US team there. Brazil had to keep clear, and you don't mess with a world match race champion in that sort of situation.
So Taylor Canfield comes through. They will pick up that extra point over Martini Grail and Mubadala Brazil. And the Germans, now remember, there's just 11 teams out of the water because of France's incident early on, and they will pick up no points. We've seen a couple different strategies. We've seen people come into the start box late. We've seen people come in early and try to control the pace. For my money, it seems like if you get in the back, you keep your fingers crossed that there's going to be an opening in Moses and they're going to part the Red Sea and you're going to find a way to mark number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, isn't it? It's hard to control where the opposition are going to go. I think if you come back sort of leading, you've got the best chance of a consistent start. If you're out the back early, France, Spain at the moment, you might get a shot at the bottom of the line. You might get a gap, but might is not necessarily a great word to have in a consistent strategy. We can see there, right-hand side of the screens where the start line is. Spain are up and foiling already out the back on the foils, trying to find a gap. There will be a gap for them below Australia if they're quick and if they can block the British team. It's all about acceleration here. Black foils, middle of the line, well positioned. Canada, middle of the line, well positioned. We're watching for that line to turn white, and it's all going to be about acceleration here. Rockwell, Denmark minded up. They're going to be bang on time. Here we go. Beautiful by Rockwell, Denmark, so fast. Emirates, Great Britain again find a gap at the bottom of the line, but they won't have as fast an angle to mark 1 as the Danes.
Hey, little soft, okay, big puff on in 3.
Big gust coming at Mark 1 here, Todd. Watch the speeds at the top of the mast.
4, 3, 2, 1, bang away.
And at mark number 1, it is Rockwell, Denmark, as they get the whole shot, and they go over 103.
Oh, what a moment. Fastest speed in SailGP ever.
USA goes triple digits as well.
They'd have been loose as a goose round there, Todd. Now, can they settle things up again? Try and set up for this next maneuver. Crucial here.
That was cool.
Triple digits is cool indeed. You have to go back to season 3, day 1 of Saint-Tropez. France had the official speed mark at 99.97. No more. It now belongs to Rockwell, Denmark.
And turning. And yours.
So big speeds all across the board. Stevie, you saw it coming, you predicted it perfectly, and now the race is on. How do you maintain your position? How do you keep away from the rest of the crowd? And how do you hold off and pick off a win?
Big right gate bias in this lefty.
Okay, that's the coach there. Slightly different picture in there. It's Ian Williams, the coach, a world match race champion. He's actually going left turn, so the gain is to a right turn, is what Ian said. Good news for the Spanish, but I think you do try and keep it simple if you're on board Denmark, and it's now about locking in, getting speed, getting space, but it's Los Gallos that are going to have the attack here. Good move for Spain, potential, get themselves right back in the race moment.
Yeah, that's right. And it looks like the breeze is up again at the bottom of the track here. So, making that decision, do you take the easy option or do you take the slight bias? It's not always easy because these decisions come up so quickly.
Looks like it's a split on the fleet. Half and half go either way. So for the inside knowledge, we go down on the water. Lisa Darmanin, where would you have gone and what are the conditions like right now?
As Hannah says, the conditions have picked up. I think that left turn, even though there was the favour, just being on that side of the course where Denmark is, has always brought you a nice angle back. So, oh, actually, Spanish have just tacked and they're looking really good.
Well, that was what we heard as the bias. Andy, we're hearing that, you know, we can hear the coaches out on the water talking, sorry, not on the water, they're on the land, but they're talking to the sailors. How much of a game changer has that been, where you can actually have your coach giving you that information from the shoreline?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, they're sitting there ashore, super calm. They can see the big picture, and they can sort of see the geometry of the course and what other boats are doing as well. So they can really identify some key things that the team can focus on in racing.
And how much pressure are you feeling now that the Danish have just set 103 as the top speed ever in SailGP?
Mate, it's awesome. On these wings with these high-speed rudders and these new T-foils, the boats are going to go bloody quick, and it was cool just to hear how calm and composed TJ and the rest of Rockwool were when they hit that speed, and then they just settled into a nice downwind rhythm. So it was really cool to see.
Nikolai Sehested, Dana Koons, Tom Johnson take a bow as they go 103. Andy, I know we give all credit to the flight controllers for getting that kind of speed, but at that kind of speed, I mean, we're talking 90s and up. What's that like as a flight controller? What's the ride like?
I think you're pretty zoned in and pretty dialed in at the time. You're just trying to think about what you're doing and think about the next move. You don't really think too much about it at the time, but after racing, I'm sure Rasmus will enjoy looking back on that one and enjoy the memories.
Here we go as we get to the top of the course. What is interesting is I don't know if the Spanish were dialed into the Danish coach, but they've sailed the exact upwind leg that coach of Denmark, Ian Williams, called for with the right turn at the bottom, and it's been a big gain. We can see here, it looks to me like the right turn's further downwind, so the Bond's Flying Rouge are going to sail less distance here, but will the Spanish put themselves in more wind?
So a change at the top of the leaderboard as the Bond's Flying Rouge take advantage to sail less distance. And look at the speed now on the mast of the USA as they touch it to 90 kilometers an hour as they do that bareway. And now it is on downwind. After gate number 3, you've got Australia, Rockwool, Denmark, the USA top 3, and Los Gallos, Spain in 4th.
The USA are having a huge day, aren't they? They're sailing very, very well out there. Looks to me like Los Gallos have picked the best breeze there. They're in a massive patch of wind on the bottom right-hand corner of our screen. They're going to get boosted down the racetrack here, going nearly 7 or 8 kilometers an hour faster. But when they come back together with Australia, it'll be the Australians with the right of way, so they've got to be picture perfect in this next maneuver on board the Spanish boat.
You can see how much progress the Bond's Flying Rouge are making down the course. They're almost going 90 degrees to those ladder lines, so not only in good pressure, but good wind angle as well for them.
Look like the only issue at this stage. And board, tip 3.
Constant communications on board as you hear Los Gallos, the Spanish, now moving into 2nd place. And it's a precarious position right now as they make their turn. They'll drop back. It'll be the Vikings that are now in 1st place, fresh off their top speed performance at mark number 1, 103.93 officially.
Yeah, it's pretty quick here, right of way Australia. Oh, Slingsby spins it right in front of him. It's going to be Slingsby set for the left turn in front of Rockwool, Denmark. Does anyone take a brave move? Very hard to go right for the Spanish from here. Again, it looks good to a right turn if you can do it, but a very tricky boat handling manoeuvre if Spain could hope to do that. Could be opportunity for Canada here. North Star Canada are going to get to turn right. I think they'll get themselves right back in the challenge here.
Bond's Flying Rouge, Rockwool, Denmark, and Spain all up for that left-hand side. US SailGP does it, and Stevie, to your point, Giles Scott and North Star, they go for the right side.
They're going to split the course here now. What do we think, Lisa? Are they sailing to more breeze out there, the Canadians?
They are sailing to more breeze right now, but I think they're going to find it hard to come back across because there's this big patch of light spot in the middle of the course now.
Big line, boys.
It's pretty hard to be consistent out there, Todd. And Andy, I wonder at this stage of the event, how much of the teams be happy to just get a top 3 in this race?
Yeah, I mean, you're always pushing for the win, right? But top 4s, top 5s across the course of the event, you're going to be in that final. So I think top 4s people will be really happy with.
So we've got 5 teams right now, all within about 100 meters of each other, with Rockwool, Denmark, the Bond's Flying Rouge, Los Gallos, Spain, North Star, Canada, and US SailGP holding those top 5 winning tickets. And Emirates GBR still lurking there in 6th.
Oh, what a great shot here. Look at the Australians all really low down, looking to minimise the windage. They're all kneeling down inside the boat, and it's an absolute arm wrestle boat speed-wise with Rockwool, Denmark here. We'll see how it turns out. It looks good for the Bond's Flying Rouge at the moment. They're coming back with the right of way, and they've been fast across there.
So Giles Scott and North Star, they're going to have to pick their way through this traffic jam.
Yeah, Yeah, they've gained some distance though with that turn, so they've not got the right of way. As you say, they find the gap through, but North Star are going to be right in it at the top of the course. They've made a big gain on this upwind leg with that right turn at the bottom.
Press.
So the Canadians roll the dice, and we're yet to find out if it's going to turn out to be a Yahtzee move or not. Do they have another maneuver, or can they lay this into the gate?
I don't think they'll make the gate in one, Todd. It's probably one more manoeuvre from here, but they're going to come back with the right of way. So whatever happens, they've put themselves right in the chance here. Can they make this final mark with no more manoeuvres? They're going to be diving in at the top, I think.
Two-time Olympic gold medalist in the Finn class, Giles Scott at the wheel.
More press, please.
There we go, CJ wing trimmer there. He's calling for them to press. They've got a righty, but unfortunately the Australians have got a lefty. You can be in different bits of the course in very different winds. Canada aren't going to make it happen here. And the Bonds Flying Rouge, well, they're going to get it done.
Coming down here in 2, 1. Coming down.
Around the gate they go, and it is Tom Slingsby and the Bonds Flying Rouge that judge it just perfectly with the Vikings in tow. They may have the highest speed, but the wind is going to go the way of the Bonds Flying Rouge in race number 3. Tom Slingsby and the Australians take it in Sassnitz.
Tight back in the pack behind them here. We can see North Star and the United States. North Star have got to keep clear at the moment. United States on the inside. Now they've got to give them room, but Taylor Canfield's got it done. In the pack, look at the black foils, 11th. Great Britain 10th. This opens the weekend wide up here at the moment. People are hemorrhaging points very, very quickly.
What a difference one leg can make as the Australians burst their way up and take the win.
Oh, the black foils spin inside here, and they're right inside the Swiss, but I think it's going to be black foils 10th, Emirates Great Britain all the way back in 11th. Wow, the points are going to rack up massively after this race.
A big shake-up across the leaderboard as Emirates GBR looked to be in a top 6 position, Stevie, as they were coming upwind here on leg 5 of 6, and then they just dropped like a rock back to 11th.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, I don't want to make Andy sound too good, but he did, as soon as you get out of shape and you're not able to do your plan, it's very quickly to lose a lot of distance here. We can see the black foils really slow across the line there. Not sure what's happened with them. I think they just stayed ahead of the British, but, oh, it was a slow moment. Yeah, you get out of phase and you lose distance real fast. I think the British have been starting the most consistently today. Dylan seems to have been finding a little bit of space in the middle of the line, gives you room to accelerate. If you can turn the boat away from the wind, pop the boat on the foils nice and quickly. These new T foils just want to accelerate, but you need that little bit of space to do that. So can you find space in the last seconds?
USA first into the start box as we go under a minute to go. The 4th and final race of the day here in Auckland at the Rolex SailGP Championship.
But there we go, blue pole position, suggested place to be. That's the optimum place to start there, is right in the middle to lower half of the line, and we can see the USA are set up well for that, but they're early back. They're there for everyone else to hunt. And here comes the hunter. Burling on board New Zealand is coming in with 35 seconds to go. Expect him to spin the boat fairly soon. Going to try and find a little gap in the middle of the line. He's looking to foil out of here. Great Britain, they're late. Germany late as well. Italy out the back. I think United States and New Zealand well positioned at the moment, but Martini Grail on board Mubadala Brazil. She's moved into a nice position with 17 seconds to go. It's a real tussle at that favoured end of the line, and it's all going to come down to acceleration. But New Zealand, they have the pole predictor on them, and I love their position right now. It's 5 seconds to go to the line. Here he comes, the New Zealand crew winding up. How's your timing, Pete Burling? Perfect out of the middle of the line, and when he needed to deliver, he's delivered. Here they go. Hometown heroes are going to need to be fast to roll over the top of the Swiss and the Australians.
And it's the heavy hitters as they approach mark number 1 on the final race of the day. It's the Kiwis and the Aussies as they reach to see who gets the whole shot, and it will go the way of the black foils.
Oh, the sprint leader, Rolex sprint leader there, Peter Burling and the New Zealand crew. Josh Jr. said we've got to get to mark 1 in good shape. Well, that's the way to do it, and now they look relaxed.
Unjudged, good, I think. Out, not far, is it? Average phase here, more pressure on boundary. 2, 1, forward down.
Sailing into a nice patch of breeze here. Now, can they stick a nice smooth manoeuvre now that they're out in front? Looks good for me to go straight into a left turn out of this manoeuvre. New Zealand manoeuvre the boat well. All the boats staying on the foils. That little bit more wind making it easier here. USA again, a little slip up in the manoeuvre. Bottom of our screen. They're off the foils. Another error in the manoeuvre there. They're hurting so bad on that US boat in these manoeuvres.
Oh, the Americans were in a top 5 position, and they will drop back to the back of the fleet. And there you see it once again, the heavy hitters going toe-to-toe. It's New Zealand and Australia 1 and 2, Canada in 3rd, with Brazil in 4th, Switzerland, the winners of the last race. They decide for the other side of the course at the DP World Gate.
Oh, look how much that mistake hurts. They're right out the back here. Spain in 9th, Britain in 8th. This is going to tighten up that top of the leaderboard. Australia first to manoeuvre away out of that side of the course. New Zealand stretching things out. There's a little bit more space on that left turn, and Burling will be trying to use that. Keep the boat fast, try and minimise manoeuvres, but on the bottom of the screen here, Switzerland, they're in one of those left-hand shifts that Peter Burling would talked about. Sailing nicely up the ladder line in good breeze, gain for Switzerland. But Australia have the right of way, and Schneider has to yield. I think what's interesting there, you heard Seb asking Morgier, you know, is there anyone else there? It's so hard to see the boats on the other side of the course, and what they'd love to see is our SailGP insights there up in the Oracle cloud, and what they'll see is the breeze is quite even across the course right now, not much in it. Australia potentially making a small gain on New Zealand here.
Kiwis cool and calm as they approach gate number 3. Peter Burling and company desperately in need of a win here. Remember, New Zealand got a 4th in race number 1. They got an 8th in race number 2. And of course, they backed it up in race number 3 with a performance that had them really thinking that they were better than maybe the results showed it, finishing in 6th.
There you go, nice upwind leg there. Really nice upwind leg by the Swiss. Of course, they won race 3. If they could back it up, that would put them right back in the mix after a disappointing start to the day.
Swiss, one of the 5 teams in the league who have yet to win an event. And they look very good right now. After a win, they currently sit in 3rd place. And here's where the traffic jam starts.
Oh, what are Brazil going to do here? They're going to go wide of the mark. They've lost it. Runners have gone. Oh, and they're in the water.
This is the umpire's penalty. Italy relative Canada. Window boat not keeping clear.
Oh, Brazil have got to go all the way round here. It's going to be a massive loss for Mubadala Brazil. They're going to have to spin right round. They got themselves way out of position there. Marcini Graham had to avoid the mark. They look well positioned, but they still got to go back through that gate, as we can see Denmark. Rockwool Denmark up to 5th as New Zealand stretch away. Can Burling and Took deliver under pressure? Well, it looks like it at the moment. They needed a race to go well in race 4. Well, it can't go a lot better than a 100, 200 metre lead over the Australians.
And it is the black foils with a great speed as they make the pass through the gate, nearly 80 kilometers an hour, with a huge lead now over the Australians, who won race number 2. Nice parity across the board. You've got Great Britain winning race number 1, the Aussies win race number 2, and the Swiss win race number 3. And it looks like the Kiwis may in fact send the fans home happy here on Saturday, Stevie, with a possible win.
Yeah, look at that. It's tight in the pack, Todd, isn't it? But big game for Great Britain, 9th, and they're up to 4th at the moment. They're going to go in and have a little wave to the fans in the shoreline there, see if they can find some more breeze. But Rockwool Denmark split the course with Great Britain. North Star Canada is Spain. They're so tight. Spain are going to be slow out of this mark. Could be advantage Canada.
Yeah, we're good, Spain. No issues, Dhabi.
Quick moving race here. This is the last race of the day, leg 5 of 7. New Zealand got the whole shot. They have maintained that lead with Australia hot on their heels.
Yeah, massive moment for the British in this race. To go from right at the back of the pack up to 4th would be absolutely huge. Huge race for New Zealand. Well, in Australia, they just look ominously quick at the moment, don't they? They're sailing so well. Coming up to the last downwind leg, Todd, I can't wait to see what this crowd does if the Kiwis can hang on. They're going to blow up if they can deliver on this final race of the day.
And how about that Rolex chasing time right now? It's between Australia and New Zealand. Right now it's saying 21 seconds, the difference between the two, as the Kiwis trying to stay away from Tom Slingsby and the Aussies, and a last second change as they will opt for the left-hand side.
Yeah, couldn't quite make it round that. Trying to keep the boat speed in. It's important with these new foils you stay fast. As soon as you get slow, these foils want to let you go. There's a lot of technology involved there. They're having to play the cant. They can move the foil forward and backwards. They can move it in and out to change the power potential on the boats. Do they use the rudder downforce? So many things for these sailors to think about and so much for them to learn. But right now, well, New Zealand, they're heading straight down the course. This one looks like it's going to be exciting for those Kiwi fans on the shoreline as the black foils look set to deliver.
Massive crowd, sellout crowd today as SailGP comes to Auckland for the very first time after 5 seasons. And how about the Swiss, Stevie? Sebastian Schneider, they got a taste of the Victory Cup and they like it. They're currently sitting in 3rd, top of the fleet.
Well, I was about to start talking about the pressure that would be on them after the first 2 races. 10th and 11th in the first 2 races. And they're backing that up potentially with a 1 and a 3 right now. So, oh, tight moment there. Slingsby just about keeps clear. Oh, and he's in the water. The Aussies are probably going to save it and hang on for that second. But yeah, delivering. Here come the Kiwis.
And as they make their way around the last turn, it will be the Emirates winning moment going the way of the hometown fans. Give it up for the Black Foils. The Kiwis win race 4.
That's going to look very, very pretty on the overall standings to pull out that Emirates winning moment at the very end of the day there, Burling. His hand goes up, Took's hand goes up, Liv Mackay, she'll be happy, but probably the happiest team of the day is going to be the Aussies, Tom.
What a report card for the Aussies. They go 5th, tough race in race number 1, then they get the win, then they back it up with a 2nd and another 2nd.
Strong day there. It's tight back in the pack here. Schneider and the Swiss, they get 3rd. Emirates Great Britain, well, that could be huge to salvage a 4th in that race there for Emirates Great Britain. Rockwool Denmark, consistent, very, very consistent, but they're going to need to start to sparkle a little bit more if they're going to hope to make Sunday's final.
Denmark and Canada go 5 and 6. And Italy, wow, they've had a strong race as well here at Auckland.
And it's tight on the line. Here come Italy. They're going in at double speed. I think the Italians might sneak the Spanish on the line. Oh, Ruggero Tita. Perfect judgment by Red Bull Italy there. Dives across the line. It was like Usain Bolt giving us a dip finish on the 100 meters there. Spun in front of Diego. And another point game for the Italians.
Germany, after having some mechanical issues and missing a race, they bounced back with a 9th, so good for them. And the USA will finish in 10th with Brazil, who missed that gate up there. Another dip by the Americans.
Oh, it's getting pretty loose out there. It's gusty, it's shifty. Big show for the fans. What a day's racing that was. Brazil, tough race, coming home in last place.
And we have reached the 4th and final race here on day number 1, season 5, event 11 of the DP World Spain Sail Grand Prix, Andalusia Cádiz, the Rolex SailGP Championship. Stevie Morrison, Hannah Diamond, Lisa Darman, and Todd Harris with you as we are now 1 minute away from the final race of the day. You got one more chance, Hannah Diamond, to get it right.
Yeah, and you can see the fleet are all lining up and they're going to have to be pushing, jostling for position. We know how hard it is to accelerate these boats in this sea state, so lining up is going to be really, really important.
We'll find out where the win is momentarily when we check in on the water with Lisa Darman. But Stevie, I hand it over to you. Where do you want to be and who's got it right?
Well, the Germans, it's a bit of a freestyle move, but it's Eric Hall that's had his starting pants on today. He's been in the top 3 at Mark 1 in most races. He's looking for a big wind-up up here. You can hear Biffle counting him down. They're going to try and get in right-hand side of our screen. There's good breeze, 15 kilometres an hour. Look at that. And it's tight in the middle of the pack. Switzerland and Great Britain are well positioned. The Bonds Flying Rouge again trying to lead the fleet back, and the Black Foils, well, no surprise to see this. Burling's lining one up in the middle of the line here. Black Foils are coming in hot. We're looking for the line to turn white. It's all going to be about an acceleration game through the middle here. How's your timing, Peter Burling? Oh, he's been a little bit late in the middle. The whole fleet neck and neck, but the Black Foil should be fast. Rockwool Denmark should be fast. And on the inside, Emirates Great Britain should be able to just cling on.
And it is a massive traffic jam as they approach mark number 1, but it looks like the Flying Danes will get the whole shot. Denmark out in front.
Oh, Todd, this racing is getting crazy. Look how tight it is at Mark 1. I think Emirates Great Britain are overlapped on the inside. Black Foils must give space. And the Bonds Flying Rouge, look, they're off the foils and out the back.
On and in tight, but on.
They're 6 wide, Todd. Spain have got a very difficult tactical choice to make here. They're going to get water, they're going to get room on the boundary to manoeuvre, but look how wide they're getting forced, sailing a lot of extra distance. And well, right now, Nikolai Sehested, he seems to have seriously gone and cracked the code on these T-foils. For a man that said he was struggling with the boat, at the moment they look unattainable.
Penalty Germany, not giving room, and the boundary go behind France.
So Germany's going to lose one position. They'll go behind France. Meanwhile, Nikolai Sehested and Rockwell Racing Denmark out in front. Emirates GBR again, Hannah, your former team, they have positioned themselves in such a good spot.
Yeah, they're in a really nice spot there. They don't sound too confident that they're going to make it into that left turn, so they'll either have to work the boat hard to get down or they'll have to choose to turn away.
You heard that Dylan says there's a lot of gas the other way, so he's saying a right turn and we'd have to sail back through a lot of disturbed air, so he's happy to follow here and you're happy to just stay and sit. If he can get out of this race with a second, he'll take it. Penalty on the Swiss for not keeping clear of the black foils when they needed to. Burling pushes the Swiss boats wide, double manoeuvre. Oh, Arno Sarafagis not happy, and that's because two manoeuvres in a row, you're going to get too slow. They're off the foil. Pressure now on the Swiss to rebuild and hope to get foiling. There's a bit of discontent on the boat there.
Well, as the rest of the fleet makes their way down to gate number 2, the DP World Gate, and all that disturbed wind, let's check in on the water with Lisa Darman. And Lisa, the final race of the day, where do you want to be?
I think where Emirates Great Britain are at the moment, they're definitely in the best wind, but it's getting a little bit more patchy out here, which means there's pockets of breeze, not necessarily one way directly to go, but as you've seen, it's all in the manoeuvres. Can they execute it or not? Overall breeze has increased a bit more than last race, but not expecting it to get much windier than this.
Okay, so what we have is what we're going to get, and right now Emirates GBR just fine with that, locked into second place. Rockwell Racing Denmark, they have the lead. Red Bull Italy out the back.
Oh, the Swiss have had a big infringement here. They've got to drop a long, long way back. They're struggling to get rid of that penalty at the moment. As the Germans, they didn't give boundary room, so they've got to drop back behind the French. Oh, it's really painful here on the Germans. See there, a bit of a meeting. Emirates Great Britain, they're not likely to give an inch. Both boats off the foils. The Kiwi boats are heading back offshore. Now, Lisa said it's more patchy, which means it's more unstable, but who's going to find it first? Well, it's Emirates Great Britain. Look at that, big build of speed. They're up and foiling now. New Zealand still showing at the moment as ahead of them, but I think it's a struggle. And down the road, well, Rockwell Denmark, it's a masterclass.
High mode here, Gibbs. H1 exit.
Yeah, the Danish just managed to carry on far enough out of that bottom mark that they were able to essentially sail round the fleet and avoid all of that dirty air.
It's the thing, when you're in the lead, Todd, you've got all the choices in the world. When you're in the pack, you're taking second pickings, you're having to sort of deal with the compromise that the rest of the fleet leave you with.
How about the Welsh goat up front doing the strategy as well as doing the grinding?
Yeah, two-time Olympic gold medalist, but not for doing a job like that. So she's trying to do the strategy, trying to wind that big wing sail in. It's an awful lot of multitasking for all the sailors on the boat, and then add to the fact that the breeze and the waves are seriously unpredictable out there today. New Zealand manoeuvre, left-hand side of our screen. If they can stay foiling, potentially they're going to be up to second here. Black foils need a good one, and where are we? Where are the bonds flying roos, Todd? They're on the left-hand side of our screen, and they're nearly foiling. This could be a good comeback by Slingsby. He shows us fifth at the moment. It's a massive moment in the season right now.
Yeah, it's even, so we just live turn here, aren't we?
Right away with the black foils, but it looks like Emirates Great Britain are confident they're going to go across the front. It's going to be a split here. Both boats trying to minimise doing any manoeuvre. There's so much risk in those manoeuvres.
How about the bonds flying roos and Tom Slingsby? Correct me if I'm wrong, Stevie and Hannah. They were in 11th place as they got to mark number 1.
Todd, you're not wrong. That's some comeback there. Slingsby's just fat. But sometimes, again, opportunity presents itself. You might not, in the other races, he didn't get the chance to make a good decision and sail through. So is that luck? Sort of. But it's also that ability to then get the boat going, get it ripping, and take full advantage. You look at the Oracle Cloud, and you can see, actually, breeze is quite steady out there, Hannah.
Yeah, it is, but I think that's not necessarily making it any easier because it means there's less kind of passing opportunities. You've got to find space rather than be able to find that wind where it is on the course.
Leg 4 of 6, the fourth and final race of the day here on day number 1 of the DP World Spain Sail Grand Prix. And right now it is Denmark looking to go 2 wins in 4 races as they won race number 2. Looking to back that up, Emirates GBR, they won race number 1. They'd love to get a win here and get 2 in a row.
Yeah, well, again, mid-season, the pressure I felt was really on this Danish team, but there's been a few changes in the background for Rockwool Denmark, and it's really showing some dividends right now, because it's potentially, first, but they were also second, weren't they? So it's like a 1-2-1 to end the day here, really. We're going to have a split between Emirates Great Britain and the Black Foils. Again, the Black Foils need every point they can get. Emirates GBR, it's been a good first day with the pressure on.
And Los Gallos trying to work their way back up the ladder. They pick up a penalty as they have a boundary infringement, so they will drop back on distance. That gives more room for the Black Foils to hold on to that third position. Meanwhile, Denmark out in front. They have got one more gate, and it's a left-hand turn for home. Black Foils firmly holding on to third.
Yeah, and they're going to have the right of way when they come back to meet the British here. So there's big opportunity for another place game by the Black Foils. Los Gallos had to lose 20 metres for going out of boundary, but they're in fourth. Australia somehow, Harry Houdini mode engaged for Tom Slingsby and the Bonds Flying Roos. What a comeback when he needs it. But why are we saying three-time champion in this SailGP? You know, he knows how to deliver when the pressure's on right now, and it's a big comeback. The main protagonists are all on our screen now. There's a lot of wounds for them to lick tonight, a lot of things to think about, but they might have all just about kept themselves in the hunt.
Tell you what, though, for my money, out of 4 races, you've got to look at the cream of the crop. The 2 best teams, no question about it, today have been Emirates GBR and the team that's about to cross the finish line, Rockwool Racing Denmark. For the second time today, the Danes take a victory in Spain.
Good job up the front. Hey, didn't even get angry this time.
Very kind of you,
That's
Tom.
a plus.
Yeah. Poor old Cayenna's having to pull that wing in and out all day. Emirates Great Britain, brilliant. You've got to think as well, for all these boats in the top 4, Great Britain, New Zealand, Bond Flying Roos, the Gallos, a lot of pressure on them really here and to deliver. And Emirates GBR have really delivered when it's mattered out there today. Great start for them, really strong position now. Black Foils on the comeback.
Any chance the Bonds Flying Roos can catch Los Gallos?
Yes, every chance if the Spanish make a mistake, but from what we've seen, it's not been bad to take that right turn where the Spanish have gone. So yes, the Aussies are going to have the right of way when the 2 boats meet, but the Spanish are fast at the moment. Still can't see the Australians. They're going to come from the left-hand side, bottom left-hand corner. There they are. Yeah, no, big lead for the Spanish here. It's going to take a big mistake in this manoeuvre by the Spanish for the Aussies to hope to overtake.
So it will be the Black Foils holding up for third, just behind of Emirates GBR, who claims second. And Los Gallos now, one more turn for them. They've got plenty of room as the Bonds Flying Roos will luckily have to settle for 5th. But tell you what, all things considered, that is a big win for Tom Slingsby's team.
Oh, it's huge, yeah. I mean, that's 6 places gained. It's very rare you see that many boats overtaken in a race. And we saw in the earlier races, he got stuck at the back there. Big comeback for Spain. They're in, they live to fight another day.
Mixed results for them, though, Stevie. I mean, 2 good races, 2 terrible races, so it's finding the consistency on Super Sunday.
Absolutely. They've kept themselves in the hunt. My report card would say not good enough, but they've scrapped hard, they've fought hard. They've got to go away and try and work out how to get to Mark 1 in a good position.
Yeah, and it's such an important time of the season, not only for results, but also building confidence going into their last event, so they'll be happy to finish the day on a high for sure.
Stand by job here, Chris.
Calm voices. Tom Slingsby, the Bonds Flying Roos cross the line, and that is a great comeback from near dead last to 5th. So they back up the last 2 races a day with a 1 and a 5, which is very strong. Meanwhile, out on the course, US SailGP have gotten very slow. They're in the circle. They've got North Star Canada off their right-hand side and Red Bull Italy, Ruggiero Tito coming on strong. Yeah,
Red Bull Italy are going to try and slingshot inside both of them here. They're up and foiling. They're going to be nearly twice the speed at the moment. But the Americans just get foiling. USA's foiling just in time. Now the Italians are in disturbed wind. They're going to be a little bit slower because of the United States team. It's going to be a drag race, but it looks like Canfield's got the boat in the air just in time.
The battle for 6th will go the way of US SailGP, Taylor Canfield and company. So the first race of the day, the Americans finish in 3rd. They finish the day in 6th. Italy will go 7th. Canada will go 8th.
That was brutal. Yeah, that was unbelievable.
It's that kind of day, wasn't it? It was a pretty brutal, pretty unbelievable day out there. And we see on our screen, we see the Swiss. Remember, they were leading at one. No, sorry, they were second at one point in this race. They tried to do 2 manoeuvres quickly together, fell off the foils. You heard Arno Sarafagis get really pretty irate about that. They were maybe forced into it. Maybe they needed to just be patient. Who knows? I guess that's for them to debrief. But that one mistake sent them from the front of the pack all the way to right near the back.
Speaking of mistakes, Germany had way too many after a great performance that they had across the first 3 races with a 4-4 and a 3. The German team, Germany Deutsche Bank, will drop back and finish dead last.
Slightly disappointed with the French today. I thought they were potentially going to have a good event here. And I think with the Germans, you know, Eric's Heil and the team, you know, they started phenomenally in the first 3 races. They didn't have a good start in that one. And they're just not at the stage in their development where they've got that ability to really move through the fleet. So if they get out in front, they're good enough to win nowadays.
So Germany will bring it home, and they will finish dead last in 12th. But after a good day, it's a tough way to go into Super Sunday.
Almost racing top here.
1 minute to the start of the finale here at the Rolex Switzerland Sail Grand Prix Geneva, part of the Rolex SailGP Championship, coming up in 50 seconds. So the Germans have put themselves into a good position. Here come the Swiss, come flying in, and late to the party will be the Bonds Flying Ruse, but Stevie, still plenty of time.
Here we go. So Germany have turned back quite early there, and I think the Australians are late in here. I like where the Swiss have manoeuvred. Swiss have manoeuvred well. What Slingsby got up his sleeve? He's going to need to cut the corner. Has he? Here he goes. Here comes the manoeuvre from Slingsby. Can the Swiss hook him? I think Slingsby's positioned perfectly. They lined themselves up for the start. Right, Germany, you need to wind it up. You need to get going fast here, Eric, because you're late. Rolex pole predictor sits on board Slingsby and the Bonds Flying Ruse. Middle of the line's the favoured place to be, but it's all about execution and timing from here. Australia's off the foils. Germany, Deutsche Bank are foiling fast. Go for the line now. It's go, go, go. No space at the top for the Swiss. Could be a protest at the top of the line there.
Umpires, early start penalty, Switzerland.
Oh, Switzerland tried to force him. That's opened the door for Germany. Deutsche Bank, Eric Heil will lead at Mark 1. Massive lead for the Germans.
And for those broadcasters that need to leave us, you can get all the results on the SailGP social channels, as well as full coverage of this finale between the Swiss, Germany Deutsche Bank, and the Bonds Flying Ruse, as it is all on here in Lake Geneva at the Rolex Switzerland Sail Grand Prix. Here we go. It is Germany Deutsche Bank out in front at mark number 1. They are the Rolex sprint leaders. Switzerland trying to get back into the fight, and it is the Bonds Flying Ruse who will walk away with the 10 valuable season points. We are about to find out, but Mother Nature has filled in nicely. So for those of you leaving us, check on the internet. You'll get all the final results for Stevie Morrison, Hannah Diamond, Lisa Darmanin. I'm Todd Harris. The racing continues on here in Geneva. Who is going to walk away with the big title?
H2? No.
All right, so a great start at Mark 1, Stevie, and now look at this. This is what we've come to
That's a mistake
imagine.
by the Germans, Todd. They've fallen off the foils. It's light at the bottom right-hand side of our screen. Bonds Flying Ruse. Does that boat stay in the air? No, it doesn't. Oh, it's so light down in front. That's a let-off there. Had the Bonds Flying Ruse been able to foil, they could have had a chance to get back through it here, and we can see they're sailing nearly perpendicular to the course there. They need to get going straight down towards the gate. They're paralleling their way across those lines. Here we go. Biffle calls it, turning for the manoeuvre in here. This race is going to keep going though, Hannah. It's so gusty and shifty out there.
Yeah, it's by no means over. When there's so much more space on the course, you don't have that congestion, which holds the middle of the fleet back. So it's definitely going to be about choosing the right mode. Do you invest in building speed and foiling, or do you sail around the course trying to sail the shortest distance?
Get it down, mate.
It looks like the Australians are going to try and sail a high course here, try and get to that 28 kilometers an hour and see if they can get on the foils, but the Swiss are coming past quick.
We are upwind here.
Yeah, it's tricky because the Swiss have got a penalty for sailing on the boundary, but the way the penalty works is it's relative to your VMG, so that's how fast you can make progress towards the next gate. And the trouble they've got is they're going so much faster than everyone else, they couldn't burn the penalty. But now the penalty's gone, and we can see the 2 boats right-hand side of the screen are foiling, so they're sailing a lot of extra distance, but Germany are stuck in the water. So it's, can Germany get back up on the foils? Look at the live speeds from the Oracle Cloud. 6 times as fast on the Australian boat as they are on the German boat. If the Australians can stay foiling, this distance will come down in the blink of an eye, but will the German team be able to get up and foiling again?
So the race is on to foil here in the finale. Will Australia be able to keep these speeds up? They're still on the foils right now, Stevie, and they are moving. Yeah. Switzerland's behind them, but it is Germany, Deutsche Bank that have the lead. They've already gone through gate 2, the DP World Gate, and they have the lead. But look at the speed difference.
Well, I said that we want to get foiling. I think you definitely want to get foiling if you can, but it's just a question, is there enough? Once you're foiling, Hannah, it's a lot easier to stay foiling than it is to get foiling. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And you've got to choose the right spot for it. If you're sailing into less pressure, you might invest in getting up onto the foils and then immediately fall off. Or if you've got a manoeuvre coming up, like the Germans are coming close to that left-hand boundary now.
I think we go early here, eh? Good pressure.
Good pressure wants to try and not follow. So Draper's saying there's more wind to the bottom right-hand corner of our screen. Australia set to manoeuvre first. Germany will match that manoeuvre, but it's going to come down. Australia should be able to execute a better manoeuvre here. They glide through the turn. They're off the foils.
Happy for everyone.
Now it's a game of re-acceleration. 28's the magic number.
28, wait for it, Tommy.
So 28's the magic number. They're there. They should start foiling. Germany are still slow. The Bond's flying roofs. Oh, they're silky smooth in this light breeze at the moment, doing a masterful job after a very difficult start. Sailing a lot of extra distance, but they're sailing it a lot faster. How's that breeze looking, Lisa?
They're starting to roll up now, buddy.
Patchy out here where Germany is right now. They're in a good gust, so I'm expecting them to pop on the foils, but it's really coming down to these manoeuvres out here. I do think that this rain has come in and made it more patchy. Right now, Germany might just hold on.
Right turn here.
And we are about to find out here. A big moment as they approach gate number 3. Remember, it's just a 4-leg race, so through gate number 3 and then off to the finish line. And we've got about a 66% chance of a first here at SailGP. Germany has never won an event. Switzerland has never won an event. The Bonds flying roofs, well, they've won plenty.
Here we go. They've just got one more good manoeuvre to do on board that German boat. Lisa was right. There was more wind on the German side of the course. They got foiling. They minimised the distance. Now they're heading downwind towards the finish. They're on to the final leg. They need one more good manoeuvre to make history in Season 5 of SailGP on that German boat. There will be a split though, Todd. Australia are going to roll the dice and take a left turn, but Germany, it's in their hands right now. Execute this manoeuvre, take the prize.
Yeah, they didn't quite land their last jibe, so they'll be trying to work out how they can choreograph themselves a bit better. Making sure they're manoeuvring in pressure is really important as well.
Here we go, watch this.
Angle. Yes, I will.
Oh, Stevie, I think they've got it.
Pretty perfect.
Stay straight for the build, Eric.
They sound calm on board. They're still focused on the right thing, but that finish line's going to come fast and they're foiling. There you go. Where's the mark? That's the most important thing to know. Straight ahead's a great thing to hear.
Straight for it. It's finished.
100 meters to go here, and it will be official, and it will be a first. Welcome to the winner's circle. The Emirates winning moment goes to the first-time winners at SailGP. Germany, take a bow.
Get in there! Get in there!
Only 3 athletes on board, Stevie, but that's all they needed.
Well, they'll be celebrating in Germany, though, won't they? We know what a big fan base SailGP's got over in Germany, and there'll be huge celebration. Eric, hi, a little bit of emotion there. Nice to see. What a result for the Germans. It's been coming. They've been knocking on the door since Sassnitz. Great result for the Australians. Yeah, a bit gutting for them, I'm sure. They just didn't get the start they needed.
Well, the one thing that might put a smile on the face of Tom Slingsby is that the Kiwis didn't make it into the final. So they're going to pick up some points in the overall on the black foils as the Aussies do make it into the final. So they will pick up the 9 points on the season. And a great run for Switzerland and Sebastian. They just did a great job, Stevie, across the weekend.
They did a fantastic job. I mean, they got a bit out of shape in that pre-start. They perhaps had a better shot at it than they then executed. So they'll be disappointed. They ended up forcing in front of the fans. But yeah, they're going to be happy with the top 3.
And if you're a Swiss fan of Swiss sailing, you came up for the weekend, how excited you are for this? They're in the final.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect showing from the Swiss team on the right weekend, that's for sure. And after the disappointment of reaching the final in Portsmouth and not being able to finish that race, they'll be super happy with that, I'm sure.
So the celebration can now begin as Germany, Deutsche Bank, they win event number 10, the Rolex Switzerland Sail Grand Prix Geneva. So a minute to go. Brazil late to come in on this one, but they had their best finish this weekend, a 5th on that last race after coming in with an 11th in race number 1.
Yeah, well, Great Britain at the back. New Zealand need a good start in this race. They're well positioned at the moment, the Kiwis, right in the middle of the pack there. Interesting strategy from Brazil. But yeah, the big protagonists, Great Britain, Australia and New Zealand, are out the back at the moment, going to be looking for a late charge here. Great Britain look like they're going to be late from here. The wind is very, very gusty. The different colours suggesting that. Rolex pole predictor sits with the French. But yes, can New Zealand get a start? They need a big race here. They've got the pole predictor sat on them, but it's going to be hard to find a gap through. Middle of the line favoured. It's all about timing now. Sehested on board. Denmark looks early. Australia looks well positioned at the bottom of the line. What can Burling do from here? They start to wind it up. They're going to bring it in towards the start line now, and it's all about clinical execution. Watch for it to turn white. It's go, but it's perfect again from Slingsby at the top of our screen, the downwind end of the line. He will be on the inside at Mark 1, and it's just whether they're fast enough to hold on to the fast-charging Germans coming over the top of them.
It's race 3 of 4 on day number 1 of the KPMG Australia Sail Grand Prix as they approach mark number 1. Who's going to grab the whole shot? Tom Slingsby on the inside, and it will be the Flying Ruse once again.
I tell you what, I think Slingsby's had the best start for about 7 races in a row nearly. They've just been absolutely on fire. That Rolex Sprint Leader jersey, well, it's sitting firmly on his shoulders at the moment, but Great Britain and Spain first to manoeuvre away, a little bit away from the boundary, but look how they've avoided the congestion, the melee of the pack there. They're going to have clear wind, big chance to overtake some places early in the race, as France, well, they're out the back at the moment, and New Zealand again stuck in the pack.
And that's the view from the front of the pack as Tom Slingsby in Australia is doing Australian things here on home waters. And I got to be honest with you, Stevie, for my money, so disappointed to see Pete Burling and the Kiwis back in 7th again.
Yeah, struggling on the starts. I mean, they have been really all season, but at the moment they're not fast enough to make the overtake. Left turn coming from Australia. Slingsby keeping it simple. I think the Germans will follow. So the interesting boat here will be Spain and Switzerland. Oh, the Danish. They've got to keep clear of the Swiss now. That's tight. Whoa, that was very, very tight. I think Sehested just about spun the boat through there. Full Viking mode for the Danish in the middle of the pack there. Right turn for Spain. Can they find more wind? Look how gusty it is. That's just a racetrack full of opportunity right there, Todd. Opportunity to overtake as New Zealand, they're a little bit faster at the DP World Gate here. They're going to swing around the outside of Mubadala, Brazil. Now Kiwis have got to find some magic to get themselves back into this event here in Sydney.
Brazilians with the right of way as Canada, North Star Canada, Giles Scott, they have to keep them distance. The Italians come through, and France, surprised to see France, who's had a good race so far. They finished with a 4th and a 3rd. They sit dead last in 11th.
I think this will be a real sign of how that French team is. The top teams normally overtake. Look at that cloud in the background over the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Good manoeuvre by New Zealand.
On board with the Kiwis.
Yeah, that's Liv Mackay. Went into the middle of the boat there to be able to look. The vision on these boats not easy, but you've got 6 of you on board. You've got 6 sets of eyes, so use them well to avoid any incidents. New Zealand did a great job there. Liv Mackay calling them round behind. But look at Australia. Again, bottom of our screen on this offshore side. Is there any real change in the conditions down on the water, Lisa, or is it still a fairly open race course?
I mean, obviously that left-hand side, that side away from Shark Island does have the most breeze, but from my eyes, what is the difference between the bottom end speed and the top end speed? Wind speed is so much different now. So if you find a better gust or a better shift, the advantages is just so much more. It's really tough out here.
Lisa, let's talk about your forecasting, because on that last shot we saw the dark clouds over the downtown skyline of Sydney. What are you hearing? Because we still have one more race to go after this one.
Yeah, well, what that cloud is doing, it's really sucking the breeze in, so it's building throughout the afternoon. The cloud is tracking to the north, so I don't think it's going to come too much over the racetrack and shut down the wind. So I think we're going to have plenty of breeze for the final race of today.
All right, good to know as we take a look at the Rolex chasing time, and it's Germany and Australia locked in a good one right here. 6 seconds and holding steady.
Yeah, it is, but Germany are going to have to manoeuvre as well, so they're going to be following in behind Australia. And if anyone follows you round a mark, if you've got to go the same way, well, that limits the opportunity to overtake. So really the interesting boat will be the Swiss here. They'll probably turn right. They'll be the only ones really threatening Australia, other than Australia. Oh, no, Switzerland decide to dive inside. Great manoeuvre by the Swiss. Oh, aggressive on the Germans, but probably if you're sat in Tom Slingsby's position, you're a bit more relaxed now, because the first 5 boats are all going to take the same mark as you, and if you follow the boat in front of you, there's very little chance of overtaking, because you've got turbulent, disturbed wind that's slowing you down, and well, you're less likely to find the opportunity. So Slingsby right now, if you can be relaxed on an F50, Tom Slingsby will be relaxed.
Is this the race where Tom Slingsby gives the hometown fans what they're looking for, an Aussie win? This will be race number 3 with one more still to go. The Kiwis have moved up to 6th place so far, and France still mired back in 7th, Stevie, it's Australia, Switzerland, and Germany 1, 2, and 3.
Steezy, that's the first time I've been known as cool for quite a long time, Todd. I'll take that one. But yeah, look at that. I think the New Zealand boat are moving up, but they're still in 6th. Not good enough for New Zealand. Emirates, Great Britain and Spain, well, they've had a sort of up and downy day. Both had some good races and some average races. I think, can the British make an overtake? But the Swiss, got to put them down as one of the top performers after a great first race. They're chasing the Australians.
We'll see how we go. Okay, adding some rudders. They're turning up here in 2, 1, coming up.
Tom Slingsby, the driver, making the call there. They make the turn at gate number 4. 2nd place belongs to Switzerland, winners of race number 1, and Germany coming in hot. Germany, Deutsche Bank, and they're going to follow the Aussies as well.
Did a nice job. The Australians did a great round up there. We'll see how well do the Swiss, how smooth do they sail the boat. Pretty good. I think what's interesting from here to the event in Auckland was at this turn, where they turn from downwind to upwind at the bottom DP World Gate, a lot of the flight controllers were struggling to judge that change of speed and the amount of lift on the foils, and we saw boats spinning out. Okay, the conditions are a little bit easier, but I think people will have gone and dived into the Oracle Cloud. They will have taken some lessons from that last event, our first event on the T-foils, and the general standard of the boat handling and the manoeuvring is definitely improved.
Leave the cant. Looks light up there.
Yeah, it's busy back in the pack. One place overtaken for the French, and they're chasing Mubadala Brazil now, but out in front, the Swiss and the Spanish. Well, the Swiss really, really need a good performance at this event, and at the moment they are delivering.
See, the voice is getting a little more elevated, a little more out of breath, as this is the 3rd of 4 races scheduled for today. 3 more tomorrow, Stevie. Everyone's trying to get to that grand final. Every point counts. So if you're in 7th, 8th, 9th, you want to try to bump yourself up to a 5, 6, or a 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the mover here is Emirates Great Britain. They're heading towards the bottom of our screen, which is that offshore away from Shark Island. That's where the gains have been happening. They forced Germany to manoeuvre away. Eric Heil here takes a moment to have a look, see what the situation looks like. I think that was quite wise. He's going to judge Spain. He's got to keep clear. Spain have the right of way.
Coming up. And my rig. Oh, you say.
Wow, that was tight, wasn't it, Todd? It's happening so fast. James Wybowski, Australian, down there, flying the boat from the wrong side of the boat. He needed to stay down there because of that tight cross. Switzerland hold on to 2nd, but the Great Britain team are on the move right now.
Left here. My young, you stay on this side.
I think what's interesting, we heard the Swiss team saying good righty, and they were heading to the right. They should have been heading towards the left. Now they said good lefty, and they're heading to the left, and they should be heading towards the right. So a little bit out of phase with the wind on board the Swiss boat, but I think they might have found good pressure. So maybe sailing more distance at the moment, but if they've got good wind, they'll be doing that distance faster.
Stevie, look at the surface of the track right now. There's all kinds of ripples across there, all kinds of pressure or dark patches.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, obviously, you know, a lot of sailing, there's like, how do you see the wind? And of course, you know, it's not black magic. What we see is the effect of the wind on the water, and that's just beautifully illustrated by this shot here. Those darker patches, that's more wind. The glass here, lighter patches, that's less wind. So it's not black magic that Tom Slingsby's out there in front. He's not seeing something that's completely invisible. He's just using the cues he can on on the water to find out, and right now it's a masterclass from the Australians.
And I always thought you did work in black magic. But here we go on leg 6 of 7. It's down about halfway down the course. It's a left-hand turn, and then they will see the Emirates winning moment finish line. And right now, look at this.
Spain
very
off the
tight.
foils, Todd.
Spain has dropped off, and Germany's going to make the pass. They will go into 4th.
Oh, big mistake by Botín and co. And the Brazilians are there right in the middle of it. Germany had to keep clear. That's slowing the Spanish black foils. Chance to get a 4th. Could this save the Kiwis regatta? The mistakes for the boat in front. Right of way, New Zealand. Germany must keep clear. Oh, the Germans needed to have seen that coming earlier. That's Eric Heil needed to manoeuvre.
But the win in race number 3 goes to the hometown team. The Australians take the win in front of their fans.
Oh, and the New Zealanders have messed it up after the manoeuvre there.
Penalty, Brazil relative Italy, windward boat not keeping clear.
Look at the New Zealand boat. They can't get it foiling. They've hobby-horsed out of the water twice in a row. I don't know what is happening on that New Zealand boat right now, but they're not going to make Mark 6. This could be Denmark coming all the way up to 4th.
So 1, 2, and 3 we know for sure is Australia, Switzerland, and Great Britain. They take the top 3 positions, and then the rest of the fleet coming through. And this is an absolute mess here in race number 3 at the final mark.
Oh, it is Rockwool Denmark full Viking mode.
Sorry, Nico. I'm steering the whole time, my wheel.
How about this? Talk about a Houdini move. It's Rockwool Denmark, who were mired back in 8th. They're going to finish in 4th.
It's not Houdini, it's just mistakes from everyone, Todd. New Zealand, I don't know what's happened there. They couldn't get the boat foiling after the manoeuvre. Rockwool Denmark up to 4th. Unbelievable. Canada could get a 5th, and New Zealand, from nearly saving the regatta, might well have lost the regatta on this downwind leg.
France got themselves out of a hole. They were back in 11th. Now they are in 8th, and it will be Italy coming in 9th. And you see New Zealand still trying to get around that mark. Brazil's going to pass them as well. So just like that, that's how it is in SailGP. It is harsh. You make a mistake. This time, Stevie, it's going to cost them 7 positions.
Oh, it's huge. And you could just see a little bit of the fairings come off. I mean, they had some big leaps out of the water. Now, I don't know if something wasn't responding quite right on the flight control system, or they were just misjudging how much lift to come in with the pressure of it. But something went wrong from a flight control perspective, because the boat just kept leaping out of the water.
Martin Grail and Mubadala Brazil, they come in. They will finish 10th. 11th will go to the Kiwis. We don't know what's going on that boat, Stevie, whether they had some problems. Mechanical issues, obviously the boats are all prepared equally, but you can have some issues that come up. It's no one's real fault, but the Kiwis, oh my goodness, Stevie, they were battling for a 4th, and they end up with an 11th.
Yeah, and I mean, well, for me, they're going to need to pretty much win the next 4 races to hope to get to the final, I think, from here. I mean, very, very tough regatta for them. It could be Daman's limitation already after just 3 races.
Race number 3 is set to go. So 11 teams now in the start box here in the port of Los Angeles. Denmark, Rockwool Denmark, unable to go as they had a collision with a marker, so they are out. What was 12 is now 11. We're now 21 seconds away, Stevie, from the start of race 3.
Yeah, and they have switched up the strategy. Left-hand side of screen, United States. They're in the position that's paid so far, but I think they might be a little far back. We're waiting for this line to turn white. New Zealand are having to fight hard in the middle of the line. They're a bit close. Brazil and Canada look well positioned. We're watching for the line to turn white. It's going to be early on New Zealand, I think. New Zealand are early. They're over early, so are Switzerland.
Early start penalty, Switzerland and New Zealand.
Oh, they've got to go to the back of the pack, and I think it's going to be Canada on the inside here. Right-hand side of our screen. Canada and France are going to be the ones drag racing into Mark 1. United States have come in, but it's going to be a little bit too late. I think they're going on the outside of the bend as we get to Mark 1. Canada are going to make it happen.
And at mark number 1, they are 3 wide as it's Canada on the inside, France in the middle, and the USA on the outside as they make the turn.
We got the top right-hand corner of the screen. That's gate 2. That's where they're all heading. There's going to be one more manoeuvre to get there. United States will be able to manoeuvre when they get to the boundary.
This is the umpires. Switzerland, early start penalty not complete. Go behind all boats in the fleet. All boats in the fleet.
didn't get far enough back. Well, that's, you know, not really a major problem for them. They're already struggling. So for New Zealand, for Spain, how can they work back through the free? But Canada have manoeuvred well on the boundary. France are ahead in theory, but they're going to start to feel the pain from the disturbed air onto them. And the United States, well, here we go. Taylor Canfield, this is your chance. He's going to be well set for a right turn, I'd say.
And a good shot there as you go on board the Americans.
This is the umpires. Penalty Spain, relative New Zealand.
Chief umpire Craig Mitchell doling out the penalties early.
He's dishing them out of the back of the pack. The real fight's taking place to the right-hand side of our screen as Canada do lead. France does a nice surrounding. Anyone that's seen any road racing, wide-in, close out's the key here. United States are going around the outside, and in the middle of the screen, Brazil and Italy, they're having a bit of a battle. I like Marcini's tactics here with the right turn. She's going to lead out of this right turn. She will have space in the middle of the pack, and that is not easy to find, but how well can she use it? Got to keep that Brazilian boat flat out all the way now.
And Hannah, we're going to find out just how good the Kiwis are right now because they sit currently in 9th place, the winners of the first 2 races, and we'll see Peter Burling go to work, see if he can work up through the fleet.
Yeah, that's right. And sometimes it's not all about winning these early races. It's about crawling back as much as you can if you have a bad start in some of the others. If they can get to top 5, that's going to be a great result for them here.
Good point.
Nice by Brazil. Little manoeuvre on the boundary there. They show a second and the wind's rotated a bit left. It looks like they're progressing up the ladder lines quite nicely. Towards the right-hand side here, we can see the USA. They're up on foiling now, but they did get slow for a while as Brazil and France. Brazil need to keep clear. They do just keep clear, but they're in the pack. United States have found themselves back in the pack a little bit as well. It's really, really tricky if you don't get first dibs at the bottom gate.
And there are the Americans as we get a good look at the T-foil cam brought to you by T-Mobile for Business. As the Americans are trying to fight their way up, to Hannah's point, trying to scrap as many points as they can. Obviously, a 6th is better than a 7th. A 5th is much better than a 6th, Stevie. You want to be in the top 3 after the 7 fleet races between the 2 days, and then you get yourself into the final, and then all those scores go away, and it's a 1 race for the title.
Yeah, they're adding points. And Lisa, it looks like that wind's rotated left again, maybe here. It seems like the course is getting tricky again.
141, all good.
It's been tricky. It's pretty much the same. It's gusty, it's shifty, it's challenging. But I mean, the Canadians, they've had a great day so far. They've always been up there and they've had, you know, given it away or given distance away. So I'm really impressed with how they're sailing the boat out here today. And yeah, they're really in tune with what this weather is doing.
He's coming.
So New Zealand continuing to move up. They currently sit in 9th, the winners of the first 2 races. But Stevie, right now the consistency award's got to go to North Star Canada and Giles Scott.
Yeah, it does. And you can see right now they're just in that dark patch of water. They're in what you call a lane of breeze. So there was just one patch streaking across the course. And Canada, we see them right now. So, oh, they've got to keep clear of Brazil. They do just keep clear. Marcini Grail's found a beautiful route on this upwind leg at the moment. It's going to be really tight in here. Liebert Millen calls for a fat ley line. He wants to give space coming into gate number 3. It's going to be very tight. They won't have the right of way. They're going to look for a right turn. Canada and France, left-hand side of our screen, they've got the right of way. Brazil have got to keep clear.
Looks like Canada's going to have to do another maneuver.
Yeah, might have to do another 2 here potentially, Todd, because they've got to watch out for the French. They've got to get into this zone, then they can manoeuvre and they'll be allowed to turn left. France have got to give them room to turn left. Oh, France swing around aggressive from De La Pierre. Wow, that was tight. Tight, 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 but the French make it happen. It was worth it for Quentin De La Pierre there as the right turn for Marcini Grail, and Brazil could be well set here halfway through the race, and this is a big lead for Brazil at this point.
Mubadala Brazil goes into the lead. It is France that moves into second by some Kylian Mbappe fancy footwork as they get it done. They sit second, Australia 3rd, and Canada goes from 1st to 4th. And how about the Americans? They are now up to 5th place.
Yeah, nice job at the top. As soon as you get slow in the pack, you lose a lot of distance quickly. So it's how do I find a space on the race course to keep going really fast? And that's big on the strategist, isn't it, Hannah?
Yeah, it is. And I think you've got to be sailing the boat well as well. If you can sail the boat fast, then the strategy is easy from there. But it seems like the wind's just dropped a little bit. We're seeing more like 20 kilometers an hour at the moment, which makes it so much more critical to land some of the maneuvers.
It is Mubadala Brazil that is out in front. And they lead for the first time here at the Rolex Los Angeles Sail Grand Prix. Hopefully we can go on board and listen in Martini Grail and company.
Nice smooth manoeuvre that one, Todd. This would be their first ever race win in SailGP. So hold your breath a little bit on board Mubadala Brazil, but we've still got 2 legs to go. We're on leg 4 of 6 here in the race. Crucial rounding at this bottom gate.
Yeah, just fast. Point at the mark. Don't go down at all, it'll be too slow.
Macmillan just wants the wing trimmer on board the Brazilian boat, just wants her to keep the speed in there, wants Mubadala Brazil to stay fast. Well, you got France going to split right turn, Australia on your heels, big upwind leg here, and it doesn't look like a lot of wind towards the top of our screen. I like the wind where France is heading right now.
Right gate bias, and you've got 1 and in at the moment. So they're equal. Left turn is preferable for the final upwind.
There you go. Well, that's the coach of the Canadian boat talking for the booth. He's looking at the tactical apps. He's called left turn. Well, Canada's gone left turn, but is there much wind on that side where Brazil are heading? We'll find out in about 30 seconds when France and Brazil meet up again. I love the breeze where France is at the moment. Lisa, have you got a favoured side of the course right now?
I think where Mubadala Brazil tack, they're actually still in a good amount of pressure, but if they came any further to where Australia is, they're a little bit more high risk, so it's going to be neck and neck, but they look okay right now from my eyes.
Coming up. Good speed now, coming up.
They've got the right of way, Todd. When the 2 boats meet, they have got the right of way, but to me, oh, it's really tight. France, left-hand side of the screen, Brazil, middle of our screen. This cross could be crucial, and don't forget about the ruse. Tom Slingsby's not going away anywhere fast.
There we are, fast. Right now. Good angle there.
Just ahead, gain to France.
Keep nudging it up.
Oh man,
Oh, here we go, another crossing.
Oh, ne passe pas, that was so tight. They didn't see him till too late. Manon had to shout really loud. Costly for the French. They've avoided the collision. They're still in the race, but that was a big moment. They needed to see them earlier.
And now it's Australia that has moved into 2nd place. Brazil still number 1, France in 3rd.
Crucial here, can Brazil get across in front? Australia's got the right of way, it's just ahead. Now it's all about, will Brazil make this final gate with no more manoeuvres? They've got a little wider on Australia. Australia will be quicker. France will be coming back with the right of way. They will be on the inside of the turn. But if Brazil can line up this right turn, I think they'll be far enough ahead to bring it home.
So here we go. This is leg 5 of 6, race number 3, and Brazil looking to make history with Martini Grail at the wheel. Can she bring it home for Mubadala Brazil?
Turn me up.
There we go, crucial here. Brazil need to make that right-hand turn mark. They look like they're lined up for the moment. They are clear of France. They do lead them. However, look, 15 kilometres an hour faster on board Australia. It's going to go all the way to the finish. Tom Slingsby's on a charge. They're so slow on board Brazil at the moment, Todd.
They are foiling, but here come the ruse off their left-hand side. Tom Slingsby's not going to make it easy for Martini Grail as she spins the boat. Does she leave an opening for
Slingsby?
Yes,
will go inside. Slingsby will go inside here, Todd. He's thread the needle. It's a sprint to the finish.
And it looked like Mubadala Brazil was going to get a history-making win, but the Emirates winning moment goes the way of our old nemesis, the 3-time champions. Tom Slingsby ruins the day for the Brazilians.
Oh, Slingsby with the slingshot at the finish. What a move. What a race by Martini Grail and that Mubadala Brazil team. Contant de la Pierre, well, he nearly wrote 2 F50s off in the blink of an eye halfway up that leg, but they did a great job to avoid a collision. And perhaps crucially here, United States and Canada, there's going to be tight round the top here. United States are going to get round for
They've got the speed.
Brilliant race for the US team here. They come round the outside. Pretty happy on board that US boat, and look, back of the pack, New Zealand. Well, if you don't get the first mark first, it's not as easy out there, is it?
It really shows how you've got to work out your approach to the finish. It's fine if you get around that mark first, but if you're coming in with more speed, they've got time to get round.
Yeah, look at it, so tight for Spain and Great Britain. Spain have got the right of way. They've got to keep clear on board Emirates Great Britain, but they're so slow. Both boats are slow. Where's the opportunity for the Swiss? The Swiss are going to dive inside, but they've fallen off the foils here. They're all slow. Oh,
and it looks like Emirates GBR is going to creep across just in the nick of time. Everyone, both holes. And here come the Kiwis.
Kiwis are coming round hot. Oh, Burling. What a move. Oh, Burling's got round the top of them. What a comeback to 8.
That's the umpires back to penalty New Zealand.
Oh, and it goes for naught.
Oh, he's going to drop back there. Oh, the Kiwis are going to drop back, certainly behind Great Britain, potentially all the way back behind the Swiss. That's going to go to the umpires. We'll find out exactly how much they lose there.
And it's going to be Emirates GBR, Spain, and Switzerland that will creep across the line as we wait to find out where Chief Umpire Craig Mitchell is going to put Peter Berlin. Drive it like he stole it, Stevie. He got a 3-for-1 there as he took those 3 boats on the outside and just came to the inside. Said it was just a little too close, not liking that. We've already got the 3 teams that will compete in the event final near the start box. We are less than, oh gosh, coming up on 90 seconds to go until this shortened race, Stevie, and we're hearing it's going to be a shorter race than we've seen in the fleet races.
Yeah, just one race, one lap of this race, so, you know, that starts is going to be absolutely crucial. But Dylan did mention it is puffy and gusty out there, so there's the opportunity to find more wind and make those overtakes. And, of course, Hannah Mills' strategist, she's got some work to do there if she wants to make that happen. But I think really it's going to be all about Dylan's timing at the start, and then can Hannah find some space on the racetrack?
Nice. Going past at 102.
Okay, Kiwis in late.
There's the lineup for the Blackfoils. Peter Berlin, Leo Takahashi, of course, Blair Tuke on there, Lip Mackay, Louis Sinclair, and Marcus Hansen, the big grinders up front.
They're going to have to be working hard into this pre-start. There's a lot more space on the course, so a lot more opportunity to make sure that boat's going at top speed all the time.
First timers in the final. How about this lineup, Stevie?
It's a big lineup, and they've got a very, very strong grinding setup there. Matt Gottrell, Stu Dodson, absolute powerhouses. So that's going to be good news for Arno Sarafagis on the wing there. Going to be able to get that Swiss boat going fast. And right now, Rolex Pole Predictor sits on the Swiss. We heard that the Kiwis were late, but they're going to dive inside. We're hearing that it will be 2 laps the race course now. So there is going to be plenty to play here. Emirates Great Britain are early back. They're going to struggle. They've got good control, but they're going to struggle to be fast at the gun. I quite like where the Kiwis are at the moment if they're not going to be late. On United, the Great Britain team here turn the boat towards the line. Swiss are coming in fast. New Zealand are going to be slow. It's all about timing now. How's your timing, Seb Schneider at the bottom of the line? Line goes white, and he's absolutely nailed that on board the Swiss boat. The Kiwis were late, and the British team are going to struggle to get over the top from here. Got to keep clear of the Swiss team, but they are not overlapped. Will Fletcher be brave and spin the boat down in front of the Swiss?
And at mark number 1 in the event final, Dylan Fletcher plays it smart, gives room to the Swiss and Seb Schneider. Peter Berlin's not out of this just yet, but this is a shortened race, so we'll see how that all plays out. But it is the Swiss that have the controlling position right now as they line themselves up to gate 2.
Well, they've come up with a great move on board the Swiss boat. Berling first to move away here from the fleet. He's going to have to go right, but he's got space. Switzerland and Emirates Great Britain are slow, and all the boats are talking about wanting a right turn. I reckon the Swiss and the British could get real slow here before the mark. Could be an opportunity for the Kiwis to come in fast around the outside.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like the Swiss, are they working down to a drive to take that right turn?
They are, but they're making a meal of it. They've gone way wide. The Blackfoils are going to be right back in this here. They were very slow for that manoeuvre on Switzerland there. Great Britain split the course, and now, where do you see more wind on this race course, Lisa? We've got a split, and the Blackfoils are back in it.
I actually do like where Emirates Great Britain are going. I think the day has changed from before, and you know, it is really tricky out here. Each little patch of the race course is quite different, so I think it's more about sailing the wind that you're in at that moment. It's going to be hard to cover.
Yeah, and it's going to be about finding the space on the course on the lift attacks, the tack taking you closest to the mark. The Blackfoils seem to have made good advantage of that poor rounding by the Swiss to get inside and lead that tack back across the middle of the course where they'll meet Emirates GBR.
This one's crucial, this cross here, Todd. We heard Hannah Mills say big lefty. That should favour the New Zealand team. That should mean New Zealand and Switzerland are sailing more straight up the course, and at the moment you can see Emirates Great Britain sailing nearly parallel to our ladder lines, and that's why that lead is hemorrhaging right now. Wind has shifted in the favour of the Blackfoils. Swiss are still in it. Fletcher's going to have to find some magic if he's going to get himself back in this race. The wind speed across the course, well, there's more wind on board New Zealand and Switzerland as well. So not only are they sailing less distance, they're also doing it at higher boat speed.
7 legs in all on this event final, and you can count out the Blackfoils at your own peril. Just when you think Pistol Pete might be out of it, Stevie, he comes up with this, rolls the dice, and absolutely nails it. So now you've got the Blackfoils out in front. Switzerland's dropped back to second, and Emirates GBR goes from first to third.
sort of become the hunter now. It's so shifty, that could not be the worst thing in the world for the British, but that might be me being an optimist, as the Blackfoils haven't made many mistakes today. And look at the speed on the Blackfoils. They're nearly 5 kilometres an hour quicker on board that boat. They're going to set up for a manoeuvre. They will have the right of way, and if they lead out of this next gate, then it's going to take... Oh, they've made a mistake there. They nearly lost the rudders, or they got very wobbly through there. Not a great manoeuvre. That's opened the door for the Swiss to turn inside. Can the Swiss hang on?
They're going to have a tough time working up to that left turn, but if there's any right-hand rotation in that wind, then they might be able to make it.
Yeah, they're going to go right turn here at the top here, the British, but so are the Kiwis. That's been the favoured move all day. We got another split, Lisa. We're going to ask you to make the call again. Which way do you like out of this top markers? New Zealand lead at gate 3.
Well, I do like where New Zealand's going right now, but I think long-term, Switzerland's going to be in a stronger position.
And remember, the Swiss looking for their very first win in an event final. They get to the event final, they check that box, now they're looking for the big prize. Will they walk away with the big trophy at the end of the day? Right now they've got to contend with Peter Burling and Emirates GBR and Dylan Fletcher. This race is far from over, like 4 of 7.
Yeah, good manoeuvre there. We see as Emirates Great Britain, well, they are back in it. Hannah Mills is right. They're very much in the race. It looks like a lead change at the moment, but it's only a paper lead change. We'll see when they come back together. I like the wind shift that the New Zealand crew have. They're sailing nearly straight down the course, making great progress towards the next gate. I think the Blackfoils have boosted out here.
Keep working the deep motor.
And they will have right of way when they come back together, but it's whether they can make it down to that bottom gate without any more manoeuvres.
It's pretty good for it at the moment, doesn't it, Hannah? I like where they're getting, and Burling's calling for the deep mode, so he's saying, let's not go as fast. Let's try and just make sure we make it to this right turn at the bottom. That was where they made the big gain with the right turn. They also made the big gain by having a bit of space. There was a fight between Switzerland and Emirates Great Britain that brought them back into the race. What's going to happen at the bottom here? Does Swiss try and cement second, or do they roll the dice and hope to take a win by splitting away from the Kiwis? It looks like Snyder's hunting the win.
It feels like a risk though, doesn't it? That mark looks like they've sailed a lot of extra distance, and we saw how much Emirates GBR lost from going this way last time.
Yeah, they did. It'll be interesting to hear what wind shift we get here.
That's a good angle, righty, not
It's like righty on the shift, so the Swiss need to really look to take a manoeuvre fairly soon to be progressing up the ladder line a bit more here. It's a battle between Emirates Great Britain and New Zealand on that side of the course. It's going to be hard for Emirates New Zealand to overtake going the same way, but never rule out Dylan Fletcher and crew. They've been going so fast all weekend.
This is very close. Remember, this is like 5 of 7, so it's to the top of the course. They'll come back down, then it'll be a left-hand turn right in front of the Adrenaline Lounge and the packed crowd that have turned out to see this event final here at the Emirates Great Britain Sail Grand Prix in Portsmouth.
Gain to New Zealand. Gain to New Zealand over Switzerland there, and a big one. And Emirates Great Britain are pretty much on their line, so I'd anticipate, as we can see, slightly slower speed on board New Zealand, but they're just trying to claw their way up to the line of Emirates Great Britain, put themselves directly in front of the British and disturb the wind on Emirates Great Britain.
There you see the Rolex chasing time. It is Emirates GBR trying to track down the Blackfoils and Pete Burling. The Kiwis have an 8-second lead right now, but we've seen that evaporate so quickly on these courses. This is going to come down to just a few maneuvers, Hannah Diamond. Can you stick it when you most need it?
Yeah, and you can just see from the body language on the board, the Blackfoils, they're so calm all the time, especially when they're in front. I think they're going to be hard to catch.
Effectively, if the Kiwis make no manoeuvring mistakes right now, easier said than done, then it's their race. They've got it in the bag. But of course, mistakes can happen quite easily out here on the course, and they've got an interesting decision to make. It looks to me like the Kiwis is setting up for a right turn at the top again here, so an extra manoeuvre coming potentially, and they've got to be careful of the British. British have right of way. Burling needs to stick this. Here we go, big moment. Comfy ahead for me there, clear cross. That was well judged, but my lord, that was brave. Swiss are off the foils, Todd. They've got a problem. So this is a straight one-on-one match race here, but massive gain on the right turn. A lot less distance sailed for the Blackfoils here. We're hearing the Swiss are out, so it's a straight fight. Can Emirates Great Britain give the home fans something to cheer?
Problems on board the Swiss boat, so they are done. They will finish in 3rd overall, but the battle is on now. Who will take home the top prize here in Portsmouth? It is the Kiwis on the left side of your screen, Emirates GBR on the right. There are the numbers.
Yeah, there's more wind on board the New Zealand boat, and that's pretty good news for the Blackfoils, eh, Hannah?
It is, but you can see that trail in the water they've just left. They've just had a big nosedive, managed to recover it okay, but I think there's probably they're going to be hard to catch, but it's definitely not over till it's over.
So it's going to come down to the final maneuver when they get to the bottom of the course. It'll be a left-hand turn and then a short sprint to the finish line. For Emirates GBR, this would be their first win since Sydney, going back to event number 3. But for the Kiwis, this would be their first win since the first event of season 5. That was in Dubai way back when.
Yeah, this is 2 of the Titans, isn't it? So we don't really expect many mistakes here. It still is a bumpy country road that they've got to get it home on, but this is the last manoeuvre. Blackfoils stick this, and it's in the bag.
Boom! And just like that, Pete Burling shows the rest of the fleet who's in charge. This will certainly shake up the overall standings after 7 events. But the winners of the Emirates Great Britain Sail Grand Prix in Portsmouth, it will be the Kiwis, the Blackfoils. It is your Emirates winning moment.
Boom, indeed, Todd. That was clinical, and they looked like they'd made a bit of a mistake at the start as the fireworks go off in the background. It's all happening on Portsmouth seafront there. What a shot that is. Great result for Emirates Great Britain. But yeah, amazing race, just clinical from the Blackfoils.
So the Kiwis get it done and they spoil the party for Emirates GBR. You go back to when this race was contested, Stevie, back in, I think it was Plymouth in season 3. And again, it was the Kiwis that won that event. So they obviously know these waters or this southern part of the UK. I know it's a big stretch of land, but wow, they seem to do well here. And we are about set to go with race number 1, scheduled for 4 races today here in San Francisco. And there you see the 11 international teams making their way to the start box. All right, Hannah, you had a chance to look over this course. Where do you think the favor side's going to be coming off of Lisa Darman's weather report?
Well, we're going to have some stronger tide in the deeper water, so to the right-hand side of our screen, so they might get a little bit shelter away from that. It's not such a deciding influence in these fast boats, but it'll definitely play an influence in the start tactics.
Getting close, stand by.
So we come off from a minute to go. There you see the Golden Gate Bridge, the Marin Headlands in the distance as the teams now opt to get into position. And now we are 1 minute away from the start of race 1. 4 races today here in San Francisco.
Oh, it's so interesting to see who chooses to come into the start box early, who late. USA, that's a real feature of Taylor Canfield. Middle of our screen, he loves to lead back and try and control the start. The current is running from the Golden Gate Bridge down the start line. So for me, I think you're going to want to be up towards the higher end of the start line. We can see the pole predictor optimum place to start, the blue triangle on the red line to the left-hand side. Australia are out the back, already foiling with 33 seconds to go. New Zealand, they're opting to be further up the line. Canada, they're the Rolex pole predictor at the moment. That's Star on the top of their wing, suggesting the favourite place to start, but can they execute? It's going to be a big gap at the bottom for Australia to accelerate into. All the boats look a little bit early for me, and I don't see a gap at the top of the line for New Zealand and Brazil. Australia and France are going to be fast coming in here. Switzerland trying to thread the needle, 9 seconds to go. We're watching for the red line to turn white to get things racing here. It's a big pile up at the top of the line. Australia in the middle, here they come. Perfect by the French. Delapière's going to be gone at Mark 1 with that start. Absolute magic from the French.
As they approach mark number 1, race number 1 here at the Oracle San Francisco Sail Grand Prix, Quentin Delapière and the French, they are way clear of everyone else. The sea just parted for them, and the French took it.
All the boats got so dragged up the start line there, Todd, didn't they? And just a big gap. Slingsby a bit slow to pull the trigger. I think he could have gone a bit early, but it's still good news for the Australians as we see the fleet pile around Mark 1, and it's already damage limitation for New Zealand, for Great Britain, and for the US.
So the Kiwis in the back of the pack, and watch Peter Burling work his magic. I put donuts to dollars, Stevie. He does not end up in 11th place when this thing's all said and done.
Well, great place for donuts, San Francisco, that's for sure. But it's going to be hard to find the space in the pack here. As soon as you're out in front like the French, clear, able to line up gate 2 early. I like the move by Great Britain and Canada. They've split away from the fleet. They've got clear wind. They will be able to get going fast.
You can see those boats were struggling with a bit of disturbed air. You've got the Spanish and the Australians there with some boats above them going a little bit faster.
Back of the screen there, Hannah, as well. Look, the US have fallen off the foils in their manoeuvre. You can't afford to make mistakes in those manoeuvres. It's just opening the door for the French. Yesterday in practice, they were flying the boat highest. They were flying the boat most consistent. So that's how high out the water the boat is. Higher you go, the faster you go, but the more risky it is.
Content Delapierre and the French out in front by more than 150 meters. And look at the speed on board. Miles per hour or kilometers an hour. That just translates into speed. And now they have the opportunity, Hannah. We talk about this. They get to choose what side they want.
Yeah, that's right, and they look like they're going to be turning right at this mark, and it'll be interesting to see who follows and who chooses to split away.
So at gate 2, the DP World Gate, it is France that have the lead. Here comes Australia. Looks like they are going to follow, as will Spain, winners of last year.
Would expect a little bit less current as they head towards the top of our screen, towards the San Francisco start line. Imagine you're on a treadmill, it's going from right to left, and there's slightly slower speed on the shore by San Francisco, so you're going to be able to get left to right quicker. So they're all moving in out of the tide, but Canada choose to split away. They're trying to sail in more clear wind. At least now Canada have got control of their own decision making, and they will be able to head back to San Francisco a bit further up the leg.
North Star Canada, the winners of the last event. That was last weekend in Los Angeles, the Rolex Los Angeles Sail Grand Prix. And look at this, they are rocking the colors of Rockwool, Denmark. Kind of an homage to Rockwool, Denmark, who were unable to compete because of the accident they had in LA's TV. That's a nice sportsmanship touch.
Yeah, just the the CEO of the Canadian team was like, it's a bit of a tough call for the Rockwool Denmark team to not be here. So Canada very much just putting that on as a nice gesture, and they'll be looking for a similar performance to LA.
So the French now out in front. They are cutting across. You see the lead over 100 meters. It is Australia in second, Spain in third, and then Hannah Diamond, look at the pack. They are all mired. 8 boats, all looking for something.
And it looked like that right turn really paid off at the bottom. Canada and Emirates GBR are coming back not such on a good angle. They're not making as good progress up the ladder lines as the boats that are coming across from the top of our screen.
It seemed like an early gain left out there, Lisa. What are you seeing on the water?
Well, what I'm seeing is there's that, as usual, we have a bit of compression down the shoreline, so the wind is accelerating, it's giving everyone a good angle. If you go closer to shore, you're sailing less distance, you're also out of the tide, so it's sort of a win-win situation. I mean, the French are doing quite a good job. It's quite patchy, as I said before, so at the top gate where they're about to round, it's quite light, so it's going to get pretty interesting up the top here.
And yesterday, Stevie, Lisa's point, we saw the Australians accelerating out of that top gate, really picking up some speed, so it'll be changing, as Lisa reports, very patchy up at that top end.
Yeah, I think for the teams approaching now, and it's a lot easier for the French and for Australia and Spain out in front. You want to do that last manoeuvre when you're in wind. If you're in wind, it's easier to do a good quality manoeuvre. So for the French now, don't try and be clever, just try and focus on the basics. You can see here Spain, they're already locked in a battle with Australia. They make a little mistake there, touchdown, hit the water. Here come France, stick a good manoeuvre, and you're going to get a big, big lead. You see back in the pack, so much harder to have any choice over that decision.
And we said where it's a bigger course, you've got to be sailing fast all the time, so the team's going to be working really hard to make sure they get the right angle to the wind, and also they're just pushing as hard as they can for boat speed.
Interesting to see another manoeuvre by the French here, Todd. He said, boy, go, she wants to turn left. Obviously seeing more wind on that shoreline, quite a common feature. The shoreline there gives us a little bit of a squeeze on the breeze, bit more pressure, more wind, more boat speed. France happy to lose some distance with a manoeuvre to make a gain later.
But Hannah, do you think that was a smart move? Because now look at the traffic they're going into. Is that weighing into their decision making there?
It's definitely weighing into the decision making, but I think it's been really smart, because what they've done is they've forced Australia to make a decision. Do we follow or do we split and take what might not be the favoured mark?
Keep coming, Neville.
Here we go, early on in the race. It looks to me like right-hand side of screen, a little bit darker water, probably a little bit more wind where the French are. I think that's a solid call. Should be good news for Canada here. They've had a nice upwind leg, as have the Kiwis. Look at that, black foils. A little bit of a loss early on the leg for a long-term gain. They're up to 6th from right at the back of the pack and GBR. The cream rises to the top, Todd.
We talk about this as we saw that in Los Angeles. Canada won LA last weekend. Stevie, their lowest rating was a 6 on day 1, never fell below that. So you can afford to have a lower 8, 9, but you can only afford 1.
Well, you can. I think, as we say, the bigger the fleet as we get in here, it's all about that consistency, but it's consistency in all the minor details. The French have done a great job with the manoeuvres. Can they nail another good one here?
As we go on board, this is your T-Mobile for Business 5G camera angle on board the French with that new Kylian Mbappe L'Oreal marking on there, and they are having a great time out there. This is a team, Steve, we've seen before. We've seen it at Saint-Tropez. They do really excel in big wind.
Yeah, I mean, I think back to the last time we sailed in San Francisco. France had the final in their grasp, the whole season final. They had a crash. I mean, you wonder about the gremlins in Contant de la Pierre's head. It was day one in San Francisco. He was on fire last year. Day two was a disaster. Can the French keep it all together? But right now, what a perfect way to do it. Although Australia chasing them down will be a concern.
Adding some rudders. Turning up hard here in 2, 1. Coming up.
Here we go. Slingsby makes a decision. Now we're going to see who's right and wrong. About 20 seconds time. France and Australia will come back together. They're about 50 metres apart at the moment. Who's going to have made the right call here? Slingsby's on the attack.
Yes, ready.
A little for attack. Okay, stand by.
So much space where Slingsby is at the moment. He's heading away. He's going to have the right of way when he comes back together with France, but who's judged it right? Not a great manoeuvre by the Australians there. A little bit unstable, but they've held it together.
All right.
So as the Aussies right the ship and they sit in second place, did they do enough here to pick up ground? It looks like it's still going to stay around 100 meters. We go back out on the water. Lisa, what are you seeing? How do you think France looks right now? It's going to be tough for you to see your Aussies sitting in second, maybe third place now.
I mean, I think the French, what they've done really well, they've sailed quite aggressively, even though they're at the front. They've definitely played the offensive game. What they did at the top there also lines them up for the course geometry. So they're thinking way further ahead. And I mean, when you're out in front, you get those opportunities.
Stephen, when Lisa talks about course geometry, what is she saying?
Well, she's talking about you're going to have to do, you can't just sail straight up the course or straight down the course. You've got to do manoeuvres. You've got to sail angles across the course. And they know that by turning right at the bottom, they can set themselves up to do less manoeuvres up the racetrack than if you go left. Australia are going to have to do one extra tack than France, and France have planned that a leg in advance. And that sits on the shoulders of the strategist, and that's the job that Hannah would have had at the back of the boat.
And the sailors on board do have a bit of help with this, because
Just worried about the next one up the top here, him laying us not.
yeah, so there is a bit of software on board which shows kind of the mapping in advance, and because we're going to be turning left to go to the finish line here, partly your decision making is based around the wind and the tide, but also you want to minimise the manoeuvres. And what Tom Slingsby was referring to there is they think they're going to have to do 1, maybe 3 more manoeuvres to get to that next mark.
Of course, it's easy when you're out in front, Todd, as well. You've got the first pick, 'cause if you're in the back of the pack, you could maybe do the optimum course, but you're probably going to be sailing in the disturbed wind of the boat in front of you. And I think that's where, when you look at New Zealand, showing us 5th right now, that's how moving through the fleet is so hard, but it's what defines the champions from the lesser runs.
So you got France coming in right there, sitting number 1 right now. Australia sitting number 2. See that yellow line, that lay line? They will hit that and then make the left-hand turn, Stevie, and that should give them one last maneuver as they get around that gate, but France still has an advantage.
Yeah, Australia right of way here, though. Great manoeuvre by the Aussies. They've closed the gap down. France are going to be able to cut on the inside, but they've got to nail this manoeuvre.
They get it.
Yeah, they sounded pretty calm on board. On the inside here, Spain, if they can be inside that yellow circle, then Australia have got to be careful. It is right of way France, but not anymore. On the inside, it's Spain, but the Aussies are going to get round the outside. No problem, no drama. That one's clean as Spain dive inside.
So now it's a drag race to the finish line with 3 boats. It is France out in front, Australia closing in fast. They're just going to run out of real estate here in the Pacific Ocean in beautiful San Francisco, California. And race 1 of the Oracle San Francisco Sail Grand Prix goes the way of the French as they pick up the victory, and that is your Emirates winning moment with Australia in 2nd and Spain in 3rd.
Oh, that was slick, wasn't it? Here we go, tight moment, bottom of our screen. New Zealand on the inside. They've got the right of way. Canada have got to give him room. Burling's going to try and squeeze around. The treadmill's pushing him onto that mark. Has he kept clear? Yes, he has. How's he done that? Harry Houdini, Peter Burling has pulled a rabbit from the hat here, and they're up to 4th. Maybe a late move by the Italians trying to dive around the inside. Could be 2 places lost for Canada, but the Black Foils from nowhere, they're back with a bang.
We talked about it at mark number 1 as Peter Burling is a master of working his way through the field. He was 10th, almost 11th off the line, and here he is claiming a 4th, and it looks like Canada will get 5th ahead of the Italians.
Unreal. What a comeback that was, all the way up to fourth. Again, bottom of our screen, Emirates New Zealand just on the inside of the Swiss. Tricky start for Emirates Team GBR here. They need to get something done, that is for sure, as we see the Swiss. They're up on the foils. They're going to fly away. Seb Snyder, solid start, bit mid-fleet.
Any passing 5, step up. 2, that's the line, right? Yeah, and 2.
And the Swiss confirming that is the line, and they will pick up 7th. Emirates GBR in 8th. Hannah, this is your former team. They started out so hot in the first 3 events. The last 2 have not been their best.
No, that's right, and I think each of the venues brings its different challenges.
Right.
So, you know, if you don't have such a good race in the first one, you've got to debrief really quickly, turn it around, because there's only a few more chances before you've got to qualify for the final. And
it's Germany Deutsche Bank. They will claim 9th with Mubadala Brazil in 10th. And unfortunately, the USA looking for a big bounce back on home waters. They will not get it here in race number 1, as they will finish in 11th place. Emirates GBR, we just had a moment to get to know Dylan Fletcher, the Olympic gold medalist driver, stepping in for Sir Ben Ainsley. There's the rest of the crew. Stevie, there's a lot of Olympic hardware on there with Hannah Mills, the GOAT, with 2 gold medals of her own.
Yeah, she'll enjoy these shifty conditions, but I think it was Neil Hunter and Nick Hutton I'd have my eyes on there. Big grinders, a lot of horsepower, means they can get a very quick wing movement.
Heavy hitters across the board here as we take a look at Australia. Remember, they won 3 seasons in a row of SailGP, and across the board with the addition of Chris Draper, that's a powerful squad.
Yeah, I think Chris Draper's slotted in really well. And Tash Bryant, you know, she really loves these windy conditions, and on any foiling boat, she's pretty good. But again, Sam Newton up in the front there. Him and Kinley Fowler really bring that big horsepower into the grinding setup. So I think that boat speed, we shouldn't underestimate the fitness of the grinders, how important they are. 42 seconds to go. Well positioned is Dylan Fletcher for that optimum spot on the start line. The red start line there, the blue triangles where they'll be wanting to hit, but all they'll want's boat speed. Our Rolex pole predictor sits on board Slingsby's Australian boat with 25 seconds to go. All the boats are well spread out here. It's all going to come down to acceleration, execution from here. Australia first to turn the boat towards the line. Emirates Great Britain, well, 150 metres back with 15 seconds to go. Now they start to wind it up. 12 seconds to go. Spain late to turn. They attack Fletcher on board Emirates Great Britain. Tom Slingsby winds it up. Here come the Aussies. How's your timing, Tom Slingsby? Oh, it's perfect from Fletcher, it's perfect from Slingsby, but Slingsby's got the faster angle into Mark 1, and can he break the overlap? I think he will. They're absolutely flying on board Australia here.
Oh, and Dylan Fletcher goes right at him.
Oh, it's going to be a protest there. That's tight. I think the Australians have kept clear. Spain are tight on the inside, and Australia are going to lead around Mark 1 just with Emirates Great Britain in control tactically.
And the Rolex sprint leader, Australia, they have been serving up a master class on the waters here in Auckland.
They're close to the boundary here. It's going to come down to execution. The British boat has a slight wobble on that first manoeuvre. They're off the foil on board Great Britain. That's a disaster for the British. At this level, you cannot make that mistake. Spain have executed well. Australia have executed well. And Emirates Great Britain are going to be out the back.
Stevie, we've seen this movie before when you've got teams like Emirates GBR and Australia doing battle, and that lets the Spanish and Diego Botín slide back into the picture. They were in 3rd at mark number 1, and now they are looking very good, just 100 meters behind the Aussies.
Yeah, but 100 meters at this stage of the race is a lot, and this Australian boat's been the form team. Spain will be set up to go right. Slingsby's going to match that. Fletcher's got to find something from here. I think now it's a case of, does that Australian boat, whatever that little gremlin was, has it cleared up? Does Slingsby feel confident, because the Australians are in pole position at gate 2, and all the other boats are going to be following them, which is absolutely perfect for them.
No surprise here, the Australians won 2 of the 7 fleet races to get to this point, but to Stevie's point, race number 7, they retired after only 2 legs, reporting problems on board. Looks like the shore crew did a great job getting them back and running here in the final.
Yeah, well, let's remember there's $400,000 up for the winner of this race, Todd. So there's plenty of motivation beyond just the overall points. Professional athletes they may be, but they'll still love that prize money. And it's going to come down to the really strong execution. Nice turn there. They tack the boat through the wind. Brilliantly executed. Boat already heeled on top of them there. Draper, the wing trimmer, well, he's slotted into this team so well. Absolutely seamless. And the Spanish are catching, but Australia, great controlling position at this point.
Emirates GBR dropping back to third after that little skirmish with Tom Slingsby and the Australians. So now it's a match race within 100 meters between the three-time champions, Australia, and the Spanish, going 1 and 2. Winner takes all here.
There we go, our Rolex chasing time shows they're just 7 seconds in it. They're really tied together here. See the different colours on the water there, Todd, the different textures to it. Shows there's really variable wind out there. Australia sailing into a lot of breeze right now, and expect to see them start accelerating. Draper says a header, that means it's taking them away from the mark, which strategically will be good news for them. Spain are going to lose a few metres to the Aussies here. Look at the speed difference as Australia hit that gust of wind.
Good angle, good angle.
Oh, that was a bit messy, that manoeuvre there. They didn't quite get that right. Good enough. Draper's happy.
Like a lolling header on the nose where you ain't their best early. Yeah, copy.
Flight controller Jason Waterhouse crosses over, and now the entire team on the right-hand side.
It's very calm on board, isn't it? Real calming voice from Chris Draper there. A lot of experience as a wing trimmer. Stepped away to do a bit of coaching last season, but Slingsby snapped him up when he heard he was free and he'd lost Carl Langford, and wow, what a signing that seems to be right now.
At the bill. Nice, clean lap to you guys.
That's really all they need right now, Todd. Clean lap, just got to stay away. Over 200 metres ahead here, and let's be honest, they look faster, don't they? Spanish are doing a nice job. Great Britain struggling to find much option to get back in the race, and the Australians, well, it's theirs to lose from here.
So it's down, back up, and down again before the finish of this event final, and now it is Australia starting to pull away here on leg number 4.
Bingo. Nice angle, Tash.
Tash Bryant on the wheel now, steering out of that manoeuvre. Brilliant form from the Australians. 100% fly time. Look at that on the top of their wing, and they're just executing the best manoeuvres in the fleet at the moment. Don't want to jinx them. 4:07. Here we go. Come back to the start, and the Australians and the British were absolutely perfect, but it was Australia with the faster angle to Mark 1. They just kept clear of Fletcher, and maybe Dylan will be regretting that second little dig he took at the Australians after Mark 1, because it was brilliant from both boats. We're on board the Australian boat here. Here comes Great Britain, tries to push Australia. Slingsby reacts, and now he's just clear ahead. I'm sure it was tight, but all was good from the umpires. On board Mark 1, what a view that is as we see how tight it is and the speed they come in. Just clear ahead there, and the British on the inside, but he needed to manoeuvre away a little earlier.
Back to live racing action at gate number 4, the DP World Gate. They split the course this time, so Australia going to that favor side, which they have used so many times before. Spain decides to go closer to the shore and right in front of the fans, and it's Emirates GBR in third.
Oh, you just know any time you get a split in the race like that as the leader, you're nervous. As soon as you get some separation, a change in the wind means that it could benefit that other team. So Spain right now, have they got more wind? To me, they look like they're going well. Let's come in. Here we go. The Oracle Cloud tells us their wind strength is pretty similar, but Spain are quicker at the moment. Tash Bryant's calling across to Australia by 1. It's a gain to Spain out of the bottom gate there. The split has paid off, but it's Australia now heading towards that windier side. Lisa, who's heading to the most breeze right now?
Well, Stevie, it's pretty hectic out here. I think it was a big gain by the Spanish team, so it's going to be neck and neck at this top gate.
There we go, the Rolex chasing time, Todd, down to 4 seconds. Right of way will be with Australia if it's close when they come back together, but it could be a split again at the top gate, and it'll be all about who finds the most wind out of this top gate.
The gap keeps coming down, and Spain still believing that they can get the win and take down the mighty Australians. And here we go. It comes down to this final leg. This is like 5 of 7. They'll get to this gate, and then the race is on.
Yeah, the Spanish look like they were in good wind there, Todd. I wouldn't be surprised to see another small gain to the Spanish here. They could be absolutely neck and neck. Right of ways with Australia. Our ladder lines show a 50-metre lead to Australia. I think it could be closer than that when they come together, but the Spanish are going to turn right. The water looks choppier that side. It's going to be higher risk. Big gain to Spain here. Can they dive on the inside? Could be a last-minute dip behind for Spain. No, they drop the board. They're going to try and dive inside. I'm not sure that's the right move. I do not sure that's the right move. He's going to try and force Australia wide. Oh, it's so tight. They've executed it well, but that was too aggressive for me. I think he should have split the course. Green from the umpires, no penalty. I think the Spanish should have gone the other way and tried to take the split there. That was a mistake for me.
So Diego Botín rolls the dice, and it comes up snake eyes there on that last gate. Stevie, they go to the other side. There's more pressure there, and now they split away.
Well, they've split away now, but I think they had the chance to just dip straight behind the Australians there. Anyway, very easy sat here from this booth. Diego clearly thought he had a shot at it. He tried it, but they just couldn't stick the manoeuvre. It's now just about, can the Australians do 2 more foiling manoeuvres to get round this final turning mark? And then it could be a victory in front of those Kiwi fans.
And look at the lead now, ballooning to 200 meters. Chasing time is 11 seconds. So Tom Slingsby and the Aussies, all they need to do is be clean around this last gate, and it's a straight shot to victory lane.
Yeah, they're going to make this, Todd. They're in one here, so it's just about the roundup. Beautiful downwind leg by the Aussies here. 2 300-meter gain. Here we go. Going to get to do it in front of the Kiwi fans.
And the Emirates fly time, 82% for Tom Slingsby and the Flying Roos as they bring it home. And there's the finish line. The sold-out crowd will bring them home. They'd rather see black foils, but they're going to see green and gold as they come to the line. The Emirates winning moment goes the way of the Australians.
Oh, well, they've been the form team of the event. They deserve that big celebration. We keep saying, up against... You've got to remember Spain are the defending champions. Right. That's going to mean a lot to Tom Slingsby. He's not won for a while. He's going to love that. Oh, something's gone wrong there. Too much cant put on by the foil controller. Joe Cardona there, that's a mistake, but it's not going to hurt them too much, but it did get Diego excited.
And they do bring it across safely, so Spain will finish in second place, pick up 9 points on the season, and another strong showing, a top 3 finish at the event. Emirates GBR will finish in third after they finish second at the first event. And let's not forget, the next event just across the Tasman Sea for the KPMG Australia Sail Grand Prix Sydney. Tom will be looking to make it 2 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I thought Slingsby was the form boat over in Dubai, but they made a mistake on the Sunday. So they are form, they're fast, and yeah, they're going to love what they're doing right now.
55.
Under a minute to go before the start of the Germany Sail Grand Prix here in Sassnitz, the Rolex SailGP Championship, and the 11 teams now making their way into the start box. Remember, cannot cross that red line until the clock goes to 0, and so now the dance begins.
Yeah, we can see it's a small start box. Look, bottom left-hand corner of our screen, how close they are to the fans on the shoreline. It's a really tight box. Emirates, Great Britain late in, but that could give them a chance to attack here. United States, top of the line. Pole position is that blue area just in the middle of the line, so a fairly even start line. Will be about acceleration from here. The boats are trickling in. The black foils look well positioned. Rolex Pole Predictor sits on top of the Danish at the moment. Can Rockwell execute? Emirates, Great Britain winded up. Australia look late to me. Spain in the middle of the line are the favourites from here. We're watching for that line to turn white, and we're going to see who's found the perfect timing. Can the British accelerate through from there?
Oh, this is the umpire's early start penalty, Spain.
Yeah, they're going to have to go back behind the whole fleet, the Spanish, but it was the British, absolutely perfect at the bottom of the line, and Mark 1, we're going to see these F-50s absolutely light up as they turn away from the breeze.
Turn away in 5. Line at the mark. 3, 2, 1. Hey, loading up here.
Watch the numbers at the top of the wings.
And it is on at mark number 1 with Emirates GBR leading the pack.
98 kilometres an hour there for the British at Mark 1. They're in a lot of wind, that dark patch of water carting them down towards gate 2 here. Long way to stretch out. It's all about accurate manoeuvres now. There goes Hannah Mills.
Tense moments on board here on race number 1. You've got Spain, Denmark, and it looks like the Bonds Flying Roos, they've already turned away. No, that's the black foil. So the Bonds Flying Roos still hanging in there. Here we go.
Lovely. I mean, look at the patch of wind the Bonds Flying Roos are in the top of the course there. They look like they found a lot of wind, and the Australians are going to come back towards the group with the right of way. So tactically, very nice manoeuvre there by Tash Bryant and Tom Slingsby, but I think Emirates Great Britain are gone. They look good. A lot of wind here. They're going to try and keep it simple with a left turn at gate 2.
Good shot on in 5, coming down.
And at gate number 2 at race number 1, it is Emirates GBR with the lead. The home team, Deutsche Bank Germany, in second place. And now is where it's going to get really crazy as they all come together.
Switzerland have got to keep clear, the red and the green there. The Italians need to watch out. Perfect manoeuvre by Ruggiero Tito, and now the bombs flying Rouge have got to slow things down. What a move by the Italians is at the top of the screen. The Swiss are loose. Oh, it's so hard rounding these boats up through the breeze.
One of the trickiest things today is going to be how hard do you push. It's really tricky to know whether you're in full race mode or just getting around this mark safely. So the teams that get that right are going to have a big advantage.
So it's still Emirates GBRs. They make their way back up the course. They have first place right now. Second place is showing Deutsche Bank Germany. Third going to Red Bull Italy. And the Bonds Flying Rouge, your top 4.
Yeah, I think to Hannah's point, in these gusts, the dark patches on the water there, you know, you're going to have so much extra horsepower. It's all very well having a car with 1,000 horsepower. If you can't stick it or control it to the road, there's no point using it. So the crews have got to judge how hard and when to push to the maximum. And right now, the British have just made a massive gain, and for the German fans, look at that. Eric Highland team turning it on. They're well positioned, good shift, good pressure, moving up the course well, and they look like they're sailing a nice breeze out there at the moment, Lisa.
Yeah, the British are definitely in the best breeze around the course, but the difference between the light air and the heavy air is huge, so it really is changing the angles, it's changing the heel, it really is tough out here. But as they approach this top gate, it's actually getting a lot lighter, and as you're close to shore, it's hard to read the wind as well, so it's going to get tricky as they move up the course.
So Emirates GBR has the lead. Second place belongs to Deutsche Bank. German squad sitting in second. The fans will love that. Eric Heil at the wheel, Stuart Bithell, wing trimmer, Anna Barth, the strategist.
Yeah, United States, bottom right-hand corner as well. Mike Menninger in on the wing trim there. First day on the tools for him. Not an easy task to be handed that one over. They've got to watch out. Switzerland should have boundary room there. It's going to be tight. Bottom right-hand corner. The USA need to manoeuvre away.
Taylor Canfield, US SailGP, currently sitting in third place, so a nice maneuver for them. They don't lose anything on that maneuver, and now it looks like, Stevie, a lot of these boats are going to be able to lay right into this gate.
Yeah, and you can see where Australia are top of screen, so Great Britain look like they might turn right, but I think they're going to sail into less wind, so expect an early maneuver. I think as you go under the shoreline there, you will see a bit less breeze, so tricky tactical moments in the race here.
Tana and Hannah, as we look at the course right now and talking about what Lisa said about less wind closer to shore, how far out are they advancing and they calling these maneuvers? Are they going to make this maneuver quickly and they already think about the next maneuver?
Well, one of the tricky things is because they're tucked up so close to that shoreline, they don't get a lot of time to be able to see that wind and make their decision based on what they're seeing on the water. So you'll probably see that's why the fleet's compressed so much here compared to they're much more spread out down at the bottom gate, but really tricky to make the right call at this top gate.
Oh, French just squeezing round there. We can see it was United States probably had the best of that upwind leg there. Contan needs to reset, re-accelerate this French boat. They're really slow. Won't be easy to accelerate here. Swiss, they're in an awful lot of breeze moving down towards the bottom right-hand side of the course there, and you can just see any mistakes. You lose so much distance.
3, 2, 1, hold it. I'm 5, I'm 5.
These 18-meter wings, really tricky to sail when you're down the wind range. So the grinders are having to work super hard because the wing trimmers are really working the wing sheet and the twist control that they have to make sure that they can keep as powered up as possible in the lighter winds.
This is like 4 of 6. Race number 1. We've got 4 races scheduled for today. It's down to the bottom of the course, then back up, and then the turn to home. And a penalty for Red Bull Italy. It looks like a boundary penalty, possibly.
Yeah, they're just going to need to lose 20 meters there. They just got a bit wide on the course. It's quite light winds out there, that is for sure. We can see Great Britain here. They're in well position for the bottom. They might have to do an extra maneuver there. Dylan confirms that. Trying to make things simple, but for Germany, United States and Switzerland, well, it's a crucial moment in the race.
Almost 200-meter lead for Emirates GBR. Behind them, the home team, Germany Deutsche Bank with Eric Heil at the wheel, and now the Americans and the Swiss in a nice battle for third and fourth.
Yeah, the Swiss did find more wind, and it was the left turn at the bottom last time that paid dividend for the British, and the British have been forced to go the other way. So interesting here. Maybe the course has changed a little bit, not sure, but the Swiss have been fast on this downwind egg. Black foil's looming large, but this is the final upwind. Crucial moments in the race if you want to make a pass from here.
Okay, board. Aboard.
US SailGP now tucked into 4th place. Top 4 position be great start for Taylor Canfield and the Americans. And a great start, Stevie, for the Germans. You got to go back to Dubai and the fleet race where they won 2nd race of the day, but it hasn't been a lot of consistent success for them, so this would be a great start.
Yeah, I mean, I think they talked to you a little bit. They've just had some practice. I mean, it's hard to get the practice, isn't it, Hannah? And maybe we're just seeing the dividends of a little bit of time on the water, because right now, Germany could be a threat for the British here. Germany look like they're progressing up those ladder lines well. They have the right of way. I think we could see a lead change here. Could be the Germans making a game.
Yeah, that's right. And you can see some teams just feel really comfortable in a particular venue, so it might be that the Germans have just switched straight into these conditions. I would say that that left turn looked really strong last time, so I'm surprised that Emirates GBR allowed them to split at that point in the race.
Yeah, tricky. Here we go. Crucial cross here. Right of way, Germany. Great Britain must keep clear, and it should be one more manoeuvre for the Germans, potentially 2 for Great Britain at the top. So big chance for the Germans from here.
Great opportunity for the fans on shore in Sassnitz to get on their feet. The home team is in 1st place now as we are on the penultimate leg here in race number 1. It's Germany Deutsche Bank out in front.
All about accurate manoeuvres for the Germans from here. Control the controllable on board that German boat. Try and stick a good manoeuvre. Here they go. Let's watch them here. Accuracy crucial. Oh, lovely. Look how they kept the heel in there. The boat leaning on top of them. Perfect for acceleration. Now, Great Britain has right of way, but they have to do another manoeuvre. Germany has space. If they dip behind Great Britain, I think they'll still make the mark. So tight moment. Advantage Great Britain right now.
USA has moved up to 2nd place, and now it's all about this crossing. Remember, as Stevie said, Great Britain has the right of way.
Dylan turns towards him there. Tries to force Germany wide. German on the inside. Great Britain, one more manoeuvre to do. Can Germany make the final mark with no more manoeuvres? And don't forget about the United States.
Penalty New Zealand. Port tack boat not keeping clear. Go behind Italy.
So the Kiwis, the Blackfoils, will lose 1 position. They'll drop back to 6th place, and now it is on. Here we go, the final gate.
Germany are going to make it, Todd, here. Sprint to the finish coming.
And they spin the wheel to the right, and with the fans just off to their left-hand side, they will bring it home. Race number 1 of the Germany Sail Grand Prix here in Sassnitz goes the way of the home team. The Emirates winning moment goes to the Germans.
What a moment, what a race by the Germans. Where did that come from?
Emirates GBR led for almost the entire race, and on the last upwind leg, Germany comes from behind to take the win. Emirates GBR finishes in 2nd. The USA holds on for a top 3 position.
Oh, I tell you what, right at the end of that, the Blackfoils and Australia got themselves back in the race, 5th and 6th. Australia was down in about 10th place and stuck in really light winds for a while there. So good race and good comeback for those teams. Canada, Denmark, right-hand side, last at the back of the pack here. Really disappointing for them. Time for a big, big reset.
Good performance as well from Red Bull Italy. They are top 4 as well. And this is a team that is on the rise, no question about it. In their 1st year in the league, 2-time Olympic gold medalist Rogero Tita and his squad. He is a 4-time world champion in the NACRA. So, of race number 4 here just off of Governor's Island. Now we will be without our helicopters for a time because of air traffic restrictions in the area, but we will still bring you some amazing coverage both on the boat, on the water, and on the boat. So here we go as we get ready. Stevie, Hannah, this is going to be very interesting. We've got some great action out there, and again, Hannah, 12 boats in a very tight track.
A really tight track, and with the wind speed being up so much from yesterday, it's going to feel very different on board.
Under 60 seconds, and now the dance begins here on the Hudson as they get themselves into position into the start box.
Well, yeah, crucial times now, and we saw yesterday teams were struggling in this pre-start. So first race of the day, new wind, new course setup. It's always quite hard to get yourself lined up. Be interesting to see the team strategies. USA and Spain early to turn back. Should mean they've got a better judgment of their distance to the line, but will they be able to accelerate in? 33 seconds to go, and now the Blackfoils towards the downwind end of the line. They look like they've got a good controlling position. They're going to be just watching out for Mubadala Brazil, and Germany making a late charge in underneath them here, defending interesting move by the New Zealand crew. They try and block the Germans, and now they work their way up, squeezing the fleet above them. Rockwool Denmark to the left of the screen. They've got space. How can they time it from that top end of the line, though? It's going to be hard. They'll have a fast angle to Mark 1. Won't be easy to control the Rockwool Denmark boat with the foils there. Here go New Zealand. Here come Mubadala Brazil. Now it's timing, and it's a drag race from here. Brilliant start by the Spanish. Great from Denmark as well, but they're going to struggle to keep those fast foils in the water on this reach to Mark 1. The Bond Flying Roos are flying too high there.
So as they approach mark number 1, this is fleet race number 4, and once again, it is the Spanish showing everyone their tail lights.
Oh, Botín and crew, what a job they've done on that first leg there. Joel Rodriguez, the flight controller, hats off to him, handling that F50 at the speed. And look how quickly the first turn comes. There'll be less wind in under the fans here, and they're going to all look to manoeuvre away early. Spain in the lead, they control it. New Zealand are blocked. Oh, they're all getting blocked. Italy control the turn. Rockwool Denmark, the British managed to find a way out there. It's so tight after Mark 1 as the teams try and avoid that light wind under the fans.
Completely different day from yesterday. You can see some of the teams just struggling with that first manoeuvre. We're going to have to see how that plays out as we get to gate 2.
So now an opportunity to catch your breath as they make their way around mark number 1. We've got 8 legs here. This is race number 4. We've got 2 more fleet races, and then only the top 3 teams will race in a winner-take-all event final. But right now, Stevie, Hannah, Spain looks to be the class of the field.
Yeah, they're well out in front. The current is coming it's pulling them up, down, away from the bottom gate here. So I think there could be some extra manoeuvres on this downwind leg, and it'll be interesting to see what the crews choose to do. My guess is there's more wind to the left of our screen. A right turn early from Spain, and then to try and head that way could be good. But we're going to learn a lot. Mubadala Brazil, brilliant first downwind leg. They're up to second. Spain lead at gate 2, and it's going to be now a case of learning the course.
In the shadow of Lady Liberty, they make the turn, and they are on to the next leg at gate number 2, the DP World Gate. And it's Brazil that opts for their side, and the black foils get a big dip there and a taste of Hudson water. But it is still Spain, Brazil, France, and Germany, your top 4.
Oh, and New Zealand are off the foils. Lisa, you're down in the water. Which side of the course do you think's paying early on this upwind leg?
Yeah, good on board.
I really like where Brazil's going. They come out, there's more pressure on this side. It's also flatter water. So they've just happened with Spain there is they weren't going to make the lay, which is why they had to do that extra manoeuvre.
Great, interesting stuff there. As we look here, we see the wind speed there, and Lisa's point really rains out. The Oracle cloud showing us 26 kilometres an hour for Spain. Brazil in nearly 5 kilometres an hour more wind. That could be up to, I don't know, 8 or 9 kilometres an hour more boat speed for the Brazilians right now. So there it is, lead change. Brazil with the right of way. That's going to be a massive gain to Brazil, but Spain are now heading towards that favoured side of the course. Will they make a gain late on leg 2?
You can see the difference in colour on the water, just demonstrating how much pressure difference there is. The difference between the most pressure and the least pressure is going to make a huge impact on your boat speeds.
First season from Mubadala Brazil and their driver Martini Grail. She's a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, 2-time world champion, the 2014 Sailor of the Year. She is at the wheel.
Now this is the umpires, penalty Australia, port tack boat not keeping clear, go behind Switzerland.
Okay, that'll be interesting how much that hurts Brazil. That sounds like Tom thinks he was maybe questioning Craig Mitchell there, had to confirm things, but it looks like a big lead for Mubadala Brazil at the moment. They're sailing the boat beautifully. Here they go, they look set up for the top gate here. Paul Goodison there calling for a straight in right. He's no more manoeuvres for Brazil. Right turn coming up, and they're going to head off to that windier side of the course again. Beautiful upwind leg, massive lead for the Brazilians at this point in the race.
Well, the fans in the Adrenaline Lounge and on the bleachers are getting a great view right now of the world's best sailors here. This is event number 6 of the Mubadala New York Sail Grand Prix as they make the turn, and this is one of the busiest waterways in the world, and to be able to close it down to bring these boats in here, Stevie and Hannah, is amazing. But it is Brazil. Will this be the race that they get their first win in SailGP?
Well, they're well ahead at the moment, and they're heading on the favoured side of the course. I think what's interesting with this current, Hannah, is you're having to spend a lot more time on one tack than the other, so it's not an easy course to overtake on.
No, that's right, and you can see the boats that are coming from the bottom of the screen and trying to do that right turn at the top. They don't have right of way, so they've got to pick their way through and make it really, really difficult to make the right decision at that point.
I think what will be interesting today, Todd, in this race to the final, we saw a lot of inconsistent results yesterday. Gusty, shifty breeze, very tight course. Consistency's not going to be easy today either.
On to leg 4 of 6. It is still Brazil, Spain, and France 1, 2, and 3.
I know we're only halfway through the season, but Canada and Great Britain are in the shot here. They were right up the leaderboard on the overall standings, and USA as well. They're struggling at the back of the pack in this race, but this could be huge for the season points here, you know?
2, 1, and turning.
Even if you're not making the event final, you've got to still get a solid result if you want to make the grand final at the end of the year. Brazil, oh, favoured turn for Spain here. Spain take the left turn. It was a right turn last time that Brazil, sorry, it's a left turn where Spain are going that Brazil gained from last time. Lisa, is that now good news for Spain?
Yeah, I definitely think Spain's going to more pressure, and the reason that is Governor's Island, that's creating a wind shadow on the left-hand side. So, you know, it really comes down to the geography, but it probably wasn't worth that. The other thing is, with the gusty conditions like this, the angles are changing, so the ley lines are so hard to pick.
There we go, it's calling it pretty tricky to judge out on the water. We've got the event live, these are live event standings, so this should be who got to the final at the moment. And look at that, Brazil with this result, currently showing as making the final, but it's really tight. There's a lot of play here.
And there's still 2 more fleet races to go today on Super Sunday, but Brazil looking very good and in position to get their first win in SailGP League history for them. So Spain sits in second. France, Stevie, who always seems to do well in big wins, they've got to be pretty happy about what they're seeing coming across at 26 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, they love this. Okay, so Goodison here, Colin Martini wants to push towards the ley line. Brazil are going to try and get there in one more manoeuvre. They're just up here, one more manoeuvre, then they look for a left turn. Spain's option will be a last-minute dive inside at this final top mark, but this could be the moment for Mubadala Brazil. Yet to win a race in SailGP. Could this be the first one? Big advantage at the moment, but can Spain make a late dive in at the top mark? 2 more manoeuvres for Spain, no more manoeuvres for Brazil.
Don't worry about it, it's going to Ghibli now, please. No issues, it's just other than a left turn to finish. And Ghibli 10.
Talked about this yesterday, Todd. We said Russell Cooks called a victory for Brazil. Soothsayer, he's got it happening.
SailGP CEO Russell Coots said his time was coming, and Martini Grail and company, they make the turn, and now they head for home, and they will come right in front of the Adrenaline Lounge as history will be made on the Hudson as Brazil, Mubadala Brazil with Martini Grail at the wheel, look to claim their first victory in SailGP as they come to the line, and the Emirates Woody moment for the first time goes the way of the Brazilians. Martini Grail and Mubadala Brazil win race number 4.
Getting down to nose. Left wing sheet.
How about that?
Oh, what a race. Spanish bring it home second. Another solid one for them, but France in third, and New Zealand have worked their way back to fourth. This could be huge to try and get to this event final, but Mubadala Brazil, what a tricky race to make your first race win as well. It's tight in the pack, isn't it, Todd? Look, Australia, the Flying Roos, they're out the back. They've lost a lot of places on this upwind. Not sure what went wrong for Brazil, but this, sorry, for Australia, but this could be disastrous in terms of getting to the event final. Oh, Italy needed to give Switzerland space. Oh, that was sporty. Don't be surprised to see Craig Mitchell getting asked a question. I think the Italians might have just been clear. Great Britain have got the right of way here. They should be allowed room in there. There could be more protests.
That's the umpires. Penalty Italy, not giving Mark room, go behind Switzerland.
Oh, so that's going to be a go behind. Italy will finish behind Switzerland on the overall. They'll invert those results you can see on the left side there. It's really, really tight in at that final turning mark.
So the Bonds Flying Roos come ahead of Germany, Deutsche Bank. They will get the nod there. They will hold on to that position.
They got a penalty as well, Todd. They're going to lose back behind the British, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they had to give room as well, same room. As soon as the boat's diving on the inside, it looked pretty reckless from the British, but they were entitled to turn on the inside there.
So what we can tell you for sure is that Brazil gets the win, Spain finishes in second, and France in third. And then at the end of the race, a series of comms coming from Chief Umpire Craig Mitchell, so we will have to sort out the next 4 or 5 positions.
Yeah, I think that could be a feature of today. When it's this gusty and shifty, things will change quite late on, and that final turning marks most people's opportunity to make an overtake if you're going to dive in.
The 3 protagonists that will take part in the event final here in Los Angeles, North Star Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. Stevie, I'd say North Star Canada is the newest to this group. but Giles Scott is not new to this kind of racing.
No, and they were so close to winning in Sydney, weren't they? They're going to have the bit between their teeth, that's for absolute sure. Same for Slingsby and Burling, you know, had a terrible event in Sydney and disappointing in New Zealand, but I think with this Canadian crew, you know, Annie Hager and Giles seem to have really found their feet in terms of mapping out a course around the racetrack, and Billy Gooder, well, he's renowned for pushing the ride height really aggressively. He was on fire yesterday with it. It would like a little bit more breeze, and I think in these flat waters, it's going to suit Billy.
And then let's talk about New Zealand, Hannah. They have been the class. They are always consistent. They always have so much talent on board.
Yeah, and that combination of Pete and Blair, they've been competing and winning together for so many years. Leo Takahashi a bit newer in that flight controller role this year with this team, but Liv Mackay, again, been there for a long time now, really solid crew.
And of course, Australia rounding out the trio with Tom Slingsby, a 3-time champion in 5 seasons of SailGP. Stevie, he's got all kinds of talent surrounded him as well with Waterhouse, Chris Draper, and Tosh Bryant.
Yeah, I think Draper's been a great addition to the team, and Slingsby now seems to really have it in light air.
So here we go, the final race for the Rolex Los Angeles Sail Grand Prix, the Rolex SailGP Championship. This is event 4, season 5, SailGP. Now just the top 3 teams on points after 7 races have taken place, and it is New Zealand, Australia, and North Star Canada that'll battle it out for the title.
Here we go, we see bottom right-hand corner of the start line, and we see the optimum place to be is on the inside of Mark 1. We heard Chris Draper saying we're almost racing back to the line. They're all quite late. Good news for Canada, can they stay foiling? The Rolex Pro Predictor has just switched to the Australians on the inside, but I think they're going to struggle to get accelerated in the dirty, disturbed wind behind the other boats here. New Zealand are up and foiling, Canada up and foiling. We're waiting for the line to turn white. I love where the Kiwis are. All about timing now. How are we looking, Peter Burling? We are on time on New Zealand. The Black Foils will lead at Mark 1. Australia are late, and Canada have got it all on, but it's going to take some catching Burling and co from here.
Looks okay.
As they approach mark number 1 here at the event final, worst case scenario for North Star Canada, Australia, it is the Black Foils up and foiling and pulling away, pushing almost 70 kilometers an hour.
These manoeuvres are now crucial. We heard it's all about really sticking them in. Tom Slingsby saying we should be sticking the manoeuvres, it'll be a mistake not to. Canada turn early. They look to cut the corner on the New Zealand crew. Who's done the better manoeuvre? Speed-wise, Canada look pretty good. They maybe just hung on enough here, New Zealand. New Zealand look pretty good. Canada are potentially going to have to do 2 here, and it looks like further distance to a right turn. So New Zealand definitely going to minimise distance down here, and they're fast. It's going to be good news for the Kiwis. Maybe a little too aggressive too early from Canada, but they will have a split at gate 2, and we will see who finds more wind after this downwind gate.
So it almost becomes a 2-boat race now, with Australia really getting off the line late. It is the Black Foils, New Zealand opting for the right-hand side there, and North Star Canada going left.
Look like pretty good for a left turn there for pressure. Lisa, what are you seeing on the water? Are you turning left or right?
I still think out of the odds, the right-hand side has been working the most. Canada looks pretty lit up, so it's really coming down to the executing manoeuvres, but where New Zealand is where it's been working best all day.
Right now, the Canadian boat is on the foils. The Kiwis have manoeuvred, fell off the foils, but they're back up and going. As we see from the Oracle Cloud, we got the wind velocity very similar across the course right now. Not a lot in it. It's going to come down to executing good manoeuvres and who's found the best angle. Brilliant tack by the Canadians there. Stayed on the foils. Will be a gain, but it still looks like advantage New Zealand as they have the right of way.
And Australia back in the mix, so they are now sitting currently in 2nd place as they pick that left-hand side, and watch the Canadians start to close this gap.
Looked like quite a lot of bias at that bottom gate. Looked like the Kiwis and the Australians sailed a lot less distance to me, Hannah. Do you think that's right?
Yeah, and that left turn's been favoured all day, really. But I think if you're the Canadians and you're in 2nd, you want to go for the win, so you have to split and then see what happens from there.
That's exactly what they did, but now no one able to track down Peter Burling and New Zealand. They came off the line fast, Stevie, and that has been the story really all day today and a little bit of yesterday. Get that start, getting clean air, and you stay away from trouble.
Yeah, I mean, even there's a bit more space now. So we can see as the Kiwis turn here, they've not done a great manoeuvre. They're just making a few little errors every time they turn the boat upwind here. And the Canadians did stay on the foil. See, Canada are still foiling, and this manoeuvre back, Canada will have the right of way. Can they stay foiling? Looks pretty pretty good to me. How's that speed? Yes,
There you
they've
go.
stayed flying, and they have the right of way here, Todd. Massive. Could be a lead change coming here. I like what the Canadians are doing. They're going to turn left. New Zealand are probably going to be forced to either try and dive in front of Canada or dip behind and split away to the right. Big gain by the Canadians, all down to brilliant handling from the crew.
Back it away in 3, 2, 1. Back it away.
Not that tricky of a cross right there, as Canada with the right-of-way opts for that other side. They split the course again. Australia drops back into third place. So it is Canada on the water with a slight lead over the Black Foils of New Zealand, who got the hole shot. They led at mark number 1.
Definitely got good wind on board the New Zealand boat at the moment. When they meet back up, they're going to meet back up in about 20 or 30 seconds, maybe 30 or 40 seconds actually. New Zealand will have the right of way, but it'll all be who's lined up for this bottom gate, and can the New Zealand boat make Canada have to take avoiding action? New Zealand might have fallen off the foils again here, Todd. I think they've missed another manoeuvre, and Canada are making no mistakes. Billy Gooderham and silky smooth. Yeah, Canada, New Zealand are off the foils. Another error by the Black Foils, and that's another big gain for the Canadians. This looks pretty good for North Star Canada at the moment.
And Hannah, here's my question. As Canada comes in here, are they going to opt for the left-hand side this time, where Lisa Darmanin was reporting more pressure?
I think if they can make it in, then that would be the smart decision. It has been strong all day, but it's just whether they have to sail low and slow mode together, or if they pick that line just right.
What a turn of events after just one leg, with New Zealand looking like, Stevie, they were going to check out and run away with the victory here. And Giles Scott said not so fast, as he is now pulled into nearly a 200-meter lead.
Isn't it interesting, Todd, in sport, how it all comes down to that error count and unforced errors making this trick. I'm not saying it's easy to manoeuvre in these boats. It's really, really hard. But if you do it well, it's simple gains. They've not really done anything special. They've just done the basics very well. Nice roundup. They're definitely sailing towards a dark patch of water there. Canada are heading towards a fantastic bit of breeze. Expect New Zealand to split away potentially, or they're going to set them snow. New Zealand are saying, look, we're going to have to settle for second here. They want to just make sure they stay ahead of Australia, and it'll be Australia that look for magic on the other side of the course. But Canada right now, wow, North Star Canada looks like Giles Scott could be bringing home his first Canadian win.
Turning up here in 2, 1, turning up.
Tom Slingsby makes the turn. He splits with the Kiwis, and now it is on. The lead is now down to 150 meters as they make their way up to the top of the course. Then it'll be a right-hand turn into the finish line. There you see this distance. It's under 100 meters now. Do they get the pressure? Does New Zealand get it? We go down in the water quickly. Lisa Darmanin, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking Canada's looking pretty solid right now. The New Zealand, they didn't have a good manoeuvre, so I think if you're Canada, you got one more manoeuvre to do, and then this win could be theirs.
So at 52 kilometers an hour, Stevie, they look to be in good pressure. As you look at the surface of the water, New Zealand now, all they can do is hope for a mistake.
Yeah, beautiful manoeuvre by the Australians. I don't see a mistake coming. I think the real battle's perhaps for second and third here. Australia have got a couple more manoeuvres to do. New Zealand perhaps just one, but the Aussies will have to, I think, get one more shot at getting back at the Black Foils. But yeah, Canada, it's a masterclass. Let's just see how well they execute this last manoeuvre. Here they go. This is the mover for the money. Well, that was absolutely perfect. Billy Gooderham has got that boat on rails right now. They are nailing it round the course here. Beautiful play. Paul Campbell-James, he calls for a little high mode to try and make it to the finish. This is, they're just coming in straight here. If they can make the right turn with no more manoeuvres, then this will be the first time North Star Canada, with Giles Scott on the wheel, can take a victory.
Stevie, you have to go back to March of 2023. Canada, season 3 in Christchurch, the last time they had an event win. So it is a long time coming, as Giles Scott has now taken the wheel, and he looks very good right now, trying to hold off the Kiwis and the Aussies. And there you see the distance. This is all but a done deal for North Star Canada, as Giles Scott will spin it one more time to the right, and he'll be 250 meters away from glory.
Going to get it done. It's going to be brilliant for Canada, but right now, neck and neck, Slingsby and Burling. This is going to be huge for the championship as a whole. Right of way is with Australia. New Zealand must be confident of crossing ahead.
And as they approach the line, it has been 727 days in the making. The Emirates winning moment goes the way of North Star Canada.
Elbows up for the North Star Canada across the finish line. Wow, what a result by them. Giles Scott bounces back from Sydney disappointment.
The greatest neighbors to the north, as Canada comes to Los Angeles and claims the top prize. The Kiwis will hold on for second, Australia third.
Tom Stingsby's going to be frustrated. He did not nail that start at all. He's going to be annoyed, and the black foil as well. Some pretty clear things to go work on. Their manoeuvring not as good as we're used to seeing. Started very nicely. When they started well, they did well. But there, they just didn't quite have the manoeuvres down. They'll be happy with a second, though. Yep. Championship as a whole, those three teams will be good. But that's exactly what Canada needed. They needed an event win. They've got an event win. Huge for their season 5.
Canada was sitting in 6th place overall coming into this event. You tack on 10 more points for the win here, and that will certainly bump them up the ladder. Once again, it's Canada getting the win at event number 4. The Rolex Los Angeles Sail Grand Prix goes the way of the Canadians.
Yeah, you can see there's really good pressure coming down the course now, but one of the difficult things is things are changing so quickly. So just because there's pressure in the start box now, it doesn't mean it's going to hold until start time.
And we'll check in shortly with Lisa Darmanin, who is down on the water for the latest information, Stevie. All right, here we go. We're coming up on 40 seconds, and you've had 2 chances to crack the code on this one. What do you want to do on your 3rd attempt?
Well, I think what I liked was Canada had space. Interesting, they've come back early into the box again. So similar strategy to what got them to Mark 1 first the last time. The pole position is down the line. The trouble is, if you're in that group of boats, you're lacking a lot of control. So black foils in Canada, well positioned right now. Emirates Great Britain, they've got a bit of a fight on. They are well positioned, but can they accelerate? Rolex pole predictors on board Spain here. The wind is rotated a long, long way right. Bad news for Canada. Black foils might thread the needle here. It's all going to be about winding it up into the start. Los Gallos have control. USA and Canada are out. Oh, the black foils, he's threaded the needle through there. What a start by Burling, what a start by Botine, and now these two are in a straight arm wrestle fight towards Mark 1.
With just 11 boats in the start box, Mubadala Brazil out because of hydraulic issues. Canada, North Star, and the United States also took themselves out, so plenty of room at the front of the spear. And here we go at mark number 1, and it looks like Red Bull Italy's got the prime location.
Yeah, Spain gave a little nudge to the Kiwis there, sailed a bit high, and in doing so took themselves out of it. Ruggie Tita there, he's done a great job of taking advantage, but potentially slow to manoeuvre out of Mark 1 here. Has he got himself in good breeze?
Yeah, we've seen a couple of times that going all the way to the boundary there has worked, but a couple of times it hasn't, so they've kind of taken a little bit of risk there. And you see Germany coming down the screen really nicely and some good pressure there.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is when these gusts come through, that it's a big shift towards the right, bottom right-hand corner of our screen, and that's where Germany are. They're sailing nearly straight down the course. Massive gain, and you can see the black foils look like they were leading off the start. They're 8th, got pushed really wide here, now straight down the course for those first 3 boats. But we know that it's going to change from here. You can see right-hand side of screen, there's less wind. That's where they're going to go back to in a minute. So how do you set yourself up strategically to get through that light wind patch quickly?
At gate 2, the DP World Gate, it is Germany Deutsche Bank that is in the lead. France now making their presence felt here on home waters. They'll tuck into 2nd, and Red Bull Italy will round the corner, and they will sit in 3rd.
Pretty much a complete flip in the fleet there. Everyone that manoeuvred quickly at Mark 1's made a massive gain. The black foils have managed to save it. They're in 6th. They're in the mix. And Australia, well, they've got work to do as well. The points are crazy up and down here. Can the Germans make it stick from here and turn this one into a race win?
Look at Canada and the USA, Stevie. I don't know what was going on there, but they forced each other and they got off course, had to do a full 180 to get back in the box.
Yeah, it's just a big wind shift. The wind turned hard to the right, and suddenly they were out of the limits of that start box. The whole fleet was blocking them. They're in bad shape. So we're going to come in and have a look at the replay on the United States. We can see that they can't go over the line early. That mark to the left was the mark there, but the fleet was stopping them from going through it. So it was a big shift in the wind. A little bit unlucky in some ways. They did position themselves at high risk. We saw that Canada led at Mark 1 in race 2, but they've got to take a bit of risk if you want to lead normally. And Lisa, it's pretty shifty down there.
Oh, it's so shifty, and I mean, there's big mountains all around Saint-Tropez, which is beautiful, but it's really playing with the wind, and where the start box is, it's so hard to predict what's going to happen. The course right now, that Saint-Tropez side, where Switzerland is right now, that's where the best pressure is. There's really nice big gusts over there, but as they move towards this gate, where that start box is, it gets to get more fickle, more erratic, and you have to be super dynamic.
And I think the operative word there, Hannah Diamond, and what Lisa said is erratic. Is what you had moments ago may not be there in 5-10 seconds. and what you did in the last race is going to have really no bearing on what you do in the next race.
Yeah, that's right. These sailors are really having to think on their feet. So not only for the strategists, but also it changes how you sail the boat. So for the flight controllers, the wing trimmers, they're really having to adapt to these conditions. And you'll see that the people that adapt quickest are the ones that generally keep their average boat speed nice and high.
Germany has fallen back, Stevie. The German team is now sitting in fourth. It is France, the home team, that's out in front. Red Bull Italy in second. And Emirates GBR, once again, Stevie, a consistent team, always in the top 5.
Well, they are. And if we go here and look at the Oracle Cloud for the data, we can see Emirates Great Britain, they're converting poor results into good ones. That's what's a good thing. But they're doing that by staying in space. Germany manoeuvred in a weird position for me there. They tacked right in the pack, and now they're suffering. They were a bit of a slammer high. Slice of ham in a sandwich there, easy for me to say that, but and they just dropped right out of it. They're squeezed, couldn't sail their mode. I think the key in this condition is manoeuvre when you're in pressure, but try and keep yourself in space to sail fast. That's what New Zealand have done. They've got themselves right back in the race by getting a bit of space here. They're still in the pack, but they're going to be splitting from the fleet at this top gate. They'll be challenging hard on that Italian boat.
Oh, look at Spain cutting to the inside of the French.
Is the gas coming now?
Looking for the pressure.
They are looking for the pressure, Todd, and we can see there big gust of wind on the black foils, and again they're in space, so they're going to be chasing really hard. It looks like pretty good breeze where the black foils are heading at the moment. Yeah, the fact that Burling's happy to go all the way suggests he's happy with his decision. He's not thinking, okay, we got this wrong and we're going to have to get out of here pretty quick.
Keep your eye on the Bonds Flying Roos. They are currently sitting in 7th place. Remember, they won race number 1, but they came back with a 10th in race number 2. And as we all know, Hannah and Stevie, you can have one bad race, you really can't have 2.
No, you can't, although I think at this event it's going to be pretty hard not to have some bad results. This could be very, very high scoring. Here we go. Let's have a look at the breeze here. There's a little bit more breeze on the Spanish side of the course at the moment. 2 kilometres an hour more wind. That's converting to a pretty good boat speed for them. But right of ways with Italy. So Italy, good lead. And it looks like the black foils could be up to 3rd. Looks like a gain at the moment for the right turn at the top.
Hey guys.
And in these conditions, it can be really easy to focus on how you're sailing the boat, lose the sight of that kind of bigger picture, and that's where you're going to make those gains with strategy. It's easier said than done, though, isn't it? When the boat is hard to sail, you've got distractions with boats around you, but being able to look out for that pressure is really important.
What's interesting here is New Zealand have sailed this race, as of Italy, with the intention of going left at this last downwind gate, which was where New Zealand managed to snatch the lead last turn by going left turn and then finding that big shift in the wind. So this is definitely a set play strategy by the black foils, and it'll be interesting if they do roll it out and look to split from Spain at the bottom of gate 4.
It's one thing to want to do it, Stevie. It's another thing to be able to execute it amidst the 11 other boats out there, as we see Italy now making the turn of the DP World Gate. They'll head upwind, and then it'll be a left-hand turn into the finish line here in race number 3, and it's Red Bull Italy out in front. Los Gallos, Spain, sit in 2nd. The Black Foals in New Zealand in 3rd, and France now currently in 4th.
All right.
So they have gone left, Spain have gone right. So Spain look like they're going to sail to pretty good breeze to me in the short term. It might not be bad news for Los Gallos, but what's off the right-hand side of our screen? That's the question. In the pack, Emirates Great Britain and the Bonds Flying Roos are in a bit of a tussle there. Big fight. They turn right at the bottom, but both boats are going to be very, very slow. Oh, if you fall off the foils, it's so painful.
And turning slowly.
Really good pressure on exit.
That was the voice of Blair Toop there saying, oh no, that was Kyle, sorry, that was Kyle Langford on board the Italian boat there, wing trimmer, calling good pressure. This could well be the first ever race win for the Italians here, Todd. They've yet to win since they started out as a new team in season 5.
No announcer jinx just yet, Stevie. Leg 5 of 6 here in race number 3, and now it is fully on. Ruggiero Tito meeting up with fellow Olympic gold medalist, and it's Diego Botín who's going to have to dip in behind him, and if he can hold this line, Hannah, it looks like the Italians are going to get that first win.
Yeah, that's right. They played this last leg really nicely before they turn left towards the finish. Nice and calm on board. That's what we like to see.
Around the buoy they go, and there they see the finish line with the legend Jimmy Spithill, their CEO at command, and you've got Ruggiero Tito out in front, a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, 4-time NACRA world champion, and now you can add to his resume a winner at SailGP, and it comes in the 3rd race at the Rockwell France Sail Grand Prix, Saint-Tropez. Welcome to the show, Italy.
Oh, there'll be some ripples on the Red Bull now, won't there, out there? A windy race win, and the Italian fans go crazy. And we know one Jimmy Spiddle's going to be pretty happy on that shore as well.
No question about it. One of the newest teams in the league, and a strong performance in tricky conditions. Los Gallos will finish in second place, and it looks like the Black Foils will hold on for third. Now France coming in full steam ahead. They'll try to sail that fourth, and it'll be Germany Deutsche Bank in a top 5 situation. What a race, with just one more race to go here when we return to Saint-Tropez.
You just see the sailors there loving it. That was Matt Van Dam, the grinder on the French boat. They had a tough race there, but they were just really enjoying it. And it's the Bonds flying route. Tight finish here, as we can see. Emirates Great Britain are going to get across the line just ahead of Rockwool Denmark. But they all need to turn. Oh, my Lord.
Denmark.
Denmark got a little high and couldn't turn up as quick as they'd like. Oh, that was tight. That seawall where the fans are is pretty good here. Oh, the Australians have got a penalty relative to United States. They're going to be 10th again. Wow, this is a huge moment. They're my absolute favourites in the big breeze, the Australians, Todd. And they've had 2 shockers out here, and they're getting a bit loose across the finish there.
So the Americans come across behind the Australians, so a rough day after the first race. And Tom Slingsby not happy with that performance for him and his squad. Apologies for the industrial language, as North Star Canada will come across as well. Tricky conditions indeed out on the Mediterranean, but the team that conquers it in race number 3 is none other than Ruggero Tito and Red Bull Italy. So we're set to go. Before we can talk about Brazil and New York City, we've got the matters of race number 4 here on day number 1 of the Oracle San Francisco Sail Grand Prix, as all 11 teams now are into the box and ready to go. 35 seconds. And Stevie, I wonder if everyone has learned where to go and when to pull that trigger, because it seems like everyone's problem has been too early to the line.
Yeah, and it's Italy and Canada that are going to have to go slow from here. North Star Canada have been on fire today, but they need a good start. USA a better position towards the top of the screen this time, and out the back it's Rolex timing that's going to be totally crucial here. See, middle of the line, the Rolex pole predictor 6 on Canada. It's Italy in the middle of the line. Emirates GBR, but Delapierre on board France again. He's going to thread the needle. Watch for that learn to turn white.
And a great start for the Americans. Perfect time for Taylor Canfield to get to that line on time, but it is France once again the winners of race number 1, and they figured it out. Quentin Delapierre very aggressive in that box in the first 3 races, and this time it pays off again like race 1 as they approach Mark 1, and it will be the French that will have the lead.
Yeah, great work there. The US team are going to slide around the outside. They've got a good position here. They haven't got the right of way, though. They're going to have to go all the way into the boundary to get space. Black Foils are giving themselves a chance now, and look how tight it is in the pack. Mubadala Brazil, good call moving away early here, and expect New Zealand to decide to turn early as well.
France are your Rolex sprint leaders, and here we go. All right, Hannah Diamond, whose position do you like best?
Well, I think the French are positioned really nicely. Biggest change from the last race, I think the wind's definitely picked up. They're sailing much further down the ladder lines, and you can see the water's much darker where they've got more wind there.
Yeah, breeze looks good there. And I think what's interesting here is North Star Canada are going to manoeuvre, and they're going to come back at the US. They're going to really pressurize USA's next manoeuvre, so it will be tight at the bottom here as we see the Oracle Cloud giving us the live speeds there. We see France are quick, no surprise. They're out in front in clear wind. The United States are going to have a tough call to make coming into gate 2. They need to nail this manoeuvre now. Canada turn, New Zealand turn and get a bit loose. It's all about accuracy in these last few meters to gate 2. US stick the manoeuvre well there, Todd.
So Taylor Canfield now sits in 3rd place for US SailGP, a team desperate in need of a win or a top 3 finish. It is France, though, that opts for the right-hand side. North Star Canada follows them, and US SailGP just ahead of the Black Foils, the Kiwis, with the Aussies right behind them. Oh, the Americans!
Oh, the US team, they've had an absolute howler on that bottom roundup. They got too high, they got loose, they've parked it. Somehow Burling and the Black Foils managed to miss round the outside. The Australians went flying around the outside of them, and they're now going to be way at the back of the pack again. It's getting loose with this breeze filling in.
Very limited, it's gonna go in.
So the Americans were sitting in third, and they absolutely come to almost a complete stop. They are now dropping back to 8th place. Meanwhile, on the other side of the course, it is Spain and Mubadala Brazil having their own little battles. We go back and look at this one more time, Stevie. Just when you thought they've turned the corner, this is going to be a big moment, what happened?
Yeah, hard moment on the flight control there. Hans Henkeny's in the right-hand screen. As they turn out, they just get too high, and they don't control the timing. Not enough horsepower going in on that wing to sheet it back in. It gets real high, real loose. They actually do a good job getting the wing there, but they just get too high, slip sideways massively, lose all the grip on the foil, and that's just so much discipline at their back. It's a great start. They were 3rd place, they're 11th. Mistakes hurt you so badly, and that's just opened the door now for teams like Spain, teams like Australia. They take hold of that opportunity, and the black foils, they're showing in 3rd right now. Good move for them. They need a big race here.
Possibly looking at a 4th different winner in 4 races. It was France, Canada, and Spain winning the first 3. Will it be Australia? Will it be New Zealand coming through to get a win here? They look best positioned right now, Hannah, from this perspective.
Yeah, they look really nicely positioned, and we know that they can sail the boat really well, so it's going to be about choosing the right strategy. This gate at the top, I think, is going to be critical because the fleet is still really compacted, so who can find space and the shortest distance around the course?
All right, we go down on the course. Lisa Darmanin has the best view. Lisa, where's the pressure? Where do you want to be, and which side do you think they're going to opt for?
Well, the wind has picked up across the course. I actually think before it wasn't very good to go out to sea away from the shoreline, but I think right now there is pressure out there, so I expect the French to turn right here.
You see good wind on the French boat here at the moment. Right now it looks pretty good. New Zealand are going to turn all 4 boats. Oh, the New Zealand team, oh, they lost the rudders a bit through the middle of that turn. That was a poor manoeuvre. I think they'll be able to recover quick enough. Yeah, look, they're up and foiling again, no problem. They're going to be clean, but now it's Spain are going to be the first boat to manoeuvre away. Australia have got to be sure they're ahead. Oh, it's tight in the back, yeah. Spain are going to be the interesting one. See how Spain do relative to New Zealand and Australia here to see where the gain is on the racetrack.
Yeah, with the Kiwis coming off the foil there, it caused the Australians to slow down like a parked car in front of them, and so Spain at full speed came in, opt for the inside line. They head closer to shore, but it's still France out in front, the winners of race number 1. Canada in 2nd, the winners of race number 2.
Yeah, Spain were over 80 kilometres an hour out of that turning there with the left turn. It's going to be New Zealand and Australia with the right of way. North Star Canada here, they've got the right of way here, but they've got a little bit of work to do if they can hope to catch the French. I think for them now, this late on in the race, they're going to just try and keep it simple, hang on to a second, and end what would be a great day. Big lefties. Talking about the wind's changed angle, it started blowing more from the top right of our screen. It's rotated to blow off that shoreline, and you can see they're nearly sailing straight down the ladder lines here. It's actually going to give France a tricky decision to make at the bottom. Do they do an extra manoeuvre and head back towards that side, or do they open the door for the boats behind? Big game for Spain. Spain did find more wind. They cross ahead of New Zealand.
So at the bottom of the course, it is France that goes for that left-hand side. Canada, they're going to opt for the right-hand side, and it looks like Spain is heading that way as well. They'll have to contend with the black foils, the Kiwis, and the Kiwis will spin it around. Australia will opt for the same side as France. So now you've got 5 boats fighting really for that winning position.
That was a really good manoeuvre by the black foils there. They had to do a double eagle jibe, they call it. They put both boards in the water, turned twice, flip-flopped around it. So easy to get that wrong. They made it stick, and they've now got control over the Spanish. I thought it was going to be opportunity for Spain. Perfect execution by the black foils.
This is leg 5 of 6 in the final race of the day. They're heading up to the top of the course on the right side of your screen. Then it'll be a left-hand turn, a quick shot to the finish line, and someone's going to take the win here. And right now, it looks like France, but look at Canada closing the gap.
Potentially just one more manoeuvre for Canada as well, do you think, Hannah?
Yeah, it's going to be close. If we look further up the course, we'll be able to see whether they can just do one more manoeuvre, because they just need to turn left at this top mark, and that could really make the difference, because France will definitely have at least 2.
So Stevie, is this something that was set up 2 gates ago, or is this just at the last gate?
Yeah, exactly. That big wind shift made it a really hard. You either had to do a very hard manoeuvre like we saw New Zealand do, or take the simple manoeuvre as the French did. But the trouble with the simple manoeuvre, they saved an option at the bottom of the course, but they're going to give them an extra manoeuvre later on. It's always that compromise. You try and plan ahead, but in planning ahead, you probably give yourself a little bit of a problem later. So Canada's going to have the right of way. France are going to be on the inside. It's going to be really tight. It's all about execution of these manoeuvres here. Canada set up.
One down.
On course, France still has the lead, but this is going to be close. Remember, Canada's going to come in hot. They stay on the foil, so it'll be a straight shot to the gate for them.
I'm out for the boy. Let's get the pace on first.
My right.
You can hear the tension rising a
Yeah.
little bit on board the Canadian boat there.
I think France is far enough ahead here, Todd, but they've got to stick the manoeuvre. They're going to spin in front. They're going to put disturbed air onto them. Perfect. That's a great manoeuvre by the French.
Faster mode. Happy that all the can't.
Yes, Paul Campbell-James talking about higher mode. He's talking about sailing a little bit closer to the wind. Let's sail a bit slower, but try and minimise the distance. Oh, France making an error here. Well, they've opened the door.
Yeah, they have. Look at the
North Star
speed.
Canada. He's coming, il est engagé. He's going to try and get over
pushing
that.
him.
Oh, that mistake's going to cost the French. North Star Canada are going to get it done, Todd.
The Emirates winning moment goes the way of the Canadians for the second time today, just edging ahead of the French.
Oh, I can feel her pain. That manoeuvre there, they just got it all wrong, the French. They'd judged it so well, they'd shut the door, but they just didn't execute it properly. New Zealand come home third. Australia are going to take fourth. Spain fifth. The points are going to be so tight, and a great final race for Mubadala Brazil. Marcini Grail and team there, they've held the whole race together. As we see, bottom of our screen, Emirates Great Britain off the foils, and the wheels are coming off for them at the end of today. They've not had a great day, and they're struggling to get around this with the current against them. Could be more manoeuvres to do. Don't expect to see the Emirates GBR way at the back of the pack.
Okay.
Oh, this is a howler for the British team. Look at that, head in the hands there, Nick Hutton. He is not happy.
Over on points. Yep. Gonna get stuck on this mark.
Oh.
Back.
Remarkably calm. We've all been there, haven't we? That's an absolute shocker. We've maybe not all been there on live TV, but that is an absolute disaster for Emirates Great Britain. Little mistakes in that thing is going to cost, and it's not been a great first day for them. They got a lot of work to do overnight.
Emirates Great Britain started off in race number 1 with a decent showing in 8th place, and then a 2nd in race number 2, a 4th in race number 3. They're going to get an 11th in race number 4, so this will be difficult as Red Bull Italy comes through in 10th, and Emirates GBR still on the course. They will finish in 11th, so day 1 of racing is now complete. 1 minute to go until the final is off the line here at the Rolex SailGP Championship in Sydney. This is the KPMG Australia Sail Grand Prix. And Stevie, tell you what, Tom Slingsby is probably the hottest sailor. They have done the best over the last 7 races, but I'm telling you what, Dylan Fletcher and Giles Scott just lurking in the grass, just waiting to pounce.
Well, that's right, the Australians will have a plan. But this is a race course where a plan's not really as good as it gets that first contact with your enemy out here. Fletcher, he's coming for a late run at things here. I like where the Australians are positioned, but they're into a battle with Canada already. Dylan Fletcher's got the chance to play spoiler here. He's got to keep some space. Canada and Australia, oh, it's really tight there. Australia have got to keep clear. They're in a real fight with 16 seconds to go. Boat's going to fill up. This is opening the gap here for Fletcher. He's coming through fast. Middle of the line's the favoured place to be. 9 seconds to go. Britain are calling themselves late. 5 seconds, watching for the line to turn white. It's timing that counts right now. Oh, what a start. Fletcher's at absolute speed. On the inside, it's Canada. I think Emirates Great Britain are going to be able to lead at Mark 1 here.
Penalty Australia, relative Canada. Windward boat not keeping clear.
Oh, Slingsby's going to have to fight back from 3rd here. He's going to have to be last round Mark 1, and then it's going to be a fight back. But for Emirates Great Britain, the ball's in their court.
So at mark number 1 here in the final, it's Emirates GBR with the lead. Canada in 2nd, and the hometown favorites, Australia, will sit in 3rd. But Stevie, what a move by Tom Slingsby. Didn't pull us wide, he just went wide, and now he's back up to speed.
Yeah, he just did it well. He's a bit of extra experience out there, and he nailed that manoeuvre, but it's all about being smooth on board Emirates Great Britain. They're going to be into gate 2 with no more manoeuvres, but what's the choice? Do they go straight and take a left turn? It looks like Canada might make it down and cut the corner. Big overlay by Emirates Great Britain. Canada have seen a wind shift. Looks to me like it's a lead change. Canada are going to lead at gate 2. Australia could be straight back to 2nd. Mistake by Emirates Great Britain.
At gate number 2, the DP World Gate, it is North Star Canada, Giles Scott, that will lead. And then it's Emirates GBR, and Tom Slingsby rolls the dice. He opts for the other side. He loves to stay away from his competitors.
Yeah, he saw the chance to follow Canada, but he would have been slow. So what Slingsby's doing, he's trying to find some space. He's looking at the breeze, and at the moment it looks like he's on a nice wind shift up the course, where you expect to see him manoeuvre quite soon and head to the right-hand side of Shark Island. That's been the classic move. Lisa, how's it looking out there on the racetrack? Which side of Shark Island are you going? Oh, big tacking error.
I still think the right-hand side is strong, but where Australia have tacked, they're in plenty of pressure. Obviously, that manoeuvre was a little bit wobbly, but because they nailed that, they're going to be in an okay position, but it's going to be a fight all the way to the end here with GBR tacking in front.
Oh, big cover manoeuvre there, Todd. These two are already in a fight, and that only means good news for Canada. Look here on our Oracle Cloud, big gains to Canada.
They might try and split the other side of the island. What do you think if they do that? Going straight here. Are we happy with that?
Well, it's a 300-metre lead. What he's saying there is, what do we do if we split? If it's gusty and shifty like this, it's very simple. You have to sail what you're in. Control the controllable. All you can do is say where you think you see wind, go and find that breeze. If Australia gets lucky on the left-hand side of Shark Island, so be it. Do what you think right, Giles.
Well, Giles Scott and North Star Canada had to fight their way into that final, getting past Denmark. He's conferring with Annie Hager, Paul Campbell-James to see exactly where they're going to go. And there it is. Stevie referred to it as a roundabout. Shark Island right in the middle of the course. And Canada is out in front by more than 150 meters.
Here we go. This is in the pre-start here, and that was nearly with 20 seconds to go. Australia just pushed down across Canada, got too close. That was where that penalty came from. Canada turned the boat up into the breeze, had to keep clear. They filled the boat up, which will have hurt them, but right now it's a massive lead. As we come back on board, there's spray of water all over the Canadian boats. It's going to be champagne over that Canadian boat if they can hang on to this lead. Look at that, 150-metre lead over Great Britain. Right-hand side of screen, Australia, where they've found no luck on that side of Shark Island. Slingsby's going to need a miracle from here, and the Canadians, North Star Canada, what a season 5 moment for them this could be. Halfway through the race, Todd, one down, one up, and then the sprint to the finish is all that stands between them and victory here in Sydney.
I'm not sure they're laying anyway that turn. Going away in 3.
That's Hannah Mills talking about the Australians, saying they're not really a threat at the moment. We've got big gaps opened up here. With Great Britain coming and engaging with Australia, they've really potentially given an unassailable lead to the Canadians. It's going to be so hard to find a way back through. If Australia have got a simple choice here, do they follow? If they do follow, it's very hard to overtake.
From here, bud.
You hear the frustration in the voices on board Australia. They look so good coming into this race as they win race number 7 to put themselves in the top position, but those scores wiped away, and all 3 teams, apologies for the salty language, but they come around and now they find themselves firmly ensconced in 3rd as they look up the track, and it is Canada way out in front. North Star Canada, the last time Canada won an event at SailGP, Stevie, you've got to go back to season 3. That's 2023, and for Giles Scott, you go back to last year. That's when he was driving for Emirates GBR, and that's when he made his debut winning in Halifax.
Oh, and don't underestimate the fact there will be a bit of niggle between Giles Scott and Dylan Fletcher. They've swapped roles there. You know, we don't know what exactly went on with that Emirates Great Britain. Obviously, of course, a fantastic opportunity for Giles to come and sail for Canada and represent them, which I know he's very proud to be doing. But him and Dylan, you know, they've been rivals for positions in British teams a lot. This will mean an awful lot to Giles right now if he can hang on. And yeah, huge for North Star Canada's season, huge for the new ownership. So here we go. Upwind leg to go, 3 legs to go.
That's faster. 23 to boundary.
And Stevie, it's one of those situations where if you were coaching them, you would probably just say, keep it simple. Keep it simple. You have a massive lead. Don't let the pressure come to you and make a silly mistake.
Yeah, and you've got to focus in on your manoeuvre, so do the next right move. That's what's key at this point here. Where's their wind? That's the first thing. If I've got more wind, I can keep going fast. Now, I'm surprised they didn't turn a little bit sooner. As soon as they saw Great Britain were about to turn left, I'm surprised Canada didn't turn. They've given about 50 metres extra leverage than they needed to, but left-hand side of our screen, there is good wind.
Get to lay and see if there's an option to split.
Well, that's there, Hannah talking about the downwind leg. They get to a point where they can either turn right or left, and then they take a call off Canada. At that point, we're not going to follow Canada. If we follow Canada, then the only hope is that they make a mistake. By splitting, they give themselves a shot. I'm surprised Canada didn't manoeuvre sooner after that gate to cover off Great Britain. There is now an opportunity. When the boats come back together, Great Britain are going to have the right of way.
Right now, Great Britain has the lead. Emirates GBR has found the speed on that side of the course. Look at the difference, 66 kilometers an hour as opposed to North Star Canada, closer to the 55, 56 kilometers an hour.
Advantage Great Britain here. They need a good manoeuvre.
Pressing a little, yeah, good angle.
Oh, it was pretty much perfect. Here we go. I think they're going to make... Oh, it's a huge lead change. But Great Britain say they're not laying. They're expecting to have to manoeuvre more. Potentially, North Star Canada can do it with just one more manoeuvre. Mother Nature could have one final say in this. There's the ley line. That's the position that says Canada will make it with no more manoeuvres.
And then you have to factor in Shark Island and what the wind is going to do there. So let's quickly go down in the water, check in with Lisa. Lisa, on leg 5 of 7, you see what's left. What are you seeing as far as wind, and whose position do you like better?
I'm a bit worried about Emirates Great Britain now. They are in quite a lot of light pressure, so it is going to be difficult for them. But the wind at this moment, it's just coming over the land, and I think they're just going to get this riding now that as I'm watching it, and they may make it.
I think they need to make it. I think they need to make it here if they can. They've got to watch out for that little mark in the water there, but it's all about making gate 5 with no more manoeuvres for Great Britain. I think they're going to do enough. Canada will be quicker.
Look at the gap that Australia has closed. Don't count them out just yet as they come in. Look at the speed differences, and it is Emirates GBR right now out in front.
All to gain here, guys. Nothing to lose. Let's go for it.
Oh, I love the attitude.
Right of way is with Great Britain. They are allowed to do a couple of manoeuvres if they need to, but they've got to keep the speed. I think they're going to be okay. They've crept round ahead of him. Huge moment. Can they re-accelerate? I think they can. They're just one turn away here. Purely about a minute's racing left. I don't see what Canada can do from here.
6-second lead, it's all it is, and they will make their way up to mark number 6. Can they hold on to that lead? Dylan Fletcher and company, they've got the lead. Here come the speed, though. Look at Dylan, look at Giles Scott. They're starting to pick up a little speed.
Potentially 2 more manoeuvres. It looks like it's hard to get there. First to move Canada, that's a good call. Force extra manoeuvres into the British boat. Try and force the error. No errors so far. Send it fast. 2 more manoeuvres for both boats.
Right. Rolling away. Rolling away, mate. We'll get there.
Oh, I think the British are going to try and make it with no more manoeuvres.
Left turn to finish.
Oh, Hannah Mills there. Calm voice. Good time for a calm voice, that was.
Well, Giles Scott, you saw what he was trying to do there, Stevie. He rolled the dice. It didn't come up Yahtzee for him. And just like that, the smallest of margins, it is Hannah Mills and Dylan Fletcher that get around that final mark. And now it is a straight shot to glory land. Emirates GBR, they've been in the final for the last 2 events, and they make the 3rd final in a row. And the Emirates winning moment goes to Emirates GBR. They take the win in Sydney.
Oh, that was some race. And they set it up at the bottom, didn't they? Get to ley line, and let's see if we get the chance to split. They certainly did, and have some of that indeed. That's 3 podiums from 3 starts for Dylan Fletcher on his comeback to SailGP. What a performance. Tough pill to swallow for Australia.
And it's a tough one for Australia. The winners of the last event in Auckland, New Zealand. They came here, Stevie, looked so good on practice day. They looked great on day number 1, looked great on day number 2, and it came down to that last race. Got entangled with Emirates GBR.
Big race ahead.
Behind the Swiss. 45 to 50.
I think we've seen some teams do a really good job of entering the start box and coming off cleanly off the line, but we've also had some absolute shockers for some of the teams, so they'll really be looking to make kind of amends for the last 3 races and get off that line really well.
So all 12 teams in the start box now as we approach 40 seconds to go for the final fleet race today. France way out the back, Stevie, and Emirates GBR late to the party.
Yeah, the French have rolled the dice here. They're planning on there being a gap at the top of the line, which maybe there will be, maybe there won't, but there's a famous thing that says hope is not a good strategy. So Delapierre might need to change things up here. He's going to be lit up like a Christmas tree coming in here, but I don't know where the gap's going to be. He's rolling across the front. This is some move by Delapierre here. Oh, he spins it in front and he's got to park it. He's going to struggle to park. The Blackfalls, they're going to be off the corner of the course here. Rockwool, Denmark out the middle of the line are well positioned here. Mubadala, Brazil again. The whole fleet's going wide here. Big rotation and the Bond's Flying Rouge. Oh, I think he's over early.
Early start penalty, Australia.
Oh, that's a shocker, and it's going to be the Germans that are going to be miles ahead at Mark 1 from here. Slingsby is going to blow up about that one.
So they have to fall behind the fleet, and look at the speeds, 97 kilometers an hour, as Germany Deutsche Bank will get the whole shot in the 4th race today.
Oh, Eric Heil, they nailed the start there, did a brilliant job. Slingsby was literally about 20 centimetres, travelling at 19 metres a second early for that start. Oh, it was near perfection for the Bond Flying Rouge, but Hero turned to 0 there.
So now it is on this last race. Look at the Bond's Flying Rouge, and I have a feeling that Tom Slingsby is going to borrow a term from you, Stevie, drive it like he stole it.
He's going to be having to put a big comment. Huge race for the Bond Flying Rouge now, but we know how well they do when they're motivated and fired up. Blackfoils have manoeuvred into a lot of wind here. We can see the Blackfoils and Mubadala, Brazil sailing nearly straight down the course. They will be gaining here, and they need to make some gains. Blackfoils have had a pretty good day so far, as have Emirates Great Britain, but Spain, well, they're out the back at the moment, and they need a top 3 here if they've got any hope of the grand final.
3, 2, 1. Heading up.
Look at those speeds at the DP World Gate, gate number 2.
All the way.
You can hear the voice of Stuart Bithell there, the wing trimmer on Germany.
Oh, Rockwool, Denmark, they lost control, got off too high on the foils, couldn't manoeuvre up. Massive error there. They just got so loose coming in that. If you're too fast, you can't turn the boat up. You've got to kill a bit of speed to be able to turn it into the breeze. Rockwool, Denmark came in absolutely hammer down. Couldn't turn the thing up, and they've lost 6 places in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, don't underestimate how hard it is to actually slow the boat down in that moment before you make that turn. So they'll be kicking themselves on board there, but time to catch up. They'll be doing the best they can.
And what's going on with Los Gallos? They are in the back of the pack in 12th. France sits in 11th. North Star Canada having their issues on the left side of the screen at the bottom of the course. They're in 10th and almost at a dead stop.
Similar issue, Tom. They just coming in a bit fast, couldn't quite control the roundup and in the flight control situation. A lot of disgruntled sailors out there need a serious reset on a lot of boats. We come back to the start here and we can see the Germans. Look at that on Mark 1 as we see the German team go flying round us there. Rockwool, Denmark, well, they were in second, of course, until that error down at the bottom gate. We can just see so fast into Mark 1, but everything really split out.
And that pre-start, Stevie, I mean, there's just not enough real estate, and once one boat went for that right-hand side, everyone followed. But Content de la Pera, this is the guy that lit the fuse.
Well, he was out of position and he repositioned quite well, but he maybe didn't do enough. But what it did do is a big rotation in the wind. We saw it last time. Big right shift meant they couldn't make the start there, and a lot of teams, big teams, were way down. And back on the water, the Germans, well, they're making it go pretty well here, keeping things well positioned. They'll be looking to block the wind onto Emirates Great Britain. Here we go, simultaneous manoeuvres.
Yeah, you see Germany Deutsche Bank, Eric Kosgarten-Heil in his 2nd season at SailGP, looking for a big win here.
And he's putting disturbed wind onto Emirates GBR from their textbook manoeuvre for the Germans. They're going to look for a right turn at the top here. We can see right now, well, the wind's pretty different where the Swiss are. They've got a lot of breeze, and Switzerland need a good race here. They're getting it at the moment. There's a big turn up in the overall standings right now. Were things to stay as they are.
Best race of the day for the Americans, US SailGP, Taylor Canfield. They are currently sitting in 4th place, winners of their last race, and that is Red Bull Italy. They sit in 7th.
2, 1, slow turn. Fast turn, coming down.
There we go, a little bit of a change of strategy. Stuart Bithell, the wing trimmer there, saying we can spin it fast if you want it to Eric Heil. As we see now a split on the course by Emirates Great Britain. Fletcher rolls the dice. Will this be a gain? It looked like a lot of wind on the German boat. Look at that, they're fast out of the gate there. It's going to be interesting to see what comes out right. And in the pack, New Zealand, Australia, can they make some crucial overtakes on this last lap?
Here we go at gate number 3 on to leg number 4. And the question that everyone wants to know is, where is the wind? For that, we check in down on the water. Lisa Darman, and what can you tell us? Where's the sweet spot on the course right now?
Oh, it's chaos out here, to be honest, Todd. It's changing every minute. I mean, these athletes normally make it look easy, but everyone's making it look hard. And that just goes to show how difficult it is. I think the angle is with Emirates Great Britain. They've picked a beautiful angle right now compared to, say, the black foils. And then over on the far side, Rockwool, Denmark, they've got the hammer down.
Yes, they do indeed, Stevie. They learned their lesson. They've moved all the way back up to 6th place. Here's the race to the final.
Yeah, they're doing it so tight we can see, but it'd be big for Germany. They'd get themselves right in the hunt. I think where the black foils have gone, they might have been out of position for a moment, but they're in a lot of wind now, and they've really cut a serious amount of distance. They were 7th. Halfway up the leg before. They're now looking like they're 4th, could easily be 3rd. Black foils are really picking their way around the course, and Australia are right back in the game here. Slingsby, well, he loves a fight. He's got a fight, and he's back in it.
Hannah, look at these angles. I mean, you look at Brazil, you look at Switzerland, Australia, New Zealand, they're almost straight at it.
Yeah, that's right. And it can make it quite difficult to pick your gate mark out of the bottom, because it might be that you go against the bias of the direction you're sailing at the moment. And don't forget, they're lining themselves up for this final mark of the course after this, where they turn left towards the finish. So it's not just about what's happening right now, it's about what your next mark plan is as well.
Yeah, tricky manoeuvre here. New Zealand, oh, they didn't have a... Oh, it's tight in the pack there! Wow. Switzerland late to manoeuvre on the Kiwis. Wow, they maybe didn't see them. That was so tight. The black foils have avoided. Is there an overlap? Australia have the right here. Burling must give space. Slingsby's back in the game.
No doubt about that. Tom Slingsby was going to slot it in there. If he had an inch, he was going to take it. And that's exactly what he does. And look at this. The Bonds Flying Ruse now into 3rd.
What a comeback this would be here. We're going to have Simo-Tax on the boundary here. Australia manoeuvre first, but they've cemented that lead change against New Zealand.
Penalty Italy, relative Denmark.
Craig Mitchell ruling out the penalty on Italy, so Denmark will go ahead of them. The Italians will drop back to 7th place. The battle is on, though, as Emirates GBR now has moved into 1st.
On Canada parking in front of Australia, they had to keep clear, and they've come crashing down off the foils there.
And a penalty to the Bonds Flying Ruse. And the word is they did not give enough room to the black foils at the mark.
Well, I'm surprised. They must have not been overlapped, so it would have been the other way round, where New Zealand didn't need to give Australia room, is all I can think there. It looked very tight to me, but they do have the data in the umpap that will give it the distance to within millimetres. So I'll bow to the judgment of the umpires there, but it's a lead change. Australia have to let New Zealand pass, and I'll look forward to hearing the feedback on that after racing.
As they come down the home stretch, it was a tight race all the way through all 6 legs, but in the end, the Emirates winning moment goes the way of Emirates GBR. Dylan Fletcher and company take a bow in race number 4.
3, 2, 1.
Great race, though, Stevie, for Germany Deutsche Bank. They were in the mix. Eric Coastgarten-Heil and his crew really rock solid in 2nd place, and it looks like 3rd's going to go the way of Mubadala Brazil and Martini Grail.
We can see a tight race here. New Zealand and Australia in a sprint to the finish. Australia managed to burn off that penalty somewhere up that upwind leg, and they're going to hang on to a 4th. What a result for the Bonds Flying Ruse. This is absolutely crucial, and they delivered when they had to.
Tom Slingsby should be a little happier than he was at the end of the last race as they hold on to that position, just edging out.
Penalty USA, not giving Mark room, go behind France.
Oh, it's going to be a big loss for the United States here. They got it all the way behind the French.
Go to 7th.
Behind the French, make sure you leave.
Trying to keep us going.
It's going to be hard to manage it versus Rockwool Denmark, but Rockwool Denmark have made a bit of a hash of their turn away at the mark there. They were slow, couldn't deal with the power coming on, and Rockwool Denmark are going to lose some places here.
So the USA will have to give up that 7th to the French. They'll drop back to, they'll give the 6th. They'll drop back to 7th. Good for a team that was really struggling for performance. And as they finish as high as 4th early in that race, they will finish officially in 7th. At the line, it looks like it's going to be Rockwool Denmark getting the 8th. The 9th goes to Switzerland. Wow. I mean, Lisa, it is topsy-turvy. Lisa Darman had talked about it, Stevie. It's chaos down there with the conditions just all over the place.
Yeah, it's variable. It's quite choppy, the course, and they're very much, it's so on and off breeze-wise, I think, is the problem. It's either really, really windy, and they're feeling super powered up on these small wings, or there's not enough power for them, and they're struggling to then get the flow over the wings. So it's a really, really hard day. And yeah, I've got to say, the fleet did look relatively average out there in these conditions, which is just something we don't normally say.
And crazy how the consistency works, Hannah, because we saw the team right here, Red Bull Italy, win the last race, and they come this run and they finish in 11th.
Yeah, and you can just see how that's showing how difficult the conditions are. And, you know, Stevie, you mentioned the sailors generally make these boats look pretty easy to sail, but today that's just not the case. So you've got to be really in sync with the conditions, happy sailing the boat to get a good result in each race.
Tough day for Spain. In race number 3, they finished in second. They finished dead last in race number 4.
Yeah, I can safely say that was a horrible moment to have to discuss, but fantastic to hear everything's all right. And, you know, one thing I know about Tom Slingsby, he's a fighter, and he's going to not let that team drop their heads. They're going to fight really, really hard. But now it's the fight out here, Todd.
All right, the race at hand as we come up on 45 seconds to go until the event final here at the Oracle San Francisco Sail Grand Prix. Spain, Canada, and France. Hannah Diamond, pick your poison. Who do you like?
Well, that's a tough call here. I think the Spanish are lined up nicely, and I wouldn't bet against them.
Well, here we go. You can see that you're all going to be trying to get the downwind inside under the line, and the attackers in this situation are going to be Canada. They're the furthest back. Spain have kind of made their bed, and they're looking to put it out.
Here we go, 15 seconds before the start of the event final.
All about being clear at this start is what Diego Bortin said. As we can see now, out of the fog, it's going to be North Star Canada threading the needle between the fleet here, looking for that line to turn right, and it's all about the timing. Oh, the French have nailed it, Todd. They're on the inside, they're fast, they're foiling hard, they've got the right of way, and I do not see anyone leading this French team ahead at Mark 1.
Like a scene out of Master and Commander as they emerge from the fog and they approach mark number 1. It will be the French who get in just barely into the event final, and they will pick up the whole shot here in San Francisco.
Oh, they nailed that start when they needed to. They came through on the attack. Spain are going to have a lovely dive down at Mark 1 and expect them to manoeuvre away first here. There they go in the background. That had to be the call in third place. Canada move away behind. Not the best manoeuvre, and France cover. Now it's going to be a sprint as they all try and line up gate 2. That's the first opportunity for a split, Hannah, but I love where the French are right now. Darker patch there, looks like they found breeze.
Yeah, and the breeze has definitely picked up since the last race, so they've got to be aware that the manoeuvres are going to be slightly different, but Spain had to split at that point. They had to make that first manoeuvre, but I think France are lined up really nicely for the bottom gate.
Don't need to speak a lot of French to understand that super means they're pretty happy on board that French boat right now, and they've really got a big lead, 100 metres there. We're seeing that Oracle cloud is telling us that they are just constantly faster on board the French boat at the moment. They're just in good breeze, they're moving ahead. And now at gate 2, big decision. I suspect the French will take the right turn. They'll keep it simple, one more manoeuvre right turn. The interesting one, Spain. Spain manoeuvre early. I suspect they'll look for a left turn, try and split the course, but is there opportunities on the race course for an overtake, or have the French already done it?
There's the maneuver as the French come in now at the bottom of the course. This is gate number 2, the DP World Gate. It is France by 100 meters. Don't count out the Canadians, Stevie. We've seen this before. We saw it in Los Angeles. It looks like they were not going to be in the top spot, and they came back and got the pass.
Yeah, it's not. This race is way far from over. We're only on just coming onto leg 3 of 6. We're not even anywhere near halfway, really. And it is Spain who do split away. No surprise there. Constant attack for Botin. And Lisa, what's the breeze looking like down there on the water? Is it looking better offshore still?
Yeah, I mean, the fog has come all the way into the bay now, so it's changed the game a little bit. I think the Spanish, they're in really good breeze, but where the French are, where originally it was quite light, there is breeze there now, so it's kind of, it's changed again, and I think the French are probably still in a strong position.
So you see the visibility down closer to the water, and this could be a situation with that fog where they might not know where the other team is. But they right now have good visibility as they go through that chopped up water. Spain has the advantage, or right away, I should say.
Yeah, and they've made the jump there over Canada. That obviously was a good call to take that left turn, and now they're sailing into slightly less tide as they get closer to that shoreline.
Right of way Spain here, Hannah, and it looks like they're going to get it. Oh, we called it. Left turn at the bottom was huge. This race is all wide open, but the Spanish boat right now looks so fast.
Yeah, they look really nice and settled now. The breeze is up, don't they? So they're going to be hard to beat from here, but I know that the French will keep pushing.
Yes.
The thing to remember as well here, Todd, is that the Spanish made a gain by coming away from San Francisco. That's where France are going, where the North Star Canada team are. So potentially Spain are sailing into less wind. Lisa did think it was a bit better on that side, but this race is going to keep going all the way to the wire.
With the San Francisco skyline as a backdrop, the French spin the boat around, currently in second place.
Big grinders across the front there. Matty Van Dam, he's straight across in there. Going to start pushing hard on those handles. And they've got the right of way when they meet back up with the Spanish.
Shooting, Flo. Shooting. Yes, no problem. All good. We're clear.
Just a little bit unsure how they were looking on Canada, and Florian there, calm voice when it was needed. We're clear. I think they're just across, but are they across the French? This race is all on, Todd.
Here we go as they approach gate number 3.
Oh, Nicole sounded confident there. All good, they touched down. I mean, that's a marginal call, but she was confident. That's what you want to hear as a driver out there. Confident calls from your strategist. And to me right now, Spain looking phased. Look at that Nicole van Velden, still with that bad leg. She's struggling across the boat, but you can't say she's not a fighter, that is for sure. As in the background, Canada and France are having to take avoiding action, and that's going to mean a big gain for the Spanish team up at the top here, but another big decision. Do you turn left and head to the shore, or do you take this right turn and hope to find more breeze? Another crucial decision for the chasing boats here.
And here we go. It is Spain that'll make the decision first. And they will opt for the left-hand side, so they will go closer to shore. Who will split the course and who will follow?
I think the Canadians will split. They've got to. They're going to save manoeuvres. France are going to follow, but France are going to lose distance doing that. So really, I think for Spain, that was a huge moment. France always had to split. If they followed Canada, they would have just been sailing in disturbed wind, which they're just going to be sailing slower. At least now they got a chance to be fast, but doing that manoeuvre, they've lost meters in that.
So here it is, the situation at hand. It is Spain out in front. They will go down to the bottom of the course. They will turn, come back up, and then it'll be a left turn to the finish line. Can they hold off the Canadian? Giles Scott, he is a master-class sail, and we'll see what they can pull off. The two-time Olympic gold medalist in the fin class.
Well, they were elbows up in LA, weren't they? And they were hoping for a bit of a double-double here in San Fran, but right now they're going to rely on a mistake for the Spanish because they're sailing really nicely on board that Spanish boat. Get last at gate 3, they were third at gate 3, Hannah, and look at this, nearly 200 meters ahead. I mean, they're going fast.
Yeah, they've got a really great lead. They definitely wanted that left turn at the top. I think they're coming down in really nice pressure at the moment, and if they just keep calm, they should be able to pick their gate mark at the bottom and keep it nice and simple.
All right, Hannah, look at your crystal ball. Which way does Diego Botín and the Spanish go when they get to the bottom of the course? What do you think?
Well, I think they'll probably want to turn right. It looks like they're setting up just for the ley line there, so that means they don't have to have any more maneuvers, but Canada are catching up.
Look at the speed difference. Canada checking in around 76 kilometers an hour. The Spanish now just picking up their speed. They hold at 72.
Interesting call here, because I was going to say Spain gained by coming away from San Francisco, so he's basically decided, let's do what we did work for us last time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep it simple. They're going to head away from the shore. The tricky decisions with the boats behind. Does Canada follow and try and secure this second place, or do they risk it all? It looks like they're going to try and secure it, so it's France that are going to roll the dice.
And they do. Quentin Delapierre and the French, they turn away. They will opt for the other side, looking for clean air. And now it is Giles Scott hoping that Diego Botín and the Spanish, the defending champions from season 4, make a mistake here as they head upwind.
Rolex chasing time, 7 seconds for the Canadians to catch up. And the trouble is, because Spain have pushed all the way to the boundary here, Canada are going to end up basically following them. And it's just control, control, control. I think Canada needed to manoeuvre a bit earlier after that gate if they were going to make more of a race of it. For me, Canada are almost saying, okay, you keep making the right decision, Spain. We're just going to follow you and let you have it. Or, fingers crossed for a mistake, which we're just not seeing from that Spanish boat at the moment.
Spain just moments away from being the 5th team in season 5 to get a win out of 5 events. Stevie, who'd have thought that across the board? 5 different winners in 5 different events.
Well, they seem to like it here in San Francisco, don't they, the Spanish? I mean, they've led a final here, and there you go, Nicole there, good gains here. I mean, you can't wish to hear anything better than that.
On the way.
No, they just seem so calm and confident. They're in a controlling position here. The Canadians are going to have to either keep putting the pressure on, hoping for a mistake, but there's not a lot of options left to split from here.
No, Canada will manoeuvre next, probably, and then Spain will just go straight with them. And if they go all the way till they can get to the turning point, then the Spanish have got it in the bag anyway. There go Canada. Expect Spain to follow. Oh, Florian, we do our thing. Well, there you go. I'm surprised he's opened the door a little bit, but they weren't maybe ready for the manoeuvre there.
4, 3, 2, 1. Turning. Pressing out. Good. Nice. Pressing.
Surprised that Diego Boutin does all this in English.
Yeah, yeah, I know. It's really impressive. It's great for the commentary, isn't it? It does save us having to do as much talking.
Leg 5 of 6. There is Canada. There is Spain on the right-hand side. Both of them will make a left-hand turn at this final mark as France comes into view. But it looks like the Spanish, Stevie, if they perform properly on this last maneuver, they've got this one in the bag.
Yeah, they've done a nice job. They've just sailed smooth, haven't they? And you can just tell that Diego and Nicole at the back have got a really special connection. They're really understanding each other, the calmness that comes in. Teams works clean. They've executed that well, just about a turn now, and then they can enjoy once again an event-winning run to the finish here in San Fran.
3, 2, 1. I'm down.
They make the left-hand turn at the final mark, and there you see the finish line just ahead. As they come across the line, no big shocker here. They won 2 races in the fleet race, and now the Emirates winning moment. The celebration can begin. Spain rules San Francisco again.
I've watched Rafael Nadal win enough tennis events to know that Vamos is a good thing. And I might not speak a lot of Spanish, but what an Emirates winning moment that is there. It means a lot, doesn't it? Their season now is fully up and running. That's huge. North Star Canada, another good result for them. They're really the form team at the moment.
First event win since season 4 win in San Francisco for the Spanish as they claim this one at the Oracle San Francisco Sail Grand Prix. Diego Boutin, Florian Trittel, the entire squad getting it done. Nicole Vandervelde and Stevie, you talked about it, the injured leg, but she did work on that boat today to get them in. France will come through and they will finish in 3rd, but they will pick up some valuable season points. Once again, tip your cap to the Spanish as they dominate on the Pacific.
Well, Lisa gave us the full coaching smorgasbord of cliches there, didn't she? And all of the ones that you can take on. Basically, as Pete said, this one's not going to be over till it's over.
For the non-sailors out there, Hannah Diamond, snakes and ladders, translate that.
Well, we've been seeing how hard the boats are to sail in these conditions, and the difference in the winds, in the gusts, the lulls is massive. So you can't rest on your laurels. You're going to have to make sure you're sailing the best strategy and as fast as you can on the course.
All right, here we go. It is the final dance in the start box. 30 seconds away from the event final here at the Mubadala New York Sail Grand Prix.
They're all fighting for this downwind end of the line there. Spain and New Zealand, it was tight. Fans are going to get a good view of this. Rolex pole predicts on France. They do have a little bit of space, but they're not foiling. The other 2 boats are up and running. Don't think it'll be hard to get on the foils, but it's going to be hard to judge the start. Spain control New Zealand at the moment. France have got their own bit of space. It is all about timing. Here come the French. They wind it up, but Quentin de la Pierre dives for the inside, but is he late? Line's going to go wide. It looks like Boutin's got it right. What a start by the Spanish. France are out the back. Spain have control at the first mark, and they're going to lead the fleet away.
Guys. What do you want for the
Look at the speed, nearly 67 kilometers an hour as they hit 70 now, as they hit mark number 1 at the event final. It will be the Spanish that have the lead, the defending champions from season 4 and winners of the last race. They are out in front, the black foils right behind, and France with some work to do.
Oh, we're on board Mark 1, but that was lovely work by the Spanish. They worked themselves up to give themselves a good exit to Mark 1. Textbook stuff, but they made a little error in the board drop there. New Zealand spin first. New Zealand will put disturbed air onto Spain and expect France to stretch slightly wide on the course and try and minimise manoeuvres. New Zealand now, they've got to put the hammer down, but it's going to be hard to catch the Spanish here. Spain look well lined up for gate 2 at the moment.
Yeah, that's right, and it might be that there's 2 extra manoeuvres for both these boats. We'll have to see what angle they come down. If they can just close those ladder lines down a little bit more, they might be able to make it round to turn left in 1.
There we go, it's a question. I think what he's saying is that when it's tricky to do good manoeuvres, you want to minimise the number of manoeuvres you do. But it looks to me like New Zealand think they've got to do another one. They can't make it in one. They manoeuvre. Spain manoeuvre first. Oh no, Spain were later to manoeuvre than Burling thought. Would be surprised to see a protest there, but I think the right of way was all okay for Spain then. They just about pushed the limits of the rule, but they got it right. All boats are going to turn right, it looks like here. Great news if you're leading.
And Hannah, you're surprised to see France following the other two and not opting for the other side.
Yeah, I am. I think probably they opted for one manoeuvre just rather than two. So there's definitely on that cusp of can we push or do we need to just put on pressure from behind?
I think for me, in this situation, Todd, we're early in the race, very shifty, a lot to happen. Don't do something that you know is going to be wrong early on in the race. Keep yourself in the fight. Opportunities could come on later. Lisa, what are you seeing out there on the water? Do you like it where the New Zealand boat are headed right now?
Yeah, I really like where New Zealand's heading. In about 30 seconds, they're going to hit a big pocket of pressure, and that's what's going to take them back up to this top gate.
So there are the Blackfoils, winners of last year's event here on the Hudson. We're halfway into leg 3 of 6. This is the event final, winner take all.
Well, it's good news for New Zealand right now. Look, 25 kilometres an hour of wind. They've got nearly 3 kilometres an hour more wind. That should mean more boat speed. We're not seeing it just yet. So the Spanish team have clearly got it set up to go fast on board there. New Zealand will have the right of way when they come back together, but they need the wind to turn in their direction to try and cut down this distance. Accurate manoeuvres, absolutely crucial now in Spain, where we don't see them make a lot of mistakes. New Zealand are going to turn, and then Spain will turn right in front of them. Disturbed wind will go onto the New Zealand boat. It's going to be hard for the Kiwis on this leg to make any overtake. Still, only just about getting to the halfway point in the race here, Todd. It's all about accurate manoeuvres still.
You can always tell how tense the situation is by how quick Diego Botín speaks Spanish. He goes in rapid fire.
He does go in rapid fire, but I think he'll be pretty happy now. They're well set up directly in front of the New Zealand boat, putting disturbed wind onto them, and they'll probably be able to guess from here that New Zealand have to turn to the right, so they're going to try and shut that move down. Oh no, they could both go left. This is a big move here by the Spanish. I'm surprised at this. They've made a more complex manoeuvre. This is going to make it tight. They must see more wind there. And the Spanish turning for more wind here, do you think, Lisa?
Nice to live, real nice. Big live.
Yeah, I think where the Spanish are going, it's just there's so many bullets out here. What I mean by that is that there's thin slivers of extra pressure where Spain is, and where they're going to hit right now, it's going to knock them closer down towards the finish, the mark, and also help them accelerate.
And we have seen that right turn on this second lap be really powerful, so it might be that they're taking a little loss at the bottom to pick up a potential, at the top, sorry, to get a potential gain at the bottom.
Oh, it's a big call though, because you know when you do an extra manoeuvre, for sure you lose some distance. So you've got to be absolutely certain that there's a gain to be found out there. Now, these are the best sailors in the world, so you'd assume they are absolutely certain. But it was a big call by the Spanish at this point in the race. And if they've set it up to give New Zealand a split at the bottom, it could be opportunity knocks. Right of way, Spain. New Zealand are coming in from the right-hand side, but it's Spain with the right of way, and it looks like they've held their lead. Maybe even gained. Botín's got it right.
So the Rolex chase time now turns the favor of the Spanish, the Season 4 defending champions, as they turn the tables on the Blackfoils, and they'll get to the DP World Gate first as they make their way. Leg 4, 5, make it leg 5 of 6.
And you see left-hand side of the screen, New Zealand are just forcing the issue here. They had to drop 2 boards to get that turn. Always going to be a hard manoeuvre. They got slow doing that, and that could be costly. They felt like this was the time to roll the dice. They had to take a different turn. If they followed Spain, they're definitely behind. You get slow, you're going to lose a lot of distance. They might well lose the French here, and this is just good news for the Spain. Basically, this is a victory walk. We saw Carlos Alcaraz only earlier come back with a victory at Roland Garros to take the French Open in the tennis, with the sort of fighting performance we're seeing from the Spanish right now.
And it's those kind of decisions that they made at that top mark which either kind of set you apart from the rest of the fleet. You've sometimes got to be willing to take that risk.
20 minutes ago, Spain were on the outside looking in fleet race number 6 as they were behind Mubadala Brazil to even make it into the event final. They come in as the 3rd place team in the winner-take-all, and the team that won in San Francisco looked to be on their way to claiming back-to-back victories here in Season 5.
Yeah, just one more good manoeuvre, Todd, but they could make a terrible manoeuvre, to be honest, and they'd still be absolutely fine. They're sailing the boat so fast when they're in space. They've just not started well today. But if you're going to do a good start, do it in the last race of the day. Do it in the final. Get it done, and they've got that done. Here we go. Watching on board the Spanish. Can they keep it foiling through here? Looks good for me. First team going to go back to back here, Todd.
You look at their report card for Spain. They started the event off with a first-place finish. Then they come back with a fourth, and they wrap up day number 1 with a third. On day number 2, they come out with a second. Race number 5, they just really had a terrible performance. They finished in 11th. They bounced back in race number 6 to finish 7th, and that was good enough to get them into the final. And here they are. The Emirates winning moment once again will go to the team of Diego Botín, Florian Trittel, and company. In New York City, Spain will reign supreme.
Vamos indeed.
Coast to coast, the Spanish are winners in San Francisco 77 days ago, and now in New York City.
They're getting pretty good at these finals.
Racing still out on the water. It'll be the black foils just having enough unless Content de la Pierre can turn on the afterburners and make a race to the finish line. But it looks like New Zealand will grab second place.
Yeah, good result for the black foils. And you know, they rolled the dice at the bottom there, didn't they? But it's not cost them anything. I'm sure they would have hated to have come away from this third. But that's a solid one. Good one for France as well. Remember, it's a long, long race to Abu Dhabi. And all these points add up and count a lot.
Halfway point, and it's New Zealand that finishes second. They finished first last year. That will help them in the overall. They were sitting in fourth. They will certainly move up there. But Spain will be the big winners as they will pick up 10 points. And unfortunately for France, just nothing, not in the mix, Stevie, off the line, as they were unable to get into the fight. It was a great battle in there, but Spain made the right decision. They took a chance, and then they made it stick as they win the Mubadala New York Sail Grand Prix. A great day. We were waiting for the wind to come in, and it did indeed.
Yeah, just on time. And it looks like it's going to be pretty tricky conditions. It is still quite light out there, but we do have these new light airfoils on, so let's see what happens.
And how about that for a backdrop? Stevie Morrison, Mont Blanc in the distance, and now we come up on 1 minute to go before the start of racing here in Geneva.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty picture perfect out there at the moment, isn't it? We can see a couple of different strategies here. Often in this light wind, if you lead back, like Germany and USA, you can control things. Burling, bottom left-hand corner of our screen on the black foils, he is definitely planning a special. He's hoping to be up on the foils and blasting over the top. There's not going to be a lot of room at the top of the line for him, though, so it could need a move and a change of plan fairly soon for the black foils. They are foiling. They're going to look to dip round the outside of the whole fleet from here and try and foil all the way through. It's all going to be about that acceleration. Germany perfectly lined up for the midline pole position there. Our Rolex pole predictor sits on board Mubadala Brazil, but can they get on the foils from here? We know these new light air foils get them up and foiling well, but Burling is going all the way around the outside on the black foils. He's looking to line it up. We're looking for that line to turn white, and now it's all about timing. How's your timing, Peter Burling?
Very nice start, guys.
This is the umpires. Early start penalty, Australia and USA.
Oh, the black foils!
Gone.
What a start from Burling. He is gone down the road on board that boat. He lined it up 20 seconds out and he nailed it.
I think it's all right.
Delay starters Switzerland, Spain, Italy and Canada.
And as they approach mark number 1 in race number 1 here at the Rolex Switzerland Sail Grand Prix Geneva, it is all black foils. Peter Burling and company, they are checking out and get the whole shot.
I think as well. Nice work by Rockwool Denmark. Stayed calm, got the boat foiling. As does 2 for Emirates GBR. And I think the first 3 boats could really stretch away here.
This is the umpires. USA, you've been disqualified for barging at the windward end of the line.
Black flag.
Black flag for the Stars and Stripes.
There was no room in there. Obviously, people had to avoid them to save for damage, Hannah. And I guess just an illegal move. Fair decision.
Yeah, we haven't seen one of those for a while, have we? And kind of really unnecessary at this stage in the competition, for sure. But it looks like the black foils have sort of stuck that first manoeuvre, which was always going to be a big question. They can get foiling, but can they hold it up on the foils for the first manoeuvre?
So from bad to worse for US SailGP, as they are black flagged, they are DQ'd on race number 1. We're scheduled for 4 races today. At the other end of the table, it is all good news for Peter Burling and the black foils of New Zealand. Stevie, they timed that right. They sat in the back of the pack, and he just worked his way to the field and hit the line point on.
Yeah, I think they're just up and foiling. As soon as you're foiling, you're making your own wind. As you're sailing across the wind, you get what's called apparent wind. Your movement gives you more wind in itself, and that's the advantage they had. All the other boats congested together in the pack, and we'll see that as we look to the right-hand side of our screen. People struggling to foil. Germany, they've fallen off the foils. The Bonds Flying Roos are back in the game mid-pack here. But yeah, if you get stuck in the pack, there's a lot less wind, and it's a lot harder to keep the boats foiling. As we can see, France, Spain, Italy, all absolutely neck and neck. Those manoeuvres so tight. Can they stay foiling? Next manoeuvre for the black foils will be difficult. Tacking the boat, turning the boat through the wind upwind is harder to keep the boat on the foils. But we've seen, Hannah, these new light wind foils, bigger span, nearly 23% more surface area. So that's a lot more lift, a lot more glide. Let's see if it'll glide through here. Silky smooth. The magic number, we believe, is 28 kilometres an hour. It looks like the black foils stay foiling. Emirates GBR just managing to stay on the foils there. Oh no, they're off the foils.
Sometimes it can be better to choose to put the boat back down in the water momentarily while you build the speed and then try and take off again. So actually, pretty nice tack from Emirates GBR there.
Yeah. Hannah, as someone who has sailed on an F50 before, these are crafty machines, very technical. We've dropped from 6 athletes on board to 4. How is that going to change things in the light wind?
Yeah, there's actually a last-minute change. There's only 3 people on board at the moment. So there's a lot to do on board. Obviously, the racing's happening at a slightly slower pace, but these sailors are juggling what 6 people would normally do between the 3 of them. One of the huge things is having the visibility and the space in your head just to be able to make decisions whilst taking one of the roles on board. So it's interesting to see how they split those roles, and the black foils are making it look easy at the moment.
Well, it's an aggressive move though, an extra manoeuvre, but they're keeping it on the foils. These new foils are super glidey through there. Floated it through. Rockwool Denmark will probably have to follow. Emirates GBR as well. Big lead for the black foils, and these first 3 boats are moving away here. I mean, it'd be great to get back and see that start. It was such a time moment in the race, and it was really all happening out there. As we can see, it was the difference between being at the top gate and the bottom gate for Brazil. New Zealand, the black foils, it's been a bit of a masterclass so far.
They are the current overall leaders after 9 events on 70 points, 2 points clear of Emirates GBR, who sit in 2nd overall, and the Bonds Flying Roos, the 3-time champions, sit in 3rd. Oh, Stevie, it doesn't get much better than that.
No, I mean, that was silky smooth, wasn't it? And I think what we're seeing here is when you are in the pack, it's a real street fight. Bonds Flying Roos, 5th place now. They were really over the start line, had to drop way back at the start. They're working their way through the fleet. The Gaios there, Spain, middle of the pack. If we're talking about these top 4 boats in the race to get to the final, well, it's good news for Emirates GBR. It's good news for the black foils at the moment, but Spain, they've got work to do if they want to keep the fight alive. We're going to look bottom right-hand corner here. Here's the start. We saw the black foils slingshot round, but let's focus on the United States. Bottom of the screen there, they're trying to sneak in between the mark and the Danish boat, but the Danish have the right of way. Denmark has to avoid a collision to let the Americans in, and that was deemed to be too reckless, too aggressive, endangering the boats, and that was a black flag penalty on the United States.
So no opportunity for the Americans to get any points here on race number 1, and that has going to put them in a massive hole. Remember, it's all about points, how many points you have at the end of 6 or 7 races, and then only the top 3 will race in the grand final. With light wind scheduled possibly tomorrow again, Hannah, I don't think you can afford to miss a race and still get into the grand final.
No, definitely not. And I think there's going to be so much learning going on board these boats with this new configuration, with the new larger T-foils. So it's going to be who learns quickest, because every race counts when it comes to trying to make the final.
And this is it, Todd. They've just got to take a left turn on that mark in the middle of our screen, and that'll be them heading across to the finish. So one more slick manoeuvre here for New Zealand, but if they're inside that yellow circle, no one's really got the right of way on them. Perfect by Burling here. Little turn, keep the boat foiling, and then bring it home in front of the fans.
It all started with a fantastic start for the black foils. They were in the back of the start box and came screaming up the first to get on their foils, and they just found their own space, and they They have sailed a near perfect race here on leg 6 of 6. This is race number 1. We are scheduled for 4 today on a beautiful day in Geneva at the Rolex Switzerland Sail Grand Prix, and it will be the Emirates winning moment going the way of the Black Foils as New Zealand strikes first in Geneva, and they will take the first victory of the day with 3 more races still to come, but not sure what Mother Nature's going to give. So Stevie, you got to strike while you can, and that's exactly what Peter Burlington and company did. The Kiwis win race 1 in Geneva.
Emirates winning moment there for the Black Foils. And well, yeah, quite right. We saw, you know, Mother Nature takes control. We saw that in Saint-Tropez. The event was shortened. Obviously, we hope that won't happen here as Rockwool Denmark bring it across in 2nd place. And at the moment, the Swiss have got slow at the bottom gate there. Look, we can see as Sassnitz finishing there, it was the Australians going right round the outside of the Swiss. Top side of our screen there, Australia up and foiling. The Swiss are off the foils. They were in 4th, but they could drop all the way back here. It's going to be very difficult as Emirates GBR look to bring it home.
Dylan Fletcher and Emirates GBR will claim 3rd place as they will slide across in a good performance by Tom Slingsby. The Bonds Flying Rouge not happy with 4th, but Stevie, it could have been a lot worse. They've got a penalty, and here we go.
He's going to go around us, can do what he wants.
Yeah, well, there we go. We saw that happen. Yeah, I mean, I think this event will be defined by your comebacks. Over the start line back to 4th. Tom Slingsby might well be the happiest skipper in the fleet after this race, because this race could have been an absolute disaster for them, but what a comeback.
So the 3-time champions, they will pick up a 4th place and the points that go with it, and they will look to races 2, 3, and 4 as we take you on board the Aussies. Look at this one more time, right around the Swiss.
Yeah, and you could just see the Swiss before the mark tried to force it to try and glide round that bottom gate, and well, they fell off the foils, and that was a classic example of how much faster you go when you're foiling than when you sit the boat into the water.
So New Zealand, Denmark, Great Britain, and Australia, the top 4 to cross the line here in Geneva as SailGP comes to Geneva, Switzerland for the very first time. And who will grab 5th? It looks like the Swiss will hold on for a top 5 position. France looking to finish in 6th.
It's a really good recovery for the Swiss there, because they were so slow around that last gate, and I was worried they could have easily had the wheels fall off, but they did a nice job of coming back. France in 6th, Los Gallos, well, in the race to the final, pressures on Diego Boltin. The defending champions are going to need to turn things around if they want to keep themselves in the hunt before we head to Cádiz.
They are currently 3 points out of a top 3 position after 9 events. Los Gallos of Spain, as Stevie mentioned, the defending champions. They won in San Francisco, they won in New York City, and they're going to need to turn it around, because as we've said before, you can have a bad race in 2 days of racing. You just can't have 2, and they've already got a 7th on their report card.
Solid one for France there. Good comeback by the French. They needed a good one. I think they're going to struggle, you know, to get to the final, so they're really fighting for pride, really, I think. But if they can get an event win here, well, who knows what's possible. But solid comeback for them, and I think it's going to be the story of the day. We'll see the racing go out, but if you can't get off the start line, it's going to be a very, very hard race, and just crucial that you scrap for every point you can.
I think today's going to be one of those hard days where it's just because you've had a good first race, actually, you're going to have to convert and work hard every single race to make sure you're learning and keeping up with the fleet.
Canada come across in 8th, and Germany Deutsche Bank will finish in 9th, and it looks like the Italians will round out the top 10.
Up in 3, 2, 1, heading up.
Tough one for Germany. They've looked really good, Todd, so for the last couple of events, so they'll be looking to turn things around here. But again, Germany, Italy, these newer teams, well, it's maybe an equal opportunity with these new foils coming in, how we learn, but also they're already struggling to get to grips with just the F50 as it is. So the new foils, something even more to think about. And yeah, it's noticeable that some of the newer teams at the back of the pack in the first race with the new foils.
The pressure from the wind must be really on the edge, Steve, because we were scheduled to have 4 sailors on board, and now they last second as Hannah caught. It was just 3 at the last minute.
Yeah, it's really up and down. The wind here in Switzerland, it's great that we got this southwesterly. I mean, it's absolutely stunning conditions. But yeah, 3 people on the boat. It's just a lot less weight to lift up into the air, basically. So they made the call. We want the boats foiling. That's the sort of defining factor. Foiling boats are fun, fast boat.
So Mubadala Brazil will come across in 11th place. Remember, the USA got a DQ, so they will finish in 12th, and no points for those last two teams. So a very tough start to the Rolex Switzerland Sail Grand Prix for the Americans and the Brazilians, and they will look to races 2, 3, and 4 as we are scheduled for 4 races today. Mother Nature obviously powering SailGP, and if she brings the wind, we will keep racing.
Anyone that's ahead at Mark 1 is probably going to take a lot of beating, and getting past this, you know, it's going to come down to this trigger at the gun and getting that speed right. But there is more space on the course, as Lisa said. That just means there's more options for all the crews. You can get the space to be fast.
1 minute to go until we start the event final. Let's break it down for you like this. Emirates GBR have won 2 events this year. The Blackfoils of New Zealand, they have won 2 events this year. Germany Deutsche Bank won the last event. They are looking for their 2nd event this year.
Yeah, I mean, all this quality, there's quality out here in this start, that's for sure. 2 of these boats look pretty well set to be in the grand final, so they'll be enjoying the chance of a dress rehearsal. First team to manoeuvre back will probably be the Blackfoils here. They're all a little late turning back with 30 seconds to go, so it's going to be a long run-up start. High speed, wind-ups. Looks like Emirates GBR want to be at the downwind end on the inside. Plenty of space between the boats. Oh, the British are outside the boundary. They're going to need to start behind the other boats here. That's a disaster. Germany with a lot of space. He will be able to wind it up. All the boats are coming back at the line fast. Blackfoils look well positioned to me. It's all about the line. That'll be to the right-hand side of the screen, and that turning white. Blackfoils are going to be gun time, but it's going to be fast on Deutsche Germany. Oh, they were all late there, Todd, but the Blackfoils were less late than the others. They're on the inside. They've got a big advantage. That penalty will leave Emirates GBR, but they're going to be 3rd with a lot of work to do at Mark 1.
And as they approach mark number 1, it's the Blackfoils that are pushing Germany Deutsche Bank wide. Meanwhile, Emirates GBR is saying thank you very much as they approach mark 1. Do they have the speed, though, to get underneath the Kiwis?
Yeah, brilliant by the Kiwis there. What they've tried to do is just open it up so they're just ahead of the British, but heading downwind already, and then tangle the Germans and the British up into a bit of a fight. They maybe slightly overdid it, but you see the British and the Germans are going to end up in a bit of a private battle. First to manoeuvre Emirates GBR. They'll be following the Blackfoils, and it's going to come down to executing a good manoeuvre here.
Rolex Sprint Leader, that award goes the way of the Kiwis. A masterful job by Pete Burling as he just timed it perfectly and then made life difficult for Germany Deutsche Bank and Eric Coastgarten Heil.
Might have slightly overdone it. He's given the door a little bit of a hint of opening over the British here, and he's going to manoeuvre away at the bottom. There will be a split. I think Burling was perhaps a little bit too greedy on that first leg, but they lead at gate 2. There's a split, so it's going to be who finds the most breeze on this downwind leg, upwind leg.
When we want to find breeze, we check in down on the water with Lisa Darman. And Lisa, who made the right call right there? Do you like the position of the Brits or the Kiwis?
I really like the position of the Brits. I think with later in the day, under that seawall, has looked really dangerous. The British, they've also probably been sailing better all day as well. I think they're more locked in these conditions.
All right, so the Germans are in 3rd. It is Emirates GBR in front. The next crossing, Hannah, will obviously be critical to see who's made what gains.
Yeah, really critical. We've seen there's been quite big gains and losses out of this bottom end of the course, but something to note as well, they've dropped down to 4 people on board. So the strategists who were at the back of the boat are now forwards, grinding, providing the power for the wing. So it's the team that adapts the quickest who's going to have an advantage.
Advantage Emirates GBR here, Todd. They have the right of way, and they've definitely made a slight gain by taking that left turn. The Kiwis have done an extra manoeuvre at this point in the race than the British. So it was a little bit too aggressive from Burling, I feel, on that first leg. And he could go all the way back to 3rd here. Emirates GBR now, clear breeze. They have command of the decision-making here. They can get first pick at the fruit on the tree. And it's going to be interesting to see which ones they take. They've got a big lead. And if they can keep it safe from here, they've got a good chance to extend.
Oh, you saw the boat rocking just a little bit there, Hannah. That's obviously from the sea state that they've been fighting all day.
Yeah, and the sea state tends to pick up as the breeze settles in for a little bit more. So whereas at the beginning of the day it was slightly flatter, but the teams will be getting used to it by now, and the space on the course means that it should be a little bit less disturbed for them.
So the fans that made the trip from the UK very happy to see right now that Emirates GBR is out in front. But did they do enough here? Did they make the right call? Look at the speed on the map. last of the black foils, tipping now 34 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, and the British just had a little touchdown in that manoeuvre. They did a great job of saying it right of way with the black foils. Looks like it's favoured to the left turn, distance to sail-wise, which would mean one more manoeuvre for the British. And right of way with the black foils. Will the British try and shut the door on the black foils here? That's what we're going to find out. Could be another split at the top of the course.
Leg is what we want.
So they're already talking about the final leg.
Yeah, well, because of the geometry of the manoeuvres around the course, you'll want to know, do I want to take this mark and make a small loss now to set myself up better for that left turn at the bottom of the course? If the British can get the left turn at the bottom with 2 manoeuvres, I think that's the advantage they're looking for, and they've got a good lead here. They've got that advantage, and I think they should be able to make it stick when they get the advantage of right of way coming back towards the Kiwis. Ooh, that's high.
They've gone early. Little line on.
Stand by.
I got it.
It looks like maybe a game for the black foils here, Todd. The breeze is so packed, a huge game for the black foils. They just sailed less distance upwind, less distance downwind. Massive gain there for the black foils. Burling's found a little bit of magic at the top of the course, and it's now going to be, what do they choose? Can they lock down the race? Both boats heading different directions at the moment. They're out of phase as they head down towards gate number 4. The black foils will desperately want to get themselves in front of Emirates GBR and on the same tack.
Well, Pete Burling and the black foils in New Zealand were locked out of the top 5 at the last event in Geneva in light winds, and they are making amends for that here right now as they get their sights set on the finish line here in Cádiz, and then the big prize next month in Abu Dhabi.
We have no...
I kind of feel like left turn at the bottom's the move here. We saw a big gain to Emirates GBR. Might be a dynamic situation. Lisa, is it still looking good for that left turn at the bottom?
I think it is, but I think the real difference here is Emirates Great Britain just look a little bit more wobbly in their manoeuvres, so they had a little touchdown. The real question is, can they turn left and just do one more manoeuvre to mark 1? Whereas the New Zealand team turning right, they will have to do 2.
And our apologies if your broadcast feed is glitching. Some on-site RF interference in Cádiz, not part of SailGP, but the local area, massive amount of external interference. But the racing goes on. Here we go, is leg 4 of 6. It'll be up to the next gate and a left-hand turn to the finish line. Will it be the Kiwis or will it be the Brits that take top honors here in Spain?
The Kiwis are going to want to come in really quite close to that final mark where they'll have the right of way. Emirates GBR are going to want to get to the ley line and be fast. So there's a few questions we'll find out in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, we have seen this already before with Emirates GBR taking a left turn, black foils taking a right turn. Emirates GBR opting for one less manoeuvre, but the Kiwis did manage to come back and just make it inside for that left turn at the top. So it's going to be really close.
Kiwis are foiling already up there. Our ladder lines show it as a slight advantage to Emirates GBR, but their manoeuvres to come, and the manoeuvres do cost you about 100 metres each time you turn the boat here. It looks like advantage to the black foils, but they've got one more manoeuvre to do themselves.
Inside the zone.
Yeah, that's the zone on this final turning mark. If the Kiwis are on the inside of it, they'll have the right of way. If not, Emirates GBR have right of way. Look at Fletcher leaning over the side of the boat, willing it on.
And here we go, the moment of the match. It is the Kiwis that pull right in front of the Brits.
Oh, he's going to try and get underneath them, and Hush come here. The Kiwis have got to keep not overlap. They've got the right of way on Emirates GBR. The black foils must keep clear. Aggressive from Fletcher. Here we go. He's going to wind the Kiwis up. They're going to glide through. What a move by the British. Absolute clutch moment in the race. And Emirates GBR are going to get it done on the line, I think.
At the final gate, Dylan Fletcher goes full Air Jordan as he dips underneath the Kiwis and puts himself in a winning position here in Spain.
Oh, if that's a dress rehearsal for Abu Dhabi,
oh
what
my
a move
goodness.
that was. Oh, and the Germans, they're up and foiling. They could move through to second here. The black foils need to accelerate, and they need to accelerate fast.
And they will cross the line with a victory in Spain. Give it up for Emirates GBR.
Fletcher completely on his instincts there. Absolute instincts.
I'll tell you what, that is a gutsy move on the Atlantic Ocean as the Brits come to Spain and claim top prize.
But as we know, Todd, Everyone has a plan until first contact with the enemy, and we're about to see that first contact. I think Tom Slingsby's going to be the first to turn back and try and set up the pre-start. Interesting that Fletcher's choosing to come in late. Is this an Ainsley preceded move here that he's trying to give him a bit of space? Outridge said he wanted space on the start line. Fletcher's given himself that space. This is going to be an absolute classic.
Sit back and enjoy the grand final here in Abu Dhabi. 60 seconds away from deciding the start. Who will make contact first?
Now we can see a favoured position on the start lines toward the downwind end, sort of middle of our screen. That blue line there, that's the optimum place to start. It's a short run to Mark 1. So if you are on the inside, the more downwind end, I think that's going to give you a big advantage. The Bomb Flying Ruse have a bit of a sniff. He wants that bottom end of the line, and he does control the first decision. He makes everyone else choose on him. Slingsby has control of things at the moment. Where does Fletcher go from here? There's space. The black foils say they're early. Fletcher's going to have the run up at these two boats. He might have the space he needs with 25 seconds to go. Now you've got to stay calm. Now you've got to execute. You've got to build the speed. You've got to accelerate the speed. The Rolex Pole Predictor sits aboard Slingsby's Australian boat. He's near that optimum place. But who's going to be foiling at the gun when that line turns white? Emirates turns towards the line. The black foils turn towards the line. Slingsby turns towards the line. Who's got it right out of the middle? It's Slingsby. It's now a race to the foils. It's a speed build, speed build, speed build, and the three-time champion, Tom Slingsby, I think, is going to be first on the foils. Here they go.
Nice pressure at the mark, buddy.
Is it a bit of a calm before the storm, as the Bonds Flying Ruse will lead them to mark number 1, and Tom Slingsby will get the whole shot as we start the grand final here in Abu Dhabi.
Oh, Slingsby had the plan and he's nailed it. They lead at Mark 1. It's not done yet, but wow, you want to be first at Mark 1, and the Emirates GBR team have got work to do if they want to get back into this. Huge gains for Bonds Flying Ruse at Mark 1.
So Hannah, the Aussies force the issue and they control the line, and now the chase is on.
Yeah, that's right, and I'm not surprised to see Emirates GBR take the early manoeuvre there. The breeze looks much more consistent, obviously with fewer boats, but also it looks like it's settled down a little bit, so hard to catch up for any boats behind.
I quite like the look of the right turn at the bottom of the course. It looked like you'd get a nice long runaway out of there. And of course, this is the first time these boats have really been able to stretch their legs. 14 kilometres now, breeze. Foiling well. We've got these new light wind foils, the Armstrong extensions on those foils. The boat's gliding beautifully through the manoeuvre, so I expect them to stay foiling. But at gate 2, it's a big decision.
And as they approach gate 2, the DP World Gate, we check it down in the water. Lisa Darman and Stevie likes the right-hand turn. What do you say?
I really think that they're going to continue to go straight in these conditions, optimize the time that you're on the foils. As you kind of said, I expect them to come back this way. In general, coming the opposite side to the grandstand on the upwind leg has been a really nice approach. So, you know, it's so hard with a 3-boat race to try and protect your position. You've got to go with your eyes.
Big, big moment there, Lisa. As we say that, the black foils chose to get away and get into space. Emirates are going to turn straight away here to get clear wind, and it's now about building speed, and this is just crucial. There looks like good wind in towards that side of the course where the Bonds Flying Ruse are. The leaderboard is close. This race is all on. Who's going to find the most breeze? Foiling. Oh, they're off the foils on board the Bonds Flying Ruse, and they've tried to press too soon. They didn't get foiling smoothly. Can the black foils stick this manoeuvre? Foiling tack here could be the championship.
Pete Burling calls for a touch and go.
Right of way, black with the Bonds Flying Ruse, but they've got to take off.
Look at the speed on Emirates GBR.
Yeah, oh, and I think the black foils are going to have to go behind here. This could be a big moment. I don't know if they're clear. Oh, it's going to be a penalty. Oh, he's clear.
He's going to sell it. He's going to sell it.
Pistol Pete, wow, he called that one, didn't he? Massive moment. The Emirates GBR have stuck their manoeuvre. Black foils should cross, though. Black foils are in great shape. The right turn at the bottom was good. Big gain to the black foils. No penalty. Clear cross. That was absolute masterclass.
One left from here.
One left.
And just like that, the Bonds Flying Ruse go from first to third as they see the pressure building on the Kiwis out in front. Their speed, 37 kilometers an hour. Emirates GBR still in a good position, but they are in second.
I think there's more, at least is there more wind as you come up the course? I feel like the Kiwis are sailing towards a lot of wind on that side of the course.
Are we all the way to the bottom again?
Sure if we've got comms released at the moment. Where I'm sailing now, black foils have just pieced this together. You see how they're sailing nearly straight up the ladder line? It suggests that the wind's rotated a bit that way. Oh, Hannah, what a moment.
Yeah, huge moment. You could see a lot of the teams really hard to land that manoeuvre there. 30 kilometers an hour is that magic number to keep the boat on the foils, but they need to build that speed before they attempt that manoeuvre to make sure they're safe at making it.
Calling for another touch and go on board the Black Foils of New Zealand. They have more than a 100-meter lead, and here we are on leg 3 of 6, approaching the halfway point of the grand final with $2 million on the line to the winner.
It's all about how quickly they get back on the foils here. We're halfway point in the race, Todd. They're just going to go downwind from here, and then that short upwind. If they can get a decent lead, most of the other boats, Australia are going to have to follow them.
Hey, copy.
Emirates GBR could split on a right turn here. Black foils aren't going to foil. They
Look at the
foil.
speed difference.
Although we'll get around here, but
they'll foil on the
GBR's
takeoff.
still slow there.
GBR are going to be coming in. They're going to have to watch out for the Bonds flying roos. GBR are trying to dive inside at the top here. I think the black foils will be round, but who gets first on the foils here? Emirates are going to be off the foils, and maybe they might just... Oh, Fletcher's masterclass there. He's got round. He's going to do right turn on the foils. Huge. Here we go. Black foils need to get back up in the air quick.
And we are back to almost dead even once again, and Emirates GBR are in first place.
They are, but I don't know for how long, because I like where the black foils are going. They're sailing out to that more wind side of the course.
Every team now has had a chance to lead here in the grand final. Who can hold on to it for the second half of the race?
They've all got at least 2 or 3 jibes here, Hannah, haven't they? So it's about sticking. I mean, how nervous are you right now?
Definitely really nervous. There's a huge split in the course here with boats on either side. Sticking these manoeuvres is going to be really key. Emirates GBR look like they've had a really nice rotation in the wind there, allowing them to sail a bit further down the course.
All right, we're in this. Lefty coming here, Gabe, first thing.
So he's talking on the upwind leg there instantly, and if it was lefty, so the one was on a left shift on that MasterCard team talk there, that means they're going to sail in this shift all the way down. And look at them, they're going nearly straight down the course, massive turnaround.
And explain who he's talking about when he says Goobs.
Goobs is Ian Jensen, the wing trimmer there on board that, so yeah.
Not a sailing term.
Not a classic sailing term, no, but what a massive change. Big wind shift, Fletcher in phase with it. Emirates GBR are gone here.
Softer, I think. Everything for this mark.
Looking for that right turn again, which was so powerful on the last lap.
Olympic gold medalist Hannah Mills up on the handles, a strategist doing multitasking right now. It's Dylan Fletcher, who was part of Emirates GBR in season 1. He lost his driving seat, came back this year, and look at this. It is Emirates GBR out in front by more than 200 meters here in the grand final.
Yeah, and right turn means you've only got 1 maneuver to do on this upwind, so this is a no-brainer. I mean, yeah, this is it. This is your walk-in glory moment on board Emirates Great Britain.
That's angle there.
Massive shift in the breeze by the look of it. The wind has really rotated left here. Massive shift, and they're just perfectly in phase with it.
Look it up if you need for late.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we see either of the boats behind splitting to go the other way, with it just being one manoeuvre into that next mark.
Yeah, nothing doing here.
Down.
They just picked the shifts. This manoeuvre here, if they can stay in the foot. Good breeze out of it. Dark water in front of them there. They should stay foiling.
More press for me.
Moments away from a new champion. Spain won it last year, Australia the prior 3 years, and now in season 5, Emirates GBR is poised to take, the title.
Not sure if they're quite on ley line yet. They're closing up to that. The yellow line, our ley line. Hannah's calling a righty, which will be kind of good for them anyway, because they're towards the right of everyone else, but they want to get there with no more manoeuvres. He's fine. They can always touch it down onto one hull and take off again. This is it, Emirates GBR. Wow. What a moment at that top gate number 3.
Nice angle.
What a race. You had Australia getting the whole shot, leading after mark number 1. You had the Kiwis rolling the dice and coming up. Yahtzee, Stevie, they led on the upwind and then the turn back. And then out of nowhere, Dylan Fletcher and Emirates GBR round the last gate. And now it is a straight shot to $2 million for the Brits. Years ago, they used to say the British are coming. Well, the British have arrived. The Emirates winning moment goes the way to Emirates GBR. They are the Season 5 champions.
What a race.
They cross the line with room to spare, and it looks like it will be the Black Foils unless they get rolled over by Tom Slingsby. And wouldn't that be a Slingsby thing to do? I'm not going to settle for third. I'm taking second.
Yeah, can the Black Foils get up on foiling here? Well, what a season for both these teams. It's going to be tight. Looks like the Bonds Flying Roos are going to sneak through on the inside here of the Black Foils. I mean, the reality for these two is if you're not first, you're last, and they're going to be just gutted by that for sure. What an amazing season by both of these teams, but it came down to minor details, and one wind shift at the top. Emirates GBR were in phase, and that's it.
The Bonds Flying Roos will finish in second place in front of the fans here in Abu Dhabi, and the Black Foils of New Zealand will finish in third. But what an amazing event, and the celebration can now begin. Emirates GBR are champions in Season 5.